Prissy had gone, Scarlet went wearily into the downstairs hall and lit a lamp. The house felt steamingly hot, as though it held in its walls all the heat of the noontide. Some of her dullness was passing now, and her stomach was clamoring for food. She remembered she had had nothing to eat since the night before, except a spoonful of hominy, and picking up the lamp she went into the kitchen. The fire in the oven had died, but the room was stiflingly hot. She found half a pone of hard cornbread in the skillet, and gnawed hungrily on it while she looked about for other food. There was some hominy left in the pot, and she ate it with a big cooking spoon, not waiting to put it on a plate. It needed salt badly, but she was too hungry to hunt for it. After 4 spoonfuls of it, the heat of the room was too much, and taking the lamp in one hand and a fragment of pone in the other, she went out into the hall. She knew she should go upstairs and sit beside Melanie. If anything went wrong, Melanie would be too weak to call. But the idea of returning to that room where she had spent so many nightmare hours was repulsive to her. Even if Melanie were dying, she couldn't go back up there. She never wanted to see that room again. She set the lamp on the candle-stand by the window and returned to the front porch. It was so much cooler here, even though the night was drowned in soft warmth. She sat down on the steps in the circle of faint light thrown by the lamp, and continued gnawing on the cornbread. When she had finished it, a measure of strength came back to her, and with the strength came again the pricking of fear. She could hear a humming noise far down the street, but what it portended she didn't know. She could distinguish nothing but a volume of sound that rose and fell. She strained forward, trying to hear, and soon she found her muscles aching from the tension. More than anything in the world she yearned to hear the sound of hooves, and to see Rhett's careless, self-confident eyes laughing at her fears. Rhett would take them away somewhere. She didn't know where. She didn't care. As she sat straining her ears toward town, a faint glow appeared above the trees. It puzzled her. She watched it and saw it grow brighter. The dark sky became pink and then dull red, and suddenly, above the trees, she saw a huge tongue of flame leap high to the heavens. She jumped to her feet, her heart beginning again its sickening thudding and bumping. The Yankees had come. She knew they had come, and they were burning the town. The flames seemed to be off to the east of the center of town. They shot higher and widened rapidly into a broad expanse of red before her terrified eyes. The whole block must be burning. A faint hot breeze that had sprung up bore the smell of smoke to her. She fled up the stairs to her own room and hung out the window for a better view. The sky was a hideous lurid color, and great swirls of black smoke went twisting up to hang in billowy clouds above the flames. The smell of smoke was stronger now. Her mind rushed incoherently here and there, thinking how soon the flames would spread up Peachtree Street and burn this house, how soon the Yankees would be rushing in upon her, where she would run, what she would do. All the fiends of hell seemed screaming in her ears, and her brain swirled with confusion and panic so overpowering she clung to the window-sill for support. "I must think," she told herself over and over. "I must think." But thoughts eluded her, darting in and out of her mind like frightened hummingbirds. As she stood hanging to the sill, a deafening explosion burst on her ears, louder than any cannon she had ever heard. The sky was rent with gigantic flame. Then other explosions. The earth shook, and the glass in the panes above her head shivered and came down around her. The world became an inferno of noise and flame and trembling earth as one explosion followed another in ear-splitting succession. Torrents of sparks shot to the sky and descended slowly, lazily, through blood-colored clouds of smoke. She thought she heard a feeble call from the next room, but she paid it no heed. She had no time for Melanie now. No time for anything except a fear that licked through her veins as swiftly as the flames she saw. She was a child and mad with fright, and she wanted to bury her head in her mother's lap and shut out this sight. If she were only home. Home with Mother. Through the nerve-shivering sounds, she heard another sound, that of fierce-sped feet coming up the stairs 3 at a time, heard a voice yelping like a lost hound. Prissy broke into the room and, flying to Scarlet, clutched her arm in a grip that seemed to pinch out pieces of flesh. "The Yankees!" cried Scarlet. "No, it's our gentlemen's," yelled Prissy between breaths, digging her nails deeper into Scarlet's arm. "They's burning the foundry and the army supply depots and the warehouses and, for God, Miss Scarlet, they done set off them 70 freight cars of cannonballs and gunpowder, and, Jesus, we's all going to burn up." She began yelping again, shrilly, and pinched Scarlet so hard she cried out in pain and fury and shook off her hand. The Yankees hadn't come yet. There was still time to get away. She rallied her frightened forces together. "If I don't get a hold of myself," she thought, "I'll be squalling like a scalded cat." And the sight of Prissy's abject terror helped steady her. She took her by the shoulders and shook her. "Shut up that racket and talk sense. The Yankees haven't come, you fool. Did you see Captain Butler? What did he say? Is he coming?" Prissy ceased her yelling, but her teeth chattered. "Yes'm, I finally found him in a bar room, like you told me. He... Never mind where you found him. Is he coming? Did you tell him to bring his horse?" "Lord, Miss Scarlet, he say our gentleman's done took his horse and carriage for an ambulance." "Dear God in heaven! But he coming?" "What did he say?" Prissy had recovered her breath and a small measure of control, but her eyes still rolled. "Well, like you told me, I found him in a barroom. I stood outside and yelled for him, and he come out. And directly he see me, and I starts to tell him the soldiers take off a storehouse down Decatur Street, and it flame up, and he say, 'Come on,' and he grabbed me, and we runs to 5 Points, and he say, 'Then, what now? Talk fast.' And I say, 'You say Captain Butler come quick and bring your horse and carriage. Miss Melly done had a child, and you was bursting to get out of town.' And he said, 'Well, she's studying about going.' And I said, 'Oh, I don't know, sir, but you is bound to go for the Yankees get here and wants him to go with you.' And he laugh and say they done took his horse." Scarlet's heart went leaden as the last hope left her. Fool that she was! Why hadn't she thought that the retreating army would naturally take every vehicle and animal left in the city? For a moment she was too stunned to hear what Prissy was saying, but she pulled herself together to hear the rest of the story. "And then he say, 'Tell Miss Scarlet to rest easy. I'll steal her horse out of the army crawl if there's any one left.' And he say, 'I done stole horses before this night. Tell her I get her horse if I get shot for it.' Then he laugh again and say, 'Cut and run home.' And before I get started, kabloom! Off goes the noise, and I like to drop in my tracks, and he tell me 'twa'n't nothing but the ammunition our gentleman's blowing up so the Yankees don't get it, and he is coming. He's going to bring a horse, so he say." She drew a long breath of relief. If there was any way of getting a horse, Rhett Butler would get one. A smart man, Rhett. She would forgive him anything if he got them out of this mess. Escape! And with Rhett, she would have no fear. Rhett would protect them. Thank God for Rhett. With safety in view, she turned practical. "Wake Wade up and dress him, and pack some clothes for all of us. Put them in the small trunk, and don't tell Miss Melly we're going. Not yet. But wrap the baby in a couple of thick towels, and be sure to pack his clothes." Prissy still clung to her skirts, and hardly anything showed in her eyes except the whites. Scarlet gave her a shove and loosened her grip. "Hurry!" she cried, and Prissy went off like a rabbit. Scarlet knew she should go in and quiet Melanie's fears. Knew Melanie must be frightened out of her senses by the thunderous noises that continued unabated, and the glare that lightened the sky. It looked and sounded like the end of the world. But she couldn't bring herself to go back into that room just yet. She ran down the stairs with some idea of packing up Miss Pittypat's china and the little silver she had left when she refugeed to Macon. But when she reached the dining room, her hands were shaking so badly she dropped 3 plates and shattered them. She ran out onto the porch to listen and back again to the dining room and dropped the silver clattering to the floor. Everything she touched, she dropped. In her hurry, she slipped on the rag rug and fell to the floor with a jolt, but leaped up so quickly she wasn't even aware of the pain. Upstairs, she could hear Prissy galloping about like a wild animal, and the sound maddened her, for she was galloping just as aimlessly. For the 1000th time, she ran out onto the porch, but this time she didn't go back to her futile packing. She sat down. It was just impossible to pack anything. Impossible to do anything but sit with hammering heart and wait for Rhett. It seemed hours before he came. At last, far up the road, she heard the protesting screech of unoiled axles and the slow, uncertain plodding of hooves. Why didn't he hurry? Why didn't he make the horse trot? The sounds came nearer, and she leaped to her feet and called Rhett's name. Then she saw him dimly as he climbed down from the seat of a small wagon, heard the clicking of the gate as he came toward her. He came into view, and the light of the lamp showed him plainly. His dress was as debonair as if he were going to a ball. Well-tailored white linen coat and trousers, embroidered gray watered silk waistcoat, and a hint of ruffle on his shirt bosom. His wide Panama hat was set dashingly on one side of his head, and in the belt of his trousers were thrust 2 ivory-handled, long-barreled dueling pistols. The pockets of his coat sagged heavily with ammunition. He came up the walk with the springy stride of a savage, and his fine head was carried like a pagan prince. The dangers of the night which had driven Scarlet into panic had affected him like an intoxicant. There was a carefully restrained ferocity in his dark face, a ruthlessness which would have frightened her had she the wits to see it. His black eyes danced, as though amused by the whole affair, as though the earth-splitting sounds and the horrid glare were merely things to frighten children. She swayed toward him as he came up the steps, her face white, her green eyes burning. "Good evening," he said, in his drawling voice, as he removed his hat with a sweeping gesture. "Fine weather we're having. I hear you're going to take a trip." "If you make any jokes, I shall never speak to you again," she said with quivering voice. "Don't tell me you are frightened." He pretended to be surprised and smiled in a way that made her long to push him backwards down the steep steps. "Yes, I am. I'm frightened to death. And if you had the sense God gave a goat, you'd be frightened too. But we haven't got time to talk. We must get out of here." "At your service, madam. But just where were you figuring on going?" "I made the trip out here for curiosity, just to see where you were intending to go. You can't go north or east or south or west. The Yankees are all around. There's just one road out of town, which the Yankees haven't got yet, and the army is retreating by that road. And the road won't be open long. General Steve Lee's cavalry is fighting a rear-guard action at Rough and Ready to hold it open long enough for the army to get away. If you follow the army down the McDonough Road, they'll take the horse away from you, and while it's not much of a horse, I did go to a lot of trouble stealing it. Just where are you going?" She stood, shaking, listening to his words, hardly hearing them. But at his question, She suddenly knew where she was going. Knew that all this miserable day she had known where she was going. The only place. "I'm going home," she said. "Home? You mean to Tara?" Yes, to Tara. Oh, Rhett, we must hurry." He looked at her as if she had lost her mind. "Tara? God almighty, Scarlett. Don't you know they fought all day at Jonesboro? Fought for 10 miles up and down the road from Rough and Ready, even into the streets of Jonesboro. The Yankees may be all over Tara by now, all over the county. Nobody knows where they are, but they're in that neighborhood. You can't go home. You can't go right through the Yankee army." "I will go home," she cried. "I will. I will." "You little fool." And his voice was swift and rough. "You can't go that way. Even if you didn't run into the Yankees, the woods are full of stragglers and deserters from both armies. And lots of our troops are still retreating from Jonesboro. They'd take the horse away from you as quickly as the Yankees would. Your only chance is to follow the troops down the McDonough Road and pray that they won't see you in the dark. You can't go to Tara. Even if you got there, you'd probably find it burned down. I won't let you go home. It's insanity." "I will go home," she cried. And her voice broke and rose to a scream. "I will go home. You can't stop me. I will go home. I want my mother. I'll kill you if you try to stop me. I will go home." Tears of fright and hysteria streamed down her face as she finally gave way under the long strain. She beat on his chest with her fists and screamed again, "I will! I will! If I have to walk every step of the way!" Suddenly she was in his arms, her wet cheek against the starched ruffle of his shirt. Her beating hands stilled against him. His hands caressed her tumbled hair gently, soothingly, and his voice was gentle too. So gentle, so quiet, so devoid of mockery. It didn't seem Rhett Butler's voice at all, but the voice of some kind, strong stranger who smelled of brandy and tobacco and horses, comforting smells, because they reminded her of Gerald. There, darling," he said softly. "Don't cry. You shall go home, my brave little girl. You shall go home. Don't cry." She felt something brush her hair and wondered vaguely through her tumult if it were his lips. He was so tender, so infinitely soothing, she longed to stay in his arms forever. With such strong arms about her, surely nothing could harm her. He fumbled in his pocket and produced a handkerchief and wiped her eyes. "Now blow your nose like a good child," he ordered, a glint of a smile in his eyes. "And tell me what to do. We must work fast." She blew her nose obediently, still trembling, but she couldn't think what to tell him to do. Seeing how her lip quivered and her eyes looked up at him helplessly, he took command. "Mrs. Wilkes has had a child. It will be dangerous to move her. Dangerous to drive her 25 miles in that rickety wagon. We'd better leave her with Mrs. Meade." "The Meads aren't home. I can't leave her." "Very well. Into the wagon she goes. Where is that simple-minded little wench?" "Upstairs, packing the trunk." "Trunk? You can't take any trunk in that wagon. It's almost too small to hold all of you, and the wheels are ready to come off with no encouragement. Call her and tell her to get the smallest feather bed in the house and put it in the wagon." Still, Scarlett could not move. He took her arm in a strong grasp, and some of the vitality which animated him seemed to flow into her body. If only she could be as cool and casual as he was. He propelled her into the hall, but she still stood helplessly looking at him. His lip went down mockingly. Can this be the heroic young woman who assured me she feared neither God nor man? He suddenly burst into laughter and dropped her arm. Stung, she glared at him, hating him. "I'm not afraid," she said. "Yes, you are. In another moment you'll be in a swoon, and I have no smelling salts about me." She stamped her foot impotently because she couldn't think of anything else to do, and without a word picked up the lamp and started up the stairs. He was close behind her, and she could hear him laughing softly to himself. That sound stiffened her spine. She went into Wade's nursery and found him sitting clutched in Prissy's arms, half-dressed, hiccuping quietly. Prissy was whimpering. The feather tick on Wade's bed was small, and she ordered Prissy to drag it down the stairs and into the wagon. Prissy put down the child and obeyed. Wade followed her down the stairs, his hiccups stilled by his interest in the proceedings. "Come," said Scarlet, turning to Melanie's door, and Rhett followed her, hat in hand. Melanie lay quietly with the sheet up to her chin. Her face was deathly white, but her eyes, sunken and black-circled, were serene. She showed no surprise at the sight of Rhett in her bedroom, but seemed to take it as a matter of course. She tried to smile weakly, but the smile died before it reached the corners of her mouth. "We're going home to Tara," Scarlet explained rapidly. "The Yankees are coming. Rhett is going to take us. It's the only way, Mellie." Melanie tried to nod her head feebly and gestured toward the baby. Scarlet picked up the small baby and wrapped him hastily in a thick towel. Rhett stepped to the bed. "I'll try not to hurt you," he said quietly, tucking the sheet about her. "See if you can put your arms around my neck." Melanie tried, but they fell back weakly. He bent, slipped an arm under her shoulders, and another across her knees, and lifted her gently. She didn't cry out, but Scarlet saw her bite her lip and go even whiter. Scarlet held the lamp high for Rhett to see, and started toward the door when Melanie made a feeble gesture toward the wall. "What is it?" Rhett asked softly. "Please," Melanie whispered, trying to point. "Charles." Rhett looked down at her as if he thought her delirious, but Scarlet understood and was irritated. She knew Melanie wanted the daguerreotype of Charles, which hung on the wall below his sword and pistol. "Please," Melanie whispered again. "The sword." "Oh, all right," said Scarlet, and after she had lighted Rhett's careful way down the steps, she went back and unhooked the sword and pistol belt. It would be awkward, carrying them as well as the baby and the lamp. That was just like Melanie, not to be at all bothered over nearly dying and having the Yankees at her heels, but to worry about Charles's things. As she took down the daguerreotype, she caught a glimpse of Charles's face. His large brown eyes met hers, and she stopped for a moment to look at the picture curiously. This man had been her husband, had lain beside her for a few nights, had given her a child with eyes as soft and brown as his, and she could hardly remember him. The child in her arms waved small fists and mewed softly, and she looked down at him. For the first time, she realized that this was Ashley's baby, and suddenly wished with all the strength left in her that he were her baby, hers and Ashley's. Prissy came bounding up the stairs, and Scarlet handed the child to her. They went hastily down, the lamp throwing uncertain shadows on the wall. In the hall, Scarlet saw a bonnet, and put it on hurriedly, tying the ribbons under her chin. It was Melanie's black mourning bonnet, and it didn't fit Scarlet's head, but she could not recall where she had put her own bonnet. She went out of the house and down the front steps, carrying the lamp and trying to keep the saber from banging against her legs. Melanie lay full length in the back of the wagon, and beside her were Wade and the towel-swathed baby. Prissy climbed in and took the baby in her arms. The wagon was very small, and the boards about the sides very low. The wheels leaned inward as if their first revolution would make them come off. She took one look at the horse, and her heart sank. He was a small, emaciated animal, and he stood with his head dispiritedly low, almost between his forelegs. His back was raw with sores and harness galls, and he breathed as no sound horse should. "Not much of an animal, is it?" grinned Rhett. "Looks like he'll die in the shafts. But he's the best I could do. Some day I'll tell you with embellishments just where and how I stole him, and how narrowly I missed getting shot. Nothing but my devotion to you would make me, at this stage of my career, turn horse thief, and thief of such a horse. Let me help you in." He took the lamp from her and set it on the ground. The front seat was only a narrow plank across the sides of the wagon. Rhett picked Scarlet up bodily and swung her to it. How wonderful to be a man and as strong as Rhett, she thought, tucking her wide skirts about her. With Rhett beside her, she didn't fear anything. Neither the fire, nor the noise, nor the Yankees. He climbed onto the seat beside her and picked up the reins. "Oh, wait!" she cried. "I forgot to lock the front door." He burst into a roar of laughter and flapped the reins upon the horse's back. "What are you laughing at?" "At you. Locking the Yankees out," he said, and the horse started off, slowly, reluctantly. The lamp on the sidewalk burned on, making a tiny yellow circle of light which grew smaller and smaller as they moved away. Rhett turned the horse's slow feet westward from Peachtree, and the wobbling wagon jounced into the rutty lane with a violence that wrenched an abruptly stifled moan from Melanie. Dark trees interlaced above their heads. Dark, silent houses loomed on either side, and the white palings of fences gleamed faintly, like a row of tombstones. The narrow street was a dim tunnel, but faintly through the thick leafy ceiling the hideous red glow of the sky penetrated, and shadows chased one another down the dark way like mad ghosts. The smell of smoke came stronger and stronger, and on the wings of the hot breeze came a pandemonium of sound from the center of town, yells, the dull rumbling of heavy army wagons, and the steady tramp of marching feet. As Rhett jerked the horse's head and turned him into another street, another deafening explosion tore the air, and a monstrous skyrocket of flame and smoke shot up in the west. "That must be the last of the ammunition trains," Rhett said calmly. "Why didn't they get them out this morning, the fools? There was plenty of time. Well, too bad for us. I thought by circling around the center of town we might avoid the fire and that drunken mob on Decatur Street and get through to the southwest part of town without any danger. But we've got to cross Marietta Street somewhere, and that explosion was near Marietta Street, or I miss my guess." Must we go through the fire?" Scarlet quavered. "Not if we hurry," said Rhett, and springing from the wagon, he disappeared into the darkness of a yard. When he returned, he had a small limb of a tree in his hand, and he laid it mercilessly across the horse's galled back. The animal broke into a shambling trot, his breath panting and labored, and the wagon swayed forward with a jolt that threw them about like popcorn in a popper. The baby wailed, and Prissy and Wade cried out as they bruised themselves against the sides of the wagon. But from Melanie there was no sound. As they neared Marietta Street, the trees thinned out, and the tall flames roaring up above the buildings threw street and houses into a glare of light brighter than day, casting monstrous shadows that twisted as wildly as torn sails flapping in a gale on a sinking ship. Scarlet's teeth chattered, but so great was her terror she was not even aware of it. She was cold and she shivered, even though the heat of the flames was already hot against their faces. This was hell, and she was in it. And if she could only have conquered her shaking knees, She would have leaped from the wagon and run screaming back the dark road they had come, back to the refuge of Miss Pittypat's house. She went closer to Rhett, took his arm in fingers that trembled and looked up at him for words, for comfort, for something reassuring. In the unholy crimson glow that bathed them, his dark profile stood out as clearly as the head on an ancient coin, beautiful, cruel, and decadent. At her touch he turned to her, his eyes gleaming with a light as frightening as the fire. To Scarlet, he seemed as exhilarated and contemptuous as if he got strong pleasure from the situation, as if he welcomed the inferno they were approaching. "Here," he said, laying a hand on one of the long-barreled pistols in his belt. "If anyone, black or white, comes up on your side of the wagon and tries to lay hand on the horse, shoot him, and we'll ask questions later. But for God's sake, don't shoot the nag in your excitement." I have a pistol," she whispered, clutching the weapon in her lap, perfectly certain that if death stared her in the face, she would be too frightened to pull the trigger. "You have? Where did you get it?" "It's Charles's." "Charles?" "Yes, Charles. My husband." "Did you ever really have a husband, my dear?" he whispered, and laughed softly. If he would only be serious. If he would only hurry. "How do you suppose I got my boy?" she cried fiercely. "Oh, there are other ways than husbands." "Will you hush and hurry?" But he drew rein abruptly, almost at Marietta Street, in the shadow of a warehouse not yet touched by the flames. "Hurry!" It was the only word in her mind. "Hurry! Hurry!" "Soldiers," he said. The detachment came down Marietta Street, between the burning buildings, walking at route step, tiredly, rifles held anyway, heads down, too weary to hurry, too weary to care if timbers were crashing to right and left and smoke billowing about them. They were all ragged, so ragged that between officers and men there was no distinguishing insignia except here and there a torn hat brim pinned up with a wreathed CSA. Many were barefooted, and here and there a dirty bandage wrapped a head or arm. They went past, looking neither to left nor right, so silent that had it not been for the steady tramp of feet, they might all have been ghosts. "Take a good look at them," came Rhett's jibing voice, "so you can tell your grandchildren you saw the rear guard of the glorious cause in retreat." Suddenly she hated him. Hated him with a strength that momentarily overpowered her fear, made it seem petty and small. She knew her safety and that of the others in the back of the wagon depended on him and him alone, but she hated him for his sneering at those ragged ranks. She thought of Charles, who was dead, and Ashley, who might be dead, and all the gay and gallant young men who were rotting in shallow graves, and she forgot that she, too, had once thought them fools. She couldn't speak, but hatred and disgust burned in her eyes as she stared at him fiercely. As the last of the soldiers were passing, a small figure in the rear rank, his rifle butt dragging the ground, wavered, stopped and stared after the others with a dirty face so dulled by fatigue he looked like a sleepwalker. He was as small as Scarlet, so small his rifle was almost as tall as he was, and his grime-smeared face was unbearded. 16 at the most, thought Scarlet, irrelevantly. Must be one of the Home Guard or a runaway schoolboy. As she watched, the boy's knees buckled slowly, and he went down in the dust. Without a word, 2 men fell out of the last rank and walked back to him. One, a tall, spare man with a black beard that hung to his belt, silently handed his own rifle, and that of the boy to the other. Then, stooping, he jerked the boy to his shoulders with an ease that looked like sleight of hand. He started off slowly after the retreating column. His shoulders bowed under the weight, while the boy, weak, infuriated like a child teased by its elders, screamed out, "Put me down, damn you! Put me down! I can't walk!" The bearded man said nothing and plodded on out of sight around the bend of the road. Rhett sat still, the reins lax in his hands, looking after them, a curious, moody look on his swarthy face. Then there was a crash of falling timbers nearby, and Scarlet saw a thin tongue of flame lick up over the roof of the warehouse, in whose sheltering shadow they sat. Then pennons and battle flags of flame flared triumphantly to the sky above them. Smoke burnt her nostrils, and Wade and Prissy began coughing. The baby made soft sneezing sounds. "Oh, name of God, Rhett! Are you crazy? Hurry! Hurry!" Rhett made no reply, but brought the tree limb down on the horse's back with a cruel force that made the animal leap forward. With all the speed the horse could summon, they jolted and bounced across Marietta Street. Ahead of them was a tunnel of fire where buildings were blazing on either side of the short, narrow street that led to the railroad tracks. They plunged into it. A glare brighter than a dozen suns dazzled their eyes. Scorching heat seared their skins, and the roaring, crackling, and crashing beat upon their ears in painful waves. For an eternity, it seemed. They were in the midst of flaming torment, and then, abruptly, they were in semi-darkness again. As they dashed down the street and bumped over the railroad tracks, Rhett applied the whip automatically. His face looked set and absent, as though he had forgotten where he was. His broad shoulders were hunched forward, and his chin jutted out as though the thoughts in his mind were not pleasant. The heat of the fire made sweat stream down his forehead and cheeks, but he didn't wipe it off. They pulled into a side street, then another, then turned and twisted from one narrow street to another until Scarlet completely lost her bearings, and the roaring of the flames died behind them. Still Rhett didn't speak. He only laid on the whip with regularity. The red glow in the sky was fading now, and the road became so dark, so frightening. Scarlet would have welcomed words, any words from him, even jeering, insulting words, words that cut. But he did not speak. Silent or not, she thanked heaven for the comfort of his presence. It was so good to have a man beside her, to lean close to him and feel the hard swell of his arm and know that he stood between her and unnamable terrors, even though he merely sat there and stared. "Oh, Rhett," she whispered, clasping his arm. "What would we ever have done without you? I'm so glad you aren't in the army." He turned his head and gave her one look, a look that made her drop his arm and shrink back. There was no mockery in his eyes now. They were naked, and there was anger and something like bewilderment in them. His lip curled down, and he turned his head away. For a long time they jounced along in a silence unbroken, except for the faint wails of the baby and sniffles from Prissy. When she was able to bear the sniffling noise no longer, Scarlet turned and pinched her viciously, causing Prissy to scream in good earnest before she... Finally, Rhett turned the horse at right angles, and after a while they were on a wider, smoother road. The dim shapes of houses grew farther and farther apart, and unbroken woods loomed wall-like on either side. "We're out of town now," said Rhett briefly, drawing rein. "And on the main road to Rough and Ready. Hurry, don't stop." "Let the animal breathe a bit." Then, turning to her, he asked slowly, "Scarlet, are you still determined to do this crazy thing?" "Do what?" "Do you still want to try to get through to Tara? It's suicidal, Steve Lee's cavalry and the Yankee army are between you and Tara. Oh, dear God. Was he going to refuse to take her home after all she'd gone through this terrible day? Oh, yes, yes. Please, Rhett, let's hurry. The horse isn't tired. Just a minute. You can't go down to Jonesboro on this road. You can't follow the train tracks. They've been fighting up and down there all day from Rough and Ready on south. Do you know any other roads? Small wagon roads or lanes that don't go through Rough and Ready or Jonesboro? Oh, yes, cried Scarlett in relief. If we can just get near to Rough and Ready, I know a wagon trace that winds off from the main Jonesboro road and wanders around for miles. Pa and I used to ride it. It comes out right near the McIntosh place, and that's only a mile from Tara. Good. Maybe you can get past Rough and Ready all right. General Steve Lee was there during the afternoon covering the retreat. Maybe the Yankees aren't there yet. Maybe you can get through there if Steve Lee's men don't pick up your horse. I can get through? Yes, you. His voice was rough. But, Rhett, aren't you going to take us? No. I'm leaving you here. She looked around wildly. At the livid sky behind them, at the dark trees on either hand hemming them in like a prison wall, at the frightened figures in the back of the wagon, and finally at him. Had she gone crazy? Was she not hearing right? He was grinning now. She could just see his white teeth in the faint light, and the old mockery was back in his eyes. Leaving us? Where are you going? I am going, dear girl, with the army. She sighed with relief and irritation. Why did he joke at this time of all times? Rhett in the army? After all he'd said about stupid fools who were enticed into losing their lives by a roll of drums and brave words from orators, fools who killed themselves that wise men might make money. Oh, I could choke you for scaring me so. Let's get on. I'm not joking, my dear. And I am hurt, Scarlett, that you do not take my gallant sacrifice with better spirit. Where's your patriotism, your love for our glorious cause? Now is your chance to tell me to return with my shield or on it. But talk fast, for I want time to make a brave speech before departing for the wars. His drawling voice jibed in her ears. He was jeering at her. And somehow she knew he was jeering at himself, too. What was he talking about? Patriotism, shields, brave speeches. It wasn't possible that he meant what he was saying. It just wasn't believable that he could talk so blithely of leaving her here on this dark road with a woman who might be dying, a newborn infant, a foolish black wench, and a frightened child, leaving her to pilot them through miles of battlefields and stragglers and Yankees and fire and God knows what. Once, when she was 6 years old, she had fallen from a tree flat on her stomach. She could still recall that sickening interval before breath came back into her body. Now, as she looked at Rhett, she felt the same way she had felt then, breathless, stunned, nauseated. Rhett, you are joking. She grabbed his arm and felt her tears of fright splash down on her wrist. He raised her hand and kissed it airily. Selfish to the end, aren't you, my dear? Thinking only of your own precious hide and not of the gallant Confederacy. Think how our troops will be heartened by my 11th-hour appearance. There was a malicious tenderness in his voice. Oh, Rhett, she wailed. How can you do this to me? Why are you leaving me? Why? He laughed jauntily. Because, perhaps, of the betraying sentimentality that lurks in all of us Southerners. Perhaps because I'm ashamed. Who knows? Ashamed? You should die of shame. To desert us here, alone, helpless. Dear Scarlet, you aren't helpless. Anyone as selfish and determined as you are is never helpless. God help the Yankees if they should get you. He stepped abruptly down from the wagon, and as she watched him, stunned with bewilderment, he came around to her side of the wagon. "Get out," he ordered. She stared at him. He reached up roughly, caught her under the arms, and swung her to the ground beside him. With a tight grip on her, he dragged her several paces away from the wagon. She felt the dust and gravel in her slippers hurting her feet. The still hot darkness wrapped her like a dream. "I'm not asking you to understand or forgive. I don't give a damn whether you do either. For I shall never understand or forgive myself for this idiocy. I am annoyed at myself to find that so much quixoticism still lingers in me. But our fair Southland needs every man. Didn't our brave Governor Brown say just that? No matter. I'm off to the wars." He laughed, suddenly, a ringing, free laugh that startled the echoes in the dark woods. "I could not love thee, dear, so much, loved I not honor more." That's a pat speech, isn't it? Certainly better than anything I can think up myself at the present moment. For I do love you, Scarlet, in spite of what I said that night on the porch last month. His drawl was caressing, and his hand slid up her bare arms, warm, strong hands. "I love you, Scarlet, because we are so much alike. Renegades, both of us, dear, and selfish rascals. Neither of us cares a rap if the whole world goes to pot, so long as we are safe and comfortable." His voice went on in the darkness, and she heard words, but they made no sense to her. Her mind was tiredly trying to take in the harsh truth that he was leaving her to face the Yankees alone. Her mind said, "He's leaving me, he's leaving me," but no emotion stirred. Then his arms went around her waist and shoulders, and she felt the hard muscles of his thighs against her body and the buttons of his coat pressing into her breast. A warm tide of feeling, bewildering, frightening, swept over her, carrying out of her mind the time and place and circumstances. She felt as limp as a rag doll, warm, weak, and helpless, and his supporting arms were so pleasant. "You don't want to change your mind about what I said last month? There's nothing like danger and death to give an added fillip. Be patriotic, Scarlet. Think how you would be sending a soldier to his death with beautiful memories." He was kissing her now, and his mustache tickled her mouth, kissing her with slow, hot lips that were as leisurely as though he had the whole night before him. Charles had never kissed her like this. Never had the kisses of the Tarleton and Calvert boys made her go hot and cold and shaky like this. He bent her body backward, and his lips traveled down her throat to where the cameo fastened her basque. "Sweet," he whispered. "Sweet." She saw the wagon dimly in the dark, and heard the treble piping of Wade's voice. "Mother? Wade frightened." Into her swaying, darkened mind, cold sanity came back with a rush, and she remembered what she had forgotten for the moment, that she was frightened too, and Rhett was leaving her. Leaving her, the damned cad. And on top of it all, he had the consummate gall to stand here in the road and insult her with his infamous proposals. Rage and hate flowed into her and stiffened her spine, and with one wrench she tore herself loose from his arms. "Oh, you cad!" she cried, and her mind leaped about, trying to think of worse things to call him. Things she had heard Gerald call Mr. Lincoln, the Macintoshes, and balky mules, but the words wouldn't come. "You low-down, cowardly, nasty, stinking thing!" And because she couldn't think of anything crushing enough, she drew back her arm and slapped him across the mouth with all the force she had left. He took a step backward, his hand going to his face. "Ah," he said quietly. And for a moment they stood facing each other in the darkness. Scarlet could hear his heavy breathing, and her own breath came in gasps, as if she had been running hard. "They were right. Everybody was right. You aren't a gentleman." "My dear girl," he said. "How inadequate." She knew he was laughing, and the thought goaded her. Go on now. I want you to hurry. I don't want to ever see you again. I hope a cannonball lands right on you. I hope it blows you to a million pieces. Never mind the rest. I follow your general idea. When I'm dead on the altar of my country, I hope your conscience hurts you." She heard him laugh as he turned away and walked back toward the wagon. She saw him stand beside it, heard him speak, and his voice was changed, courteous and respectful, as it always was when he spoke to Melanie. "Mrs. Wilkes?" Prissy's frightened voice made answer from the wagon. "God almighty, Captain Butler, Miss Melly done faded way back yonder." "She's not dead? Is she breathing?" "Yes, sir, she breathing." "Then she's probably better off as she is. If she were conscious, I doubt she could live through all the pain. Take good care of her, Prissy. Here's a shin plaster for you. Try not to be a bigger fool than you are." "Yes, sir. Thank you, sir." "Goodbye, Scarlet." She knew he had turned and was facing her, but she didn't speak. Hate choked all utterance. His feet ground on the pebbles of the road, and for a moment she saw his big shoulders looming up in the dark. Then he was gone. She could hear the sound of his feet for a while, and then they died away. She came slowly back to the wagon, her knees shaking. Why had he gone? Stepping off into the dark, into the war, into a cause that was lost, into a world that was mad. Why had he gone? Rhett, who loved the pleasures of women and liquor, the comfort of good food and soft beds, the feel of fine linen and good leather, who hated the South and jeered at the fools who fought for it. Now he had set his varnished boots upon a bitter road where hunger tramped with tireless stride, and wounds and weariness and heartbreak ran like yelping wolves. And the end of the road was death. He need not have gone. He was safe, rich, comfortable. But he had gone, leaving her alone in a night as black as blindness, with the Yankee army between her and home. Now she remembered all the bad names she had wanted to call him, but it was too late. She leaned her head against the bowed neck of the horse and cried. Chapter 24. The bright glare of morning sunlight streaming through the trees overhead awakened Scarlet. For a moment, stiffened by the cramped position in which she had slept, she couldn't remember where she was. The sun blinded her. The hard boards of the wagon under her were harsh against her body, and a heavy weight lay across her legs. She tried to sit up, and discovered that the weight was Wade, who lay sleeping with his head pillowed on her knees. Melanie's bare feet were almost in her face, and under the wagon seat Prissy was curled up like a black cat with a small baby wedged in between her and Wade. Then she remembered everything. She popped up to a sitting position and looked hastily all around. Thank God, no Yankees in sight. Their hiding place had not been discovered in the night. It all came back to her now, the nightmare journey after Rhett's footsteps died away. the endless night, the black road full of ruts and boulders along which they jolted, the deep gullies on either side into which the wagon slipped, the fear-crazed strength with which she and Prissy had pushed the wheels out of the gullies. She recalled with a shudder how often she had driven the unwilling horse into fields and woods when she heard soldiers approaching, not knowing if they were friends or foes. Recalled, too, her anguish lest a cough, a sneeze, or Wade's hiccuping might betray them to the marching men. Oh, that dark road where men went by like ghosts. Voices stilled. Only the muffled tramping of feet on soft dirt, the faint clicking of bridles and the straining creak of leather. And oh, that dreadful moment when the sick horse balked, and cavalry and light cannon rumbled past in the darkness, past where they sat breathless, so close she could almost reach out and touch them, so close she could smell the stale sweat on the soldiers' bodies. When at last they had neared Rough and Ready, a few campfires were gleaming where the last of Steve Lee's rear guard was awaiting orders to fall back. She had circled through a plowed field for a mile, until the light of the fires died out behind her. And then she had lost her way in the darkness, and sobbed when she couldn't find the little wagon path she knew so well. Then finally, having found it, the horse sank in the traces and refused to move, refused to rise even when she and Prissy tugged at the bridle. So she had unharnessed him and crawled, sodden with fatigue, into the back of the wagon and stretched her aching legs. She had a faint memory of Melanie's voice before sleep clamped down her eyelids, a weak voice that apologized even as it begged. "Scarlet, can I have some water, please?" She had said, "There isn't any," and gone to sleep before the words were out of her mouth. Now it was morning, and the world was still and serene and green and gold with dappled sunshine, and no soldiers in sight anywhere. She was hungry and dry with thirst, aching and cramped and filled with wonder that she, Scarlett O'Hara, who could never rest well except between linen sheets and on the softest of feather beds, had slept like a field hand on hard planks. Blinking in the sunlight, her eyes fell on Melanie, and she gasped, horrified. Melanie lay so still and white, Scarlett thought she must be dead. She looked dead. She looked like a dead old woman with her ravaged face and her dark hair snarled and tangled across it. Then Scarlett saw with relief the faint rise and fall of her shallow breathing, and knew that Melanie had survived the night. Scarlett shaded her eyes with her hand and looked about her. They had evidently spent the night under the trees in someone's front yard, for a sand and gravel driveway stretched out before her, winding away under an avenue of cedars. "Why, it's the Mallory place," she thought, her heart leaping with gladness at the thought of friends and help. But a stillness as of death hung over the plantation. The shrubs and grass of the lawn were cut to pieces where hooves and wheels and feet had torn frantically back and forth, until the soil was churned up. She looked toward the house, and instead of the old white clapboard place she knew so well, she saw there only a long rectangle of blackened granite foundation stones and two tall chimneys rearing smoke-stained bricks into the charred leaves of still trees. She drew a deep, shuddering breath. Would she find Tara like this, level with the ground, silent as the dead? "I mustn't think about that now," she told herself hurriedly. "I mustn't let myself think about it. I'll get scared again if I think about it." But in spite of herself, her heart quickened, and each beat seemed to thunder, "Home, hurry, home, hurry." They must be starting on toward home again. But first they must find some food and water, especially water. She prodded Prissy awake. Prissy rolled her eyes as she looked about her. "Forgot, Miss Scarlett. I didn't expect to wake up again except in the Promised Land." "You're a long way from there," said Scarlett, trying to smooth back her untidy hair. Her face was damp and her body was already wet with sweat. She felt dirty and messy and sticky, almost as if she smelled bad. Her clothes were crushed and wrinkled from sleeping in them, and she had never felt more acutely tired and sore in all her life. Muscles she didn't know she possessed ached from her unaccustomed exertions of the night before, and every movement brought sharp pain. She looked down at Melanie and saw that her dark eyes were opened. They were sick eyes, fever-bright, and dark baggy circles were beneath them. She opened cracking lips and whispered appealingly, "Water." "Get up, Prissy," ordered Scarlet. "We'll go to the well and get some water." "But, Miss Scarlet, there might be haunts up there. S'posen somebody dead up there." "I'll make a haunt out of you if you don't get out of this wagon," said Scarlet, who was in no mood for argument, as she climbed lamely down to the ground. And then she thought of the horse. Name of God! Suppose the horse had died in the night. He had seemed ready to die when she unharnessed him. She ran around the wagon and saw him lying on his side. If he were dead, she would curse God and die too. Somebody in the Bible had done just that thing, cursed God and died. She knew just how that person felt. But the horse was alive, breathing heavily, sick eyes half closed, but alive. Well, some water would help him, too. Prissy climbed reluctantly from the wagon with many groans and timorously followed Scarlet up the avenue. Behind the ruins, the row of whitewashed slave quarters stood silent and deserted under the overhanging trees. Between the quarters and the smoked stone foundations, they found the well, and the roof of it still stood, with the bucket far down the well. Between them they wound up the rope, and when the bucket of cool, sparkling water appeared out of the dark depths, Scarlet tilted it to her lips and drank with loud sucking noises, spilling the water all over herself. She drank until Prissy's petulant, "Well, I's thirsty too, Miss Scarlet," made her recall the needs of the others. "Untie the knot and take the bucket to the wagon and give them some. And give the rest to the horse. Don't you think Miss Melanie ought to nurse the baby? He'll starve." "Law, Miss Scarlet, Miss Melanie ain't got no milk. Ain't gwine have none." "How do you know?" "I see too many like her." "Don't go putting on airs with me. A precious little you knew about babies yesterday. Hurry now. I'm going to try to find something to eat." Scarlet's search was futile, until in the orchard she found a few apples. Soldiers had been there before her, and there were none on the trees. Those she found on the ground were mostly rotten. She filled her skirt with the best of them and came back across the soft earth, collecting small pebbles in her slippers. Why hadn't she thought of putting on stouter shoes last night? Why hadn't she brought her sun hat? Why hadn't she brought something to eat? She'd acted like a fool. But of course, she'd thought Rhett would take care of them. Rhett! She spat on the ground, for the very name tasted bad. How she hated him! How contemptible he had been! And she had stood there in the road and let him kiss her, and almost liked it. She had been crazy last night. How despicable he was! When she came back, she divided up the apples and threw the rest into the back of the wagon. The horse was on his feet now, but the water didn't seem to have refreshed him much. He looked far worse in the daylight than he had the night before. His hip bones stood out like an old cow's. His ribs showed like a washboard, and his back was a mass of sores. She shrank from touching him as she harnessed him. When she slipped the bit into his mouth, she saw that he was practically toothless, as old as the hills. While Rhett was stealing a horse, why couldn't he have stolen a good one? She mounted the seat and brought down the hickory limb on his back. He wheezed and started, but he walked. So slowly as she turned him into the road, she knew she could walk faster herself with no effort whatever. Oh, if only she didn't have Melanie and Wade and the baby and Prissy to bother with. How swiftly she could walk home. Why, she would run home, run every step of the way that would bring her closer to Tara and to Mother. They couldn't be more than 15 miles from home, but at the rate this old nag traveled, it would take all day, for she would have to stop frequently to rest him. All day. She looked down the glaring red road, cut in deep ruts where cannon wheels and ambulances had gone over it. It would be hours before she knew if Tara still stood, and if Ellen were there. It would be hours before she finished her journey, under the broiling September sun. She looked back at Melanie, who lay with sick eyes closed against the sun, and jerked loose the strings of her bonnet and tossed it to Prissy. "Put that over her face. It'll keep the sun out of her eyes." Then, as the heat beat down upon her unprotected head, she thought, "I'll be as freckled as a guinea egg before this day is over." She had never in her life been out in the sunshine without a hat or veils, never handled reins without gloves to protect the white skin of her dimpled hands. Yet here she was, exposed to the sun in a broken-down wagon with a broken-down horse, dirty, sweaty, hungry, helpless to do anything but plod along at a snail's pace through a deserted land. What a few short weeks it had been since she was safe and secure. What a little while since she and everyone else had thought that Atlanta could never fall, that Georgia could never be invaded. But the small cloud which appeared in the northwest 4 months ago had blown up into a mighty storm, and then into a screaming tornado, sweeping away her world, whirling her out of her sheltered life, and dropping her down in the midst of this still, haunted desolation. Was Tara still standing? Or was Tara also gone with the wind, which had swept through Georgia? She laid the whip on the tired horse's back and tried to urge him on, while the waggling wheels rocked them drunkenly from side to side. There was death in the air. In the rays of the late afternoon sun, every well-remembered field and forest grove was green and still, with an unearthly quiet that struck terror to Scarlett's heart. Every empty, shell-pitted house they had passed that day, every gaunt chimney standing sentinel over smoke-blackened ruins, had frightened her more. They hadn't seen a living human being or animal since the night before. Dead men and dead horses, yes, and dead mules lying by the road, swollen, covered with flies, but nothing alive. No far-off cattle lowed, no birds sang, no wind waved the trees. Only the tired plop-plop of the horse's feet and the weak wailing of Melanie's baby broke the stillness. The countryside lay as under some dread enchantment. Or worse still, thought Scarlett with a chill, like the familiar and dear face of a mother, beautiful and quiet at last, after death agonies. She felt that the once familiar woods were full of ghosts. Thousands had died in the fighting near Jonesboro. They were here in these haunted woods where the slanting afternoon sun gleamed eerily through unmoving leaves, friends and foes, peering at her in her rickety wagon, through eyes blinded with blood and red dust, glazed, horrible eyes. "Mother, Mother," she whispered. If she could only win to Ellen. If only, by a miracle of God, Tara were still standing, and she could drive up the long avenue of trees and go into the house and see her mother's kind, tender face, could feel once more the soft, capable hands that drove out fear, could clutch Ellen's skirts and bury her face in them. Mother would know what to do. She wouldn't let Melanie and her baby die. She would drive away all ghosts and fears with her quiet, "Hush, hush." But Mother was ill, perhaps dying, Scarlet laid the whip across the weary rump of the horse. They must go faster. They had crept along this never-ending road all the long, hot day. Soon it would be night, and they would be alone in this desolation that was death. She gripped the reins tighter with hands that were blistered, and slapped them fiercely on the horse's back, her aching arms burning at the movement. If she could only reach the kind arms of Tara and Ellen and lay down her burdens, far too heavy for her young shoulders. The dying woman, the fading baby, her own hungry little boy, the frightened Negro, all looking to her for strength, for guidance, all reading in her straight-back courage she did not possess, and strength which had long since failed. The exhausted horse didn't respond to the whip or reins, but shambled on, dragging his feet, stumbling on small rocks and swaying as if ready to fall to his knees. But as twilight came, they at last entered the final lap of the long journey. They rounded the bend of the wagon path and turned into the main road. Tara was only a mile away. Here loomed up the dark bulk of the mock-orange hedge that marked the beginning of the McIntosh property. A little farther on, Scarlet drew rein in front of the avenue of oaks that led from the road to old Angus McIntosh's house. She peered through the gathering dusk down the 2 lines of ancient trees. All was dark. Not a single light showed in the house or in the quarters. Straining her eyes in the darkness, she dimly discerned a sight which had grown familiar through that terrible day. 2 tall chimneys, like gigantic tombstones towering above the ruined 2nd floor, and broken unlit windows blotching the wall like still, blind eyes. "Hello!" she shouted, summoning all her strength. "Hello!" Prissy clawed at her in a frenzy of fright, and Scarlet, turning, saw that her eyes were rolling in her head. "Don't holler, Miss Scarlet. Please don't holler again," she whispered, her voice shaking. "There ain't no telling what might answer." "Dear God," thought Scarlet, a shiver running through her. "Dear God, she's right. Anything might come out of there." She flapped the reins and urged the horse forward. The sight of the McIntosh house had pricked the last bubble of hope remaining to her. It was burned, in ruins, deserted, as were all the plantations she had passed that day. Tara lay only a half a mile away, on the same road, right in the path of the army. Tara was leveled too. She would find only the blackened bricks, starlight shining through the roofless walls. Ellen and Gerald gone. The girls gone. Mammy gone. The Negroes gone. God knows where. And this hideous stillness over everything. Why had she come on this fool's errand, against all common sense, dragging Melanie and her child? Better that they had died in Atlanta than tortured by this day of burning sun and jolting wagon to die in the silent ruins of Tara. But Ashley had left Melanie in her care. Take care of her. Oh, that beautiful, heartbreaking day when he had kissed her goodbye before he went away forever. "You'll take care of her, won't you? Promise." And she had promised. Why had she ever bound herself with such a promise, doubly binding now that Ashley was gone? Even in her exhaustion she hated Melanie, hated the tiny mewing voice of her child which fainter and fainter pierced the stillness. But she had promised, and now they belonged to her. Even as Wade and Prissy belonged to her, and she must struggle and fight for them as long as she had strength or breath. She could have left them in Atlanta, dumped Melanie into the hospital and deserted her. But had she done that, she could never face Ashley, either on this earth or in the hereafter, and tell him that she had left his wife and child to die among strangers. Oh, Ashley! Where was he tonight while she toiled down this haunted road with his wife and baby? Was he alive, and did he think of her as he lay behind the bars at Rock Island? Or was he dead of smallpox months ago, rotting in some long ditch with hundreds of other Confederates? Scarlett's taut nerves almost cracked as a sudden noise sounded in the underbrush near them. Prissy screamed loudly, throwing herself to the floor of the wagon, the baby beneath her. Melanie stirred feebly, her hands seeking the baby, and Wade covered his eyes and cowered, too frightened to cry. Then the bushes beside them crashed apart under the heavy hooves, and a low moaning bawl assaulted their ears. "It's only a cow," said Scarlett, her voice rough with fright. "Don't be a fool, Prissy. You've mashed the baby and frightened Miss Mellie and Wade." "It's a ghost," moaned Prissy, writhing face down on the wagon boards. Turning deliberately, Scarlett raised the tree limb she had been using as a whip and brought it down across Prissy's back. She was too exhausted and weak from fright to tolerate weakness in anyone else. "Sit up, you fool," she said, "before I wear this out on you." Yelping, Prissy raised her head and, peering over the side of the wagon, saw it was indeed a cow, a red and white animal which stood looking at them appealingly with large, frightened eyes. Opening its mouth, it lowed again as if in pain. "Is it hurt? That doesn't sound like an ordinary moo." "Sound to me like her bag full and she need milking bad," said Prissy, regaining some measure of control. "Speck it one of Mr. McIntosh's that the niggers drive in the woods and the Yankees didn't get." "We'll take it with us," Scarlett decided swiftly. "Then we can have some milk for the baby." "How are we gwine to take a cow with us, Miss Scarlett? We can't take no cow with us. Cow ain't no good nohow if she ain't been milked lately. The bag swells up and busts. That's why she hollerin'. Since you know so much about it, take off your petticoat and tear it up and tie it to the back of the wagon." "Miss Scarlett, you knows I ain't had no petticoat for a month, and did I have one, I wouldn't put it on her for nothing." Scarlett laid down the reins and pulled up her skirt. The lace-trimmed petticoat beneath was the last garment she possessed that was pretty and whole. She untied the waist tape and slipped it down over her feet, crushing the soft linen folds between her hands. Rhett had brought her that linen and lace from Nassau on the last boat he slipped through the blockade, and she had worked a week to make the garment. Resolutely she took it by the hem and jerked, put it in her mouth and gnawed, until finally the material gave with a rip and tore the length. She gnawed furiously, tore with both hands, and the petticoat lay in strips in her hands. She knotted the ends with fingers that bled from blisters and shook from fatigue. "Slip this over her horns," she directed. But Prissy balked. "I scared of cows, Miss Scarlett. I ain't never had nothing to do with cows. I ain't no yard nigger. I's a house nigger." "You're a fool, nigger. And the worst day's work Pa ever did was to buy you," said Scarlett slowly, too tired for anger. "And if I ever get the use of my arm again, I'll wear this whip out on you." There, she thought. I've said nigger, and Mother wouldn't like that at all. Prissy rolled her eyes wildly, peeping first at the set face of her mistress, and then at the cow which bawled plaintively. Scarlett seemed the less dangerous of the two, so Prissy clutched at the sides of the wagon and remained where she was. Stiffly, Scarlett climbed down from the seat, each movement an agony of aching muscles. Prissy was not the only one who was scared of cows. Scarlett had always feared them. Even the mildest cow seemed sinister to her. But this was no time to truckle to small fears when great ones crowded so thick upon her. Fortunately, the cow was gentle. In its pain, it had sought human companionship and help, and it made no threatening gesture as she looped one end of the torn petticoat about its horns. She tied the other end to the back of the wagon as securely as her awkward fingers would permit, Then, as she started back toward the driver's seat, a vast weariness assailed her, and she swayed dizzily. She clutched the side of the wagon to keep from falling. Melanie opened her eyes and, seeing Scarlett standing beside her, whispered, "Dear, are we home?" Home. Hot tears came to Scarlett's eyes at the word. Home. Melanie didn't know there was no home, and that they were alone in a mad and desolate world. "Not yet," she said, as gently as the constriction of her throat would permit. "But we will be soon. I've just found a cow, and soon we'll have some milk for you and the baby." "Poor baby," whispered Melanie, her hand creeping feebly toward her child and falling short. Climbing back into the wagon required all the strength Scarlett could muster. But at last it was done, and she picked up the lines. The horse stood with head drooping dejectedly and refused to start. Scarlett laid on the whip mercilessly. She hoped God would forgive her for hurting a tired animal. If he didn't, she was sorry. After all, Tara lay just ahead, and after the next quarter of a mile, the horse could drop in the shafts if he liked. Finally, he started slowly, the wagon creaking, and the cow lowing mournfully at every step. The pained animal's voice rasped on Scarlett's nerves until she was tempted to stop and untie the beast. What good would the cow do them anyway, if there should be no one at Tara? She couldn't milk her, and even if she could, the animal would probably kick anyone who touched her sore udders. But she had the cow, and she might as well keep her. There was little else she had in this world now. Scarlett's eyes grew misty when, at last, they reached the bottom of a gentle incline, for just over the rise lay Tara. Then her heart sank. The decrepit animal would never pull the hill. The slope had always seemed so slight, so gradual, in days when she galloped up it on her fleet-footed mare. It didn't seem possible it could have grown so steep since she saw it last. The horse would never make it with a heavy load. Wearily she dismounted and took the animal by the bridle. "Get out, Prissy," she commanded, "and take Wade. Either carry him or make him walk. Lay the baby by Miss Melanie." Wade broke into sobs and whimperings from which Scarlett could only distinguish, "Doc, Doc, Wade frightened." "Miss Scarlett, I can't walk. My feet's done blistered, and they's through my shoes. And Wade and me don't weigh so much, and get out. Get out before I pull you out. And if I do, I'm going to leave you right here in the dark by yourself. Quick now." Prissy moaned, peering at the dark trees that closed about them on both sides of the road. Trees which might reach out and clutch her if she left the shelter of the wagon. But she laid the baby beside Melanie, scrambled to the ground, and, reaching up, lifted Wade out. The little boy sobbed, shrinking close to his nurse. "Make him hush. I can't stand it," said Scarlett, taking the horse by the bridle and pulling him to a reluctant start. "Be a little man, Wade, and stop crying, or I will come over there and slap you." Why had God invented children, she thought savagely as she turned her ankle cruelly on the dark road. Useless crying nuisances they were, always demanding care, always in the way. In her exhaustion, there was no room for compassion for the frightened child, trotting by Prissy's side, dragging at her hand and sniffling. Only a weariness that she had borne him. Only a tired wonder that she had ever married Charles Hamilton. "Miss Scarlett," whispered Prissy, clutching her mistress's arm, "don't let's go to Tara. They's not there. They's all done gone. Maybe they dead, Ma and all of 'em." The echo of her own thoughts infuriated her, and Scarlet shook off the pinching fingers. "Then give me Wade's hand. You could sit right down here and stay." "No, no." "Then hush." How slowly the horse moved. The moisture from his slobbering mouth dripped down upon her hand. Through her mind ran a few words of the song she had once sung with Rhett. She couldn't recall the rest. "Just a few more days for to tote the weary load." "Just a few more steps," hummed her brain over and over. "Just a few more steps for to tote the weary load." Then they topped the rise, and before them lay the Oaks of Taro, a towering dark mass against the darkening sky. Scarlet looked hastily to see if there was a light anywhere. There was none. "They are gone," said her heart, like a cold lead in her breast. "Gone." She turned the horse's head into the driveway, and the cedars, meeting over their heads, cast them into midnight blackness. Peering up the long tunnel of darkness, straining her eyes, she saw ahead. Or did she see? Were her tired eyes playing her tricks? The white bricks of Tara blurred and indistinct. Home! Home! The dear white walls, the windows with fluttering curtains, the wide verandas. Were they all there ahead of her, in the gloom? Or did the darkness mercifully conceal such a horror as the Mackintosh house? The avenue seemed miles long, and the horse, pulling stubbornly at her hand, plopped slower and slower. Eagerly her eyes searched the darkness. The roof seemed to be intact. Could it be? Could it be? No, it wasn't possible. War stopped for nothing, not even Tara, built to last 500 years. It could not have passed over Tara. Then the shadowy outline did take form. She pulled the horse forward faster. The white walls did show there through the darkness, and untarnished by smoke. Tara had escaped. Home! She dropped the bridle and ran the last few steps, leaped forward with an urge to clutch the walls themselves in her arms. Then she saw a form, shadowy in the dimness, emerging from the blackness of the front veranda and standing at the top of the steps. Tara was not deserted. Someone was home. A cry of joy rose to her throat and died there. The house was so dark and still, and the figure did not move or call to her. What was wrong? What was wrong? Tara stood intact, yet shrouded with the same eerie quiet that hung over the whole stricken countryside. Then the figure moved, stiffly and slowly. It came down the steps. "Pa?" she whispered huskily, doubting almost that it was he. "It's me, Katie Scarlet. I've come home." Gerald moved toward her, silent as a sleepwalker, his stiff leg dragging. He came close to her, looking at her in a dazed way as if he believed she was part of a dream. Putting out his hand, he laid it on her shoulder. Scarlet felt it tremble as if he had been awakened from a nightmare into a half-sense of reality. "Daughter," he said with an effort. "Daughter." Then he was silent. "Why, he's an old man," thought Scarlet. Gerald's shoulders sagged. In the face, which she could only see dimly, there was none of the virility, the restless vitality of Gerald, and the eyes that looked into hers had almost the same fear-stunned look that lay in little Wade's eyes. He was only a little old man and broken. And now, Fear of unknown things seized her, leaped swiftly out of the darkness at her, and she could only stand and stare at him, all the flood of questioning dammed up at her lips. From the wagon the faint wailing sounded again, and Gerald seemed to rouse himself with an effort. "It's Melanie and a baby," whispered Scarlet rapidly. "She's very ill. I brought her home." Gerald dropped his hand from her arm and straightened his shoulders. As he moved slowly to the side of the wagon, there was a ghostly semblance of the old host of Tara welcoming guests, as if Gerald spoke words from out of shadowy memory. "Cousin Melanie." Melanie's voice murmured indistinctly. "Cousin Melanie, this is your home. 12 Oaks is burned. You must stay with us." Thoughts of Melanie's prolonged suffering spurred Scarlet to action. The present was with her again, the necessity of laying Melanie and her child on a soft bed, and doing those small things for her that could be done. She must be carried. She can't walk. There was a scuffle of feet, and a dark figure emerged from the cave of the front hall. Pork ran down the steps. "Miss Scarlet! Miss Scarlet!" he cried. Scarlet caught him by the arms. Pork, part and parcel of Tara, as dear as the bricks and the cool corridors. She felt his tears stream down on her hands as he patted her clumsily, crying, "Sure is glad you back. Sure is." Prissy burst into tears and incoherent mumblings. "Poke, poke, honey." And little Wade, encouraged by the weakness of his elders, began sniffling. "Wade thirsty." Scarlet caught them all in hand. "Miss Melanie is in the wagon, and her baby, too. Pork, you must carry her upstairs very carefully, and put her in the back company room. Prissy, take the baby and Wade inside, and give Wade a drink of water. Is Mammy here, Pork? Tell her I want her." Galvanized by the authority in her voice, Pork approached the wagon and fumbled at the backboard. A moan was wrenched from Melanie as he half-lifted, half-dragged her from the feather tick on which she had lain so many hours. And then she was in Pork's strong arms, her head drooping like a child's across his shoulder. Prissy, holding the baby and dragging Wade by the hand, followed them up the wide steps and disappeared into the blackness of the hall. Scarlet's bleeding fingers sought her father's hand urgently. "Did they get well, Pa?" "The girls are recovering." Silence fell. And in the silence an idea too monstrous for words took form. She could not force it to her lips. She swallowed and swallowed, but a sudden dryness seemed to have stuck the sides of her throat together. Was this the answer to the frightening riddle of Tara's silence? As if answering the question in her mind, Gerald spoke. "Your mother," he said, and stopped. "And Mother?" "Your mother died yesterday." Her father's arm held tightly in her own. Scarlet felt her way down the wide, dark hall, which, even in its blackness, was as familiar as her own mind. She avoided the high-backed chairs, the empty gun rack, the old sideboard with its protruding claw feet, and she felt herself drawn by instinct to the tiny office at the back of the house where Ellen always sat, keeping her endless accounts. Surely, when she entered that room, Mother would again be sitting there before the secretary, and would look up, quill-poised, and rise with sweet fragrance and rustling hoops to meet her tired daughter. Ellen could not be dead, not even though Pa had said it over and over like a parrot that knows only one phrase. "She died yesterday. She died yesterday. She died yesterday." Queer that she should feel nothing now. Nothing except a weariness that shackled her limbs with heavy iron chains and a hunger that made her knees tremble. She would think of Mother later. She must put her mother out of her mind now, else she would stumble stupidly like Gerald or sob monotonously like Wade. Pork came down the wide, dark steps toward them, hurrying to press close to Scarlet like a cold animal toward a fire. "Lights?" she questioned. "Why is the house so dark, Pork? Bring candles." "They took all the candles, Miss Scarlet. All except one we been using to find things in the dark with, and it's about gone. Mammy been using a rag and a dish of hog fat for a light for nursing Miss Corrine and Miss Sue Ellen." "Bring what's left of the candle," she ordered. "Bring it into Mother's—" into the office. Pork pattered into the dining room, and Scarlet groped her way into the inky, small room and sank down on the sofa. Her father's arm still lay in the crook of hers, helpless, appealing, trusting, as only the hands of the very young and the very old can be. "He's an old man, an old tired man," she thought again, and vaguely wondered why she could not care. Light wavered into the room as Pork entered carrying high a half-burned candle stuck in a saucer. The dark cave came to life. The sagging old sofa on which they sat, the tall secretary reaching toward the ceiling with Mother's fragile carved chair before it. The racks of pigeonholes, still stuffed with papers written in her fine hand. The worn carpet. All were the same, except that Ellen was not there. Ellen, with a faint scent of lemon verbena sachet, and the sweet look in her tip-tilted eyes. Scarlet felt a small pain in her heart, as of nerves numbed by a deep wound, struggling to make themselves felt again. She must not let them come to life now. There was all the rest of her life ahead of her in which they could ache, but not now. Please, God, not now. She looked into Gerald's putty-colored face, and for the first time in her life she saw him unshaven, his once florid face covered with silvery bristles. Pork placed the candle on the candlestand and came to her side. Scarlet felt that if he had been a dog he would have laid his muzzle in her lap and whined for a kind hand upon his head. "Pork, how many darkies are here?" "Miss Scarlet, them trashy niggers done runned away, and some of them went off with the Yankees, and—" "How many are left?" "They's me, Miss Scarlet, and Mammy. She's been nursing the young missus all day, and Dilsey. She's setting up with the young missus now. Us three, Miss Scarlet." Us three, where there had been 100. Scarlet, with an effort, lifted her head on her aching neck. She knew she must keep her voice steady. To her surprise, words came out as coolly and naturally as if there had never been a war, and she could, by waving her hand, call 10 house servants to her. "Pork, I'm starving. Is there anything to eat?" "No, they took it all." "But the garden?" "They turned their horses loose in it." "Even the sweet potato hills?" Something almost like a pleased smile broke over his thick lips. "Miss Scarlet, I done forget the yams. I specs they's right there. Them Yankee folks ain't never seed no yams, and they thinks they's just roots, and—" "The moon will be up soon. You go out and dig us some and roast them. There's no cornmeal, no dried peas, no chickens?" "No'm, no'm. What chickens they didn't eat right here, they carried off 'cross their saddles." They. Was there no end to what they had done? Was it not enough to burn and kill? Must they also leave women and children and helpless Negroes to starve in a country which they had desolated? Scarlet, I got some apples Mammy buried under the house. We've been eating on 'em today. Bring them before you dig the potatoes. And pork, I feel so faint. Is there any wine in the cellar, even blackberry? Oh, Miss Scarlet, the cellar was the first place they went. A swimming nausea compounded of hunger, sleeplessness, exhaustion, and stunning blows came on suddenly, and she gripped the carved roses under her hand. "No wine?" she said dully, remembering the endless rows of bottles in the cellar. A memory stirred. "Pork, what of the corn whiskey Pa buried in the oak barrel under the Scuppernong arbor?" Another ghost of a smile lit the black face, a smile of pleasure and respect. "Miss Scarlet, you sure is the beatin'est child. I done plumb forget that barrel. But, Miss Scarlet, that whiskey ain't no good. Ain't been there but about a year, and whiskey ain't no good for ladies, nohow." How stupid Negroes were! They never thought of anything unless they were told, and the Yankees wanted to free them. "It'll be good enough for this lady and for Pa. Hurry, Pork, and dig it up, and bring us 2 glasses and some mint and sugar, and I'll mix a julep." His face was reproachful. "Miss Scarlet, you knows they ain't been no sugar at Tara for the longest. And they horses done ate up all the mint, and they done broke all the glasses. If he says they once more, I'll scream. I can't help it," she thought, and then aloud, "Well, hurry and get the whiskey, quickly. We'll take it neat." And as he turned, "Wait, Pork. There's so many things to do that I can't seem to think. Oh, yes, I brought home a horse and a cow, and the cow needs milking badly, and unharness the horse and water him. Go tell Mammy to look after the cow. Tell her she's got to fix the cow up somehow. Miss Melanie's baby will die if he doesn't get something to eat, and Miss Mellie can't." Pork paused delicately. "Miss Melanie has no milk. Dear God, but Mother would faint at that." "Well, Miss Scarlet, my Dilsey will tend to Miss Mellie's child. My Dilsey's got a new child herself, and she got more'n enough for both." "You've got a new baby, Pork?" "Babies, babies, babies. Why did God make so many babies?" But no, God didn't make them. Stupid people made them. "Yas'm, big fat black boy. Go tell Dilsey to leave the girls. I'll look after them. Tell her to nurse Miss Melanie's baby and do what she can for Miss Melanie. Tell Mammy to look after the cow and put that poor horse in the stable." "There ain't no stable, Miss Scarlet. They use it for firewood." "Don't tell me any more what they did. Tell Dilsey to look after them, and you, Pork, go dig up that whiskey and then some potatoes." "But, Miss Scarlet, I ain't got no light to dig by." "You can use a stick of firewood, can't you?" "There ain't no firewood. Do something. I don't care what. But dig those things and dig them fast. Now hurry." Pork scurried from the room as her voice roughened, and Scarlet was left alone with Gerald. She patted his leg gently. She noted how shrunken were the thighs that once bulged with saddle muscles. She must do something to drag him from his apathy. But she couldn't ask about Mother. That must come later, when she could stand it. "Why didn't they burn Tara?" Gerald stared at her for a moment as if not hearing her, and she repeated her question. "Why," he fumbled, "they used the house as a headquarters." "Yankees? In this house?" A feeling that the beloved walls had been defiled rose in her. This house, sacred because Ellen had lived in it, And those in it?
So they were, daughter. We saw the smoke from 12 Oaks across the river before they came. But Miss Honey and Miss India and some of their darkies had refugeed to Macon, so we didn't worry about them. But we couldn't be going to Macon. The girls were so sick. Your mother... We couldn't be going. Our darkies ran, I'm not knowing where. They stole the wagons and the mules. Mammy and Dilsey and Pork, they didn't run. The girls, your mother, we couldn't be moving them.
Yes. You mustn't talk about Mother. Anything else. Even that General Sherman himself had used this room, Mother's office, for his headquarters. Anything else.
The Yankees were moving on to Jonesboro to cut the railroad, and they came up the road from the river, thousands and thousands, and cannon and horses, thousands. I met them on the front porch.
Oh, gallant little Gerald, thought Scarlett, her heart swelling. Gerald meeting the enemy on the stairs of Tara, as if an army stood behind him instead of in front of him.
They said for me to leave, that they would be burning the place. And I said that they would be burning it over my head. We could not leave. The girls, your mother, were...
And then? Must he revert to Ellen always?
I told them there was sickness in the house, the typhoid, and it was death to move them. They could burn the roof over us. I did not want to leave anyway. Leave Tara.
His voice trailed off into silence as he looked absently about the walls, and Scarlett understood. There were too many Irish ancestors crowding behind Gerald's shoulders. Men who had died on scant acres, fighting to the end rather than leave the homes where they had lived, ploughed, loved, begotten sons. I said that they would be burning the house over the heads of 3 dying women, but we would not leave. The young officer was a gentleman. A Yankee gentleman? Why, Pa!
A gentleman. He galloped away, and soon he was back with a captain, a surgeon, and he looked at the girls and your mother.
You let a damned Yankee into their room?
He had opium. We had none. He saved your sisters. Sue Ellen was hemorrhaging. He was as kind as he knew how. And when he reported that they were ill, they did not burn the house. They moved in, some general, his staff, crowding in. They filled all the rooms except the sick room, and the soldiers... He paused again, as if too tired to go on. His stubbly chin sank heavily in loose folds of flesh on his chest. With an effort he spoke again. They camped all around the house, everywhere, in the cotton, in the corn. The pasture was blue with them. That night there were 1,000 campfires. They tore down the fences and burned them to cook with in the barns and the stables and the smokehouse. They killed the cows and the hogs and the chickens. Even my turkeys. Gerald's precious turkeys. So they were gone. They took things, even the pictures, some of the furniture, the china, the silver. Pork and Mammy did something with the silver, put it in the well, but I'm not remembering now. Gerald's voice was fretful. Then they fought the battle from here, from Tara. There was so much noise, people galloping up and stamping about. And later the cannon at Jonesboro. It sounded like thunder. Even the girls could hear it, sick as they were. And they kept saying over and over, "Papa, make it stop thundering."
And Mother, did she know Yankees were in the house?
She never knew anything.
Thank God, said Scarlet. Mother was spared that. Mother never knew, never heard the enemy in the rooms below, never heard the guns at Jonesboro, never learned that the land which was part of her heart was under Yankee feet. I saw few of them, for I stayed upstairs with the girls and your mother. I saw the young surgeon mostly. He was kind, so kind, Scarlet. After he'd worked all day with the wounded, he came and sat with them. He even left some medicine. He told me when they moved on that the girls would recover, but your mother, she was so frail, he said, too frail to stand it all. He said she had undermined her strength. In the silence that fell, Scarlet saw her mother as she must have been in those last days, a thin tower of strength in terror, nursing, working, doing without sleep and food, that the others might rest and eat. And then they moved on. Then they moved on. He was silent for a long time, and then fumbled at her hand. "It's glad I am you are home," he said simply. There was a scraping noise on the back porch. Poor Pork, trained for 40 years to clean his shoes before entering the house, did not forget, even in a time like this. He came in, carefully carrying 2 gourds, and the strong smell of dripping spirits entered before him. "I spilled a plenty, Miss Scarlet. It's powerful hard to pour out a bunghole into a gourd." "That's quite all right, Pork, and thank you." She took the wet gourd dipper from him, her nostrils wrinkling in distaste at the reek. "Drink this, Father," she said, pushing the whiskey in its strange receptacle into his hand and taking the second gourd of water from Pork. Gerald raised it, obedient as a child, and gulped noisily. She handed the water to him, but he shook his head. As she took the whiskey from him and held it to her mouth, she saw his eyes follow her, a vague stirring of disapproval in them. "I know no lady drinks spirits," she said briefly. "But today I'm no lady, Pa, and there is work to do tonight." She tilted the dipper, drew a deep breath, and drank swiftly. The hot liquid burned down her throat to her stomach, choking her and bringing tears to her eyes. She drew another breath and raised it again. "Katie Scarlet," said Gerald, the first note of authority she had heard in his voice since her return. "That is enough. You're not knowing spirits, and they will be making you tipsy." "Tipsy!" She laughed an ugly laugh. "Tipsy! I hope it makes me drunk. I would like to be drunk and forget all of this." She drank again, a slow train of warmth lighting in her veins and stealing through her body until even her fingertips tingled. What a blessed feeling, this kindly fire! It seemed to penetrate even her ice-locked heart, and strength came coursing back into her body. Seeing Gerald's puzzled, hurt face, she patted his knee again and managed an imitation of the pert smile he used to love. "How could it make me tipsy, Pa? I'm your daughter. Haven't I inherited the steadiest head in Clayton County?" He almost smiled into her tired face. The whiskey was bracing him, too. She handed it back to him. "Now you're going to take another drink, and then I'm going to take you upstairs and put you to bed." She caught herself. Why, this was the way she talked to Wade. She shouldn't address her father like this. It was disrespectful. But he hung on her words. "Yes, put you to bed," she added lightly, "and give you another drink. Maybe all the dipper, and make you go to sleep. You need sleep,
And Katie Scarlet is here. So you need not worry about anything. Drink." He drank again obediently, and, slipping her arm through his, she pulled him to his feet. "Pork." Pork took the gourd in one hand and Gerald's arm in the other. Scarlet picked up the flaring candle, and the three walked slowly into the dark hall, and up the winding steps. The room where Sue Ellen and Corinne lay mumbling and tossing on the same bed stank vilely with the smell of the twisted rag burning in a saucer of bacon fat, which provided the only light. When Scarlet first opened the door, the thick atmosphere of the room, with all windows closed and the air reeking with sick-room odors, medicine smells, and stinking grease, almost made her faint. Doctors might say that fresh air was fatal in a sick room, but if she were to sit here, she must have air or die. She opened the 3 windows, bringing in the smell of oak leaves and earth. But the fresh air could do little toward dispelling the sickening odors which had accumulated for weeks in this close room. Corinne and Sue Ellen, emaciated and white, slept brokenly and awoke to mumble with wide, staring eyes in the tall 4-poster bed where they had whispered together in better, happier days. In the corner of the room was an empty bed, a narrow French Empire bed with curling head and foot, a bed which Ellen had brought from Savannah. This was where Ellen had lain. Scarlet sat beside the 2 girls, staring at them stupidly. The whiskey taken on a stomach long empty was playing tricks on her. Sometimes her sisters seemed far away and tiny, and their incoherent voices came to her like the buzz of insects. And again, they loomed large, rushing at her with lightning speed. She was tired to the bone. She could lie down and sleep for days. If she could only lie down and sleep and wake to feel Ellen gently shaking her arm and saying, "It is late, Scarlet. You must not be so lazy." But she could not ever do that again. If there were only Ellen, someone older than she, wiser and unweary, to whom she could go. Someone in whose lap she could lay her head. Someone on whose shoulders she could rest her burdens. The door opened softly, and Dilsey entered, Melanie's baby held to her breast, the gourd of whiskey in her hand. In the smoky, uncertain light, she seemed thinner than when Scarlet last saw her, and the Indian blood was more evident in her face. The high cheekbones were more prominent, the hawk-bridged nose was sharper, and her copper skin gleamed with a brighter hue. Her faded calico dress was open to the waist, and her large bronze breast exposed. Held close against her, Melanie's baby pressed his pale rosebud mouth greedily to the dark nipple, sucking, gripping tiny fists against the soft flesh like a kitten in the warm fur of its mother's belly. Scarlet rose unsteadily and put her hand on Dilsey's arm. "It was good of you to stay, Dilsey." "How could I go off with them tressy niggers, Miss Scarlet, after your pa been so good to buy me and my little Prissy, and your ma been so kind?" "Sit down, Dilsey. The baby can eat all right, then? And how is Miss Melanie?" "Nothing wrong with this child except he hungry. And what it take to feed a hungry child, I got. No, Miss Melanie is all right. She ain't gwine to die, Miss Scarlet. Don't you fret yourself. I seen too many white and black like her. She mighty tired and nervous-like and scared for this baby. But I hush her and give her some of what was left in that gourd, and she's sleeping." So the corn whiskey had been used by the whole family. Scarlet thought hysterically that perhaps she had better give a drink to little Wade and see if it would stop his hiccups. And Melanie would not die. And when Ashley came home, if he did come home. No, she would think of that later, too. So much to think of later. So many things to unravel, to decide. If only she could put off the hour of reckoning forever. She started suddenly as a creaking noise and a rhythmic kerbunk, kerbunk broke the stillness of the air outside. "That's Mammy getting the water to sponge off the young missus. They takes a heap of bathing," explained Dilsey, propping the gourd on the table between medicine bottles and the glass. Scarlet laughed suddenly. Her nerves must be shredded if the noise of the well windlass, bound up in her earliest memories, could frighten her. Dilsey looked at her steadily as she laughed, her face immobile in its dignity. But Scarlet felt that Dilsey understood. She sank back in her chair. If she could only be rid of her tight stays, the collar that choked her, and the slippers still full of sand and gravel that blistered her feet. The windlass creaked slowly as the rope wound up, each creak bringing the bucket nearer the top. Soon Mammy would be with her. Ellen's Mammy. Her Mammy. She sat silent, intent on nothing, while the baby, already glutted with milk, whimpered because he had lost the friendly nipple. Dilsey, silent too, guided the child's mouth back, quieting him in her arms, as Scarlet listened to the slow scuffing of Mammy's feet across the backyard. How still the night air was! The slightest sounds roared in her ears. The upstairs hall seemed to shake as Mammy's ponderous weight came toward the door. Then Mammy was in the room, Mammy with shoulders dragged down by 2 heavy wooden buckets, her kind black face sad with the uncomprehending sadness of a monkey's face. Her eyes lighted up at the sight of Scarlet. Her white teeth gleamed as she set down the buckets, and Scarlet ran to her, laying her head on the broad, sagging breasts which had held so many heads, black and white. Here was something of stability, thought Scarlet, something of the old life that was unchanging. But Mammy's first words dispelled this illusion. "Mammy's child is home. Oh, Miss Scarlet, now that Miss Ellen's in the grave, what is we going to do? Oh, Miss Scarlet, effen I was just dead alongside Miss Ellen. I can't make out without Miss Ellen. Ain't nothing left now but misery and trouble. Just weary loads, honey. Just weary loads." As Scarlet lay with her head hugged close to Mammy's breast, 2 words caught her attention. Weary loads. Those were the words which had hummed in her brain that afternoon so monotonously they had sickened her. Now she remembered the rest of the song, remembered with a sinking heart. "Just a few more days for to tote the weary load. No matter, 'twill never be light. Just a few more days till we totter in the road. No matter, 'twill never be light." She took the words to her tired mind. Would her load never be light? Was coming to Tara to mean not blessed surcease, but only more loads to carry? She slipped from Mammy's arms and, reaching up, patted the wrinkled black face. "Honey, your hands." Mammy took the small hands with their blisters and blood clots in hers, and looked at them with horrified disapproval. "Miss Scarlet, I done told you and told you that you can allers tell a lady by her hands, and your face sunburnt too." Poor Mammy. Still the martinet about such unimportant things, even though war and death had just passed over her head. In another moment she would be saying that young misses with blistered hands and freckles most generally didn't never catch husbands. And Scarlet forestalled the remark. "Mammy, I want you to tell me about Mother. I couldn't bear to hear Pa talk about her." Tears started from Mammy's eyes as she leaned down to pick up the buckets. In silence she carried them to the bedside, and turning down the sheet, began pulling up the night clothes of Sue Ellen and Corinne. Scarlett, peering at her sisters in the dim flaring light, saw that Corinne wore a nightgown clean but in tatters, and Sue Ellen lay wrapped in an old negligee, a brown linen garment heavy with tagging ends of Irish lace. Mammy cried silently as she sponged the gaunt bodies, using the remnant of an old apron as a cloth. "Miss Scarlett, it was them Slatterys, them trashy, no-good, low-down, po-white Slatterys that killed Miss Ellen. I done told her it don't do no good doing things for trashy folks. But Miss Ellen was so set in her ways, and her heart so soft. She could never say no to nobody what needed her." "Slatterys?" questioned Scarlett, bewildered. "How did they come in?" "They was sick with this here thing." Mammy gestured with her rag to the two naked girls dripping with water on the damp sheet. "Oh, Miss Slattery's gal Emmy come down with it, and Miss Slattery come hot-footing it up here after Miss Ellen, like she always done when anything wrong. Why didn't she nurse her own? Miss Ellen had more'n she could tote anyways. But Miss Ellen, she went down there, and she nursed Emmy. And Miss Ellen wasn't well at all herself, Miss Scarlett. Your ma hadn't been well for the longest. There ain't been too much to eat round here, with the commissary stealing everything us growed. And Miss Ellen eat like a bird anyways. And I told her to let them white trash alone, but she didn't pay me no mind. Well, about the time Emmy looked like she getting better, Miss Corinne come down with it. Yes'm, the typhoid fly right up the road and catch Miss Corinne, and then down come Miss Sue Ellen. So Miss Ellen, she took and nursed them too. With all the fighting up the road and the Yankees crossed the river, and us not knowing what was going to happen to us, and the field hands running off every night, I was about crazy. But Miss Ellen just as cool as a cucumber, except she was worried to a ghost about the young missus, 'cause we couldn't get no medicines nor nothing. And one night, she says to me after we'd done sponge off the young missus about 10 times, she say, "Mammy, if I could sell my soul, I'd sell it for some ice to put on my girls' heads." She wouldn't let Mr. Gerald come in here, nor Rosa, nor Tina, nobody but me, 'cause I done had the typhoid. And then it took her, Miss Scarlett, and I seed right off that 'twarn't no use. Mammy straightened up, raising her apron, dried her streaming eyes. She went fast, Miss Scarlett, and even that nice Yankee doctor couldn't do nothing for her. She didn't know nothing at all. I called to her and talked to her, but she didn't even know her own mammy. Did she ever mention me? Call for me? No, honey. She thinks she a little gal back in Savannah. She didn't call nobody by name. Dilsey stirred and laid the sleeping baby across her knees. Yes'm, she did. She did call somebody. You hush your mouth, you Injun nigger. Mammy turned with threatening violence on Dilsey. Hush, Mammy. Who did she call, Dilsey? Pa? No'm, not your pa. It was the night the cotton burnt. Has the cotton gone? Tell me quickly. Yes'm, it burnt up. The soldiers rolls it out of the shed into the backyard and hollers, "Here's the biggest bonfire in Georgia, and touch it off." 3 years of stored cotton, $150,000 all in one blaze. And the fire light up the place like it was day. We were scared the house would burn too, and it was so bright in this here room that you could most pick a needle offen the floor. And when the light shine in the window, it looked like it waked Miss Ellen up and she sit right up in bed and cry out loud, time and again, Philippe! Philippe! I never heard no such name. But it was a name, and she was calling him. Mammy stood as though turned to stone, glaring at Dilsey. But Scarlet dropped her head into her hands. Philippe. Who was he, and what had he been to Mother? That she died calling him. The long road from Atlanta to Tara had ended. Ended in a blank wall. The road that was to end in Ellen's arms. Never again could Scarlet lie down, as a child, secure beneath her father's roof, with the protection of her mother's love wrapped about her like an eider-down quilt. There was no security or haven to which she could turn now. No turning or twisting would avoid this dead end to which she had come. There was no one on whose shoulders she could rest her burdens. Her father was old and stunned, her sisters ill, Melanie frail and weak, the children helpless, and the Negroes looking up to her with childlike faith, clinging to her skirts, knowing that Ellen's daughter would be the refuge Ellen had always been. Through the window, in the faint light of the rising moon, Tara stretched before her, Negroes gone, acres desolate, barns ruined, like a body bleeding under her eyes, like her own body slowly bleeding. This was the end of the road. Quivering old age, sickness, hungry mouths, helpless hands plucking at her skirts. And at the end of this road, there was nothing. Nothing but Scarlett O'Hara Hamilton, 19 years old, a widow with a little child. What would she do with all of this? Aunt Pitty and the Burrs in Macon could take Melanie and her baby. If the girls recovered, Ellen's family would have to take them, whether they liked it or not. And she and Gerald could turn to Uncle James and Andrew. She looked at the thin forms, tossing before her, the sheets about them moist and dark from dripping water. She didn't like Sue Ellen. She saw it now with a sudden clarity. She had never liked her. She did not especially love Corinne. She could not love anyone who was weak. But they were of her blood, part of Tara. No, she could not let them live out their lives in their aunts' homes as poor relations. And O'Hara, a poor relation, living on charity bread and sufferance? Oh, never that. Was there no escape from this dead end? Her tired brain moved so slowly. She raised her hands to her head as wearily as if the air were water against which her arms struggled. She took the gourd from between the glass and bottle and looked in it. There was some whiskey left in the bottom. How much she couldn't tell in the uncertain light. Strange that a sharp smell didn't offend her nostrils now. She drank slowly, but this time the liquid didn't burn. Only a dull warmth followed. She set down the empty gourd and looked about her. This was all a dream, this smoke-filled dim room. The scrawny girls, Mammy shapeless and huge crouching beside the bed, Dilsey a still bronze image with a sleeping pink morsel against her dark breast. All a dream from which she would awake, to smell bacon frying in the kitchen, hear the throaty laughter of the Negroes and the creaking of wagons fieldward bound, and Ellen's gentle, insistent hand upon her. Then she discovered she was in her own room, on her own bed, faint moonlight pricking the darkness, and Mammy and Dilsey were undressing her. The torturing stays no longer pinched her waist, and she could breathe deeply and quietly to the bottom of her lungs and her abdomen. She felt her stockings being stripped gently from her, and heard Mammy murmuring indistinguishable comforting sounds as she bathed her blistered feet. How cool the water was! How good to lie here in softness, like a child! She sighed and relaxed, and after a time, which might have been a year or a second, She was alone, and the room was brighter as the rays of the moon streamed in across the bed. She didn't know she was drunk with fatigue and whiskey. She only knew she had left her tired body and floated somewhere above it, where there was no pain and no weariness, and her brain saw things with an inhuman clarity. She was seeing things with new eyes, for somewhere along the long road to Terra, she had left her girlhood behind her. She was no longer plastic clay, yielding imprint to each new experience. The clay had hardened. Some time in this indeterminate day, which had lasted 1,000 years, tonight was the last time she would ever be ministered to as a child. She was a woman now, and youth was gone. No, she could not, would not turn to Gerald's or Ellen's families. The O'Haras did not take charity. The O'Haras looked after their own. Her burdens were her own, and burdens were for shoulders strong enough to bear them. She thought without surprise, looking down from her height, that her shoulders were strong enough to bear anything now, having borne the worst that could ever happen to her. She could not desert Terra. She belonged to the Red Acres far more than they could ever belong to her. Her roots went deep into the blood-colored soil and sucked up life, as did the cotton. She would stay at Terra and keep it somehow. Keep her father and her sisters, Melanie and Ashley's child, the Negroes. Tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow. Tomorrow she would fit the yoke about her neck. Tomorrow there would be so many things to do. Go to 12 Oaks and the McIntosh place and see if anything was left in the deserted gardens. Go to the river swamps and beat them for straying hogs and chickens. Go to Jonesboro and Lovejoy with Ellen's jewelry. There must be someone left there who would sell something to eat. Tomorrow. Tomorrow. Her brain ticked slowly and more slowly, like a clock running down. But the clarity of vision persisted. Of a sudden, the oft-told family tales to which she had listened since babyhood, listened half-bored, impatient, and but partly comprehending, were crystal clear. Gerald, penniless, had raised Terra. Ellen had risen above some mysterious sorrow. Grandfather Robillard, surviving the wreck of Napoleon's throne, had founded his fortunes anew on the fertile Georgia coast. Great-grandfather Prudhomme had carved a small kingdom out of the dark jungles of Haiti, lost it, and lived to see his name honored in Savannah. There were the Scarlets, who had fought with the Irish volunteers for a free Ireland, and had been hanged for their pains, and the O'Haras, who died at the Boyne, battling to the end for what was theirs. All had suffered crushing misfortunes, and had not been crushed. They had not been broken by the crash of empires, the machetes of revolting slaves, war, rebellion, proscription, confiscation. Malign fate had broken their necks, perhaps, but never their hearts. They had not whined, they had fought. And when they died spent but unquenched. All of those shadowy folks whose blood flowed in her veins seemed to move quietly in the moonlit room. And Scarlet was not surprised to see them. These kinsmen who had taken the worst that fate could send and hammered it into the best. Terra was her fate, her fight, and she must conquer it. She turned drowsily on her side, a slow creeping blackness enveloping her mind. Were they really there, whispering wordless encouragement to her? Or was this part of her dream? "Whether you are there or not," she murmured sleepily. "Good night. And thank you." Chapter 25. The next morning, Scarlet's body was so stiff and sore from the long miles of walking and jolting in the wagon that every movement was agony. Her face was crimson with sunburn, and her blistered palms raw. Her tongue was furred and her throat parched, as if flames had scorched it, and no amount of water could assuage her thirst. Her head felt swollen, and she winced even when she turned her eyes. The queasiness of the stomach, reminiscent of the early days of her pregnancy, made the smoking yams on the breakfast table unendurable, even to the smell. Gerald could have told her she was suffering the normal aftermath of her first experience with hard drinking. But Gerald noticed nothing. He sat at the head of the table, a grey old man with absent, faded eyes fastened on the door and head cocked slightly, to hear the rustle of Ellen's petticoats, to smell the lemon verbena sachet. As Scarlett sat down, he mumbled, "We will wait for Mrs. O'Hara. She's late." She raised an aching head, looked at him with startled incredulity, and met the pleading eyes of Mammy, who stood behind Gerald's chair. She rose unsteadily, her hand at her throat, and looked down at her father in the morning sunlight. He peered up at her vaguely, and she saw that his hands were shaking, that his head trembled a little. Until this moment she had not realized how much she had counted on Gerald to take command, to tell her what she must do. And now, why, last night he had seemed almost himself. There had been none of his usual bluster and vitality, but at least he had told a connected story, and now he didn't even remember Ellen was dead. The combined shock of the coming of the Yankees and her death had stunned him. She started to speak, but Mammy shook her head vehemently, and raising her apron, dabbed at her red eyes. "Oh, can Pa have lost his mind?" thought Scarlett, and her throbbing head felt as if it would crack with this added strain. No, he's just dazed by it all. It's like he was sick. He'll get over it. He must get over it. What will I do if he doesn't? I won't think about it now. I won't think of him or Mother or of any of these awful things now. No, not till I can stand it. There are too many other things to think about. Things that can be helped without my thinking of those I can't help." She left the dining room without eating, and went out onto the back porch where she found Pork, barefooted in the ragged remains of his best livery, sitting on the steps cracking peanuts. Her head was hammering and throbbing, and the bright sunlight stabbed into her eyes. Merely holding herself erect required an effort of willpower, and she talked as briefly as possible, dispensing with the usual forms of courtesy her mother had always taught her to use with Negroes. She began asking questions so brusquely and giving orders so decisively, Pork's eyebrows went up in mystification. Miss Ellen didn't never talk so short to nobody, not even when she caught them stealing pullets and watermelons. She asked again about the fields, the gardens, the stock, and her green eyes had a hard, bright glaze which Pork had never seen in them before. "Yas'm, that horse dead, layin' there while I tie him with his nose in the water bucket he turned over. No, the cow ain't dead. Didn't you know? She done have a calf last night. That's why she bellows so." "A fine midwife your Prissy will make," Scarlett remarked caustically. "She said she was bellowing because she needed milking." "Well, Prissy ain't fixin' to be no cow midwife, Miss Scarlett," Pork said tactfully. "And ain't no use quarreling with blessings, 'cause that calf going to mean a full cow and plenty buttermilk for the young missus, like that Yankee doctor say they need." "All right, go on. Any stock left?" "No, nothing except one old sow and her litter. I drive them into the swamp the day the Yankees come, but the Lord knows how we gwine get them. She mean, that sow." "We'll get them all right. You and Prissy can start right now hunting for her." Pork was amazed and indignant. "Miss Scarlett, that's a field hand's business. I always been a house nigger." A small fiend with a pair of hot tweezers plucked behind Scarlett's eyeballs. "You two will catch the sow or get out of here, like the field hands did." Tears trembled in Pork's hurt eyes. Oh, if only Miss Ellen were here.
She understood such niceties and realized the wide gap between the duties of a field hand and those of a house nigger. "Get out, Miss Scarlet." "Where'd I get out to, Miss Scarlet?" "I don't know and I don't care. But anyone at Tara who won't work can go hunt up the Yankees. You can tell the others that, too." "Yes'm." "Now what about the corn and the cotton, Pork?" "The corn? Lord, Miss Scarlet, they pastured the horses in the corn, and carried off what the horses didn't eat or spell. And they drive the cannons and wagons across the cotton till it plumb ruined, except a few acres over on the creek bottom that they didn't notice. But that cotton ain't worth fooling with, 'cause ain't but about 3 bales over there." 3 bales. Scarlet thought of the scores of bales Tara usually yielded, and her head hurt worse. 3 bales! That was little more than a shiftless Slattery's raised. To make matters worse, there was the question of taxes. The Confederate government took cotton for taxes in lieu of money, but 3 bales wouldn't even cover the taxes. Little did it matter, though. To her or the Confederacy, now that all the field hands had run away and there was no one to pick the cotton. "Well, I won't think of that either," she told herself. "Taxes aren't a woman's job anyway. Pa ought to look after such things, but Pa... I won't think of Pa now. The Confederacy can whistle for its taxes. What we need now is something to eat. Pork, have any of you been to 12 Oaks or the McIntosh place to see if there's anything left in the gardens there?" "No, ma'am. Us ain't left Tara. The Yankees might get us." "I'll send Dilsey over to McIntosh. Perhaps she'll find something there. And I'll go to 12 Oaks." "Who with, child?" "By myself. Mammy must stay with the girls, and Mr. Gerald can't—" Pork set up an outcry which she found infuriating. There might be Yankees or mean niggers at 12 Oaks. She mustn't go alone. "That will be enough, Pork. Tell Dilsey to start immediately. And you and Prissy go bring in the sow and her litter," she said briefly, turning on her heel. Mammy's old sunbonnet, faded but clean, hung on its peg on the back porch, and Scarlet put it on her head, remembering, as from another world, the bonnet with the curling green plume which Rhett had brought her from Paris. She picked up a large split-oak basket and started down the back stairs, each step jouncing her head until her spine seemed to be trying to crash through the top of her skull. The road down to the river lay red and scorching between the ruined cotton fields. There were no trees to cast a shade, and the sun beat down through Mammy's sunbonnet as if it were made of tarlatan instead of heavy quilted calico, while the dust floating upwards sifted into her nose and throat until she felt the membranes would crack dryly if she spoke. Deep ruts and furrows were cut into the road where the horses had dragged heavy guns along it, and the red gullies on either side were deeply gashed by the wheels. The cotton was mangled and trampled where cavalry and infantry, forced off the narrow road by the artillery, had marched through the green bushes, grinding them into the earth. Here and there in the road and fields lay buckles and bits of harness leather, canteens flattened by hooves and caisson wheels, buttons, blue caps, worn socks, bits of bloody rags, all the litter left by a marching army. She passed the clump of cedars and the low brick wall which marked the family burying ground, trying not to think of the new grave lying by the 3 short mounds of her little brothers. Oh, Ellen. She trudged on down the dusty hill, passing the heap of ashes and the stumpy chimney where the Slattery house had stood. And she wished savagely that the whole tribe of them had been part of the ashes. If it hadn't been for the Slatterys, if it hadn't been for that nasty Emmy, who'd had a bastard brat by their overseer, Ellen wouldn't have died. She moaned as a sharp pebble cut into her blistered foot. What was she doing here? Why was Scarlett O'Hara, the belle of the county, the sheltered pride of Tara, tramping down this rough road almost barefoot? Her little feet were made to dance, not to limp. Her tiny slippers to peep daringly from under bright silks, not to collect sharp pebbles and dust.
She was born to be pampered and waited upon, and here she was, sick and ragged, driven by hunger to hunt for food in the gardens of her neighbors. At the bottom of the long hill was the river, and how cool and still were the tangled trees overhanging the water. She sank down on the low bank, and stripping off the remnants of her slippers and stockings, dabbled her burning feet in the cool water. It would be so good to sit here all day, away from the helpless eyes of Tara, here where only the rustle of leaves and the gurgle of slow water broke the stillness. But reluctantly, she replaced her shoes and stockings and trudged down the bank, spongy with moss, under the shady trees. The Yankees had burned the bridge, but she knew of a footlog bridge across a narrow point of the stream 100 yards below. She crossed it cautiously and trudged uphill the hot half-mile to 12 Oaks. There towered the 12 Oaks, as they had stood since Indian days, but with their leaves brown from fire and the branches burned and scorched. Within their circle lay the ruins of John Wilkes' house, the charred remains of that once stately home which had crowned the hill in white-columned dignity. The deep pit which had been the cellar, the blackened fieldstone foundations, and the 2 mighty chimneys marked the site. One long column, half-burned, had fallen across the lawn, crushing the Cape jessamine bushes. Scarlett sat down on the column, too sick at the sight to go on. This desolation went to her heart as nothing she had ever experienced. Here was the Wilkes pride in the dust at her feet. Here was the end of the kindly, courteous house, which had always welcomed her. The house where in futile dreams she had aspired to be mistress. Here she had danced and dined and flirted, and here she had watched with a jealous, hurting heart how Melanie smiled up at Ashley. Here, too, in the cool shadows of the trees, Charles Hamilton had rapturously pressed her hand when she said she would marry him. "Oh, Ashley," she thought, "I hope you are dead. I could never bear for you to see this." Ashley had married his bride here, but his son and his son's son would never bring brides to this house. There would be no more matings and births beneath this roof, which she had so loved and longed to rule. The house was dead, and to Scarlett, it was as if all the Wilkes too were dead in its ashes. "I won't think of it now. I can't stand it now. I'll think of it later," she said aloud, turning her eyes away. Seeking the garden, she limped around the ruins, by the trampled rose beds the Wilkes girls had tended so zealously, across the backyard, and through the ashes of the smokehouse, barns, and chicken houses. The split-rail fence around the kitchen garden had been demolished, and the once orderly rows of green plants had suffered the same treatment as those at Tara. The soft earth was scarred with hoofprints and heavy wheels, and the vegetables were mashed into the soil. There was nothing for her here. She walked back across the yard, and took the path down toward the silent row of whitewashed cabins in the quarters, calling, "Hello," as she went. But no voice answered her. Not even a dog barked. Evidently the Wilkes Negroes had taken flight or followed the Yankees. She knew every slave had his own garden patch, and as she reached the quarters, she hoped these little patches had been spared. Her search was rewarded, but she was too tired even to feel pleasure at the sight of turnips and cabbages, wilted for want of water but still standing, and straggling butter beans and snap beans, yellow but edible. She sat down in the furrows and dug into the earth with hands that shook, filling her basket slowly. There would be a good meal at Tara tonight, in spite of the lack of side meat to boil with the vegetables. Perhaps some of the bacon grease Dilsey was using for illumination could be used for seasoning. She must remember to tell Dilsey to use pine knots and save the grease for cooking. Close to the back step of one cabin, she found a short row of radishes, and hunger assaulted her suddenly. A spicy, sharp-tasting radish was exactly what her stomach craved.
hardly waiting to rub the dirt off on her skirt. She bit off half and swallowed it hastily. It was old and coarse, and so peppery that tears started in her eyes. No sooner had the lump gone down than her empty, outraged stomach revolted, and she lay in the soft dirt and vomited tiredly. The faint, niggery smell which crept from the cabin increased her nausea, and without strength to combat it, she kept on retching miserably while the cabins and trees revolved swiftly around her. After a long time, she lay weakly on her face, the earth as soft and comfortable as a feather pillow, and her mind wandered feebly here and there. She, Scarlett O'Hara, was lying behind a Negro cabin, in the midst of ruins, too sick and too weak to move, and no one in the world knew or cared. No one would care if they did know, for everyone had too many troubles of their own to worry about her. And all this was happening to her, Scarlett O'Hara, who had never raised her hand even to pick up her discarded stockings from the floor or to tie the laces of her slippers. Scarlett, whose little headaches and tempers had been coddled and catered to all her life. As she lay prostrate, too weak to fight off memories and worries, they rushed at her, circled about her like buzzards waiting for a death. No longer had she the strength to say, "I'll think of Mother and Pa and Ashley and all this ruin later. Yes, later, when I can stand it." She could not stand it now. But she was thinking of them whether she willed it or not. The thought circled and swooped above her, dived down and drove tearing claws and sharp beaks into her mind. For a timeless time, she lay still, her face in the dirt, the sun beating hotly upon her, remembering things and people who were dead, remembering a way of living that was gone forever, and looking upon the harsh vista of the dark future. When she arose at last, and saw again the black ruins of 12 Oaks, her head was raised high, and something that was youth and beauty and potential tenderness had gone out of her face forever. What was past was past. Those who were dead were dead. The lazy luxury of the old days was gone, never to return. And as Scarlett settled the heavy basket across her arm, she had settled her own mind and her own life. There was no going back, and she was going forward. Throughout the South for 50 years, there would be bitter-eyed women who looked backward, to dead times, to dead men, evoking memories that hurt and were futile, bearing poverty with bitter pride because they had those memories. But Scarlett was never to look back. She gazed at the blackened stones, and for the last time she saw 12 Oaks rise before her eyes as it had once stood, rich and proud, symbol of a race and a way of living. Then she started down the road toward Tara, the heavy basket cutting into her flesh. Hunger gnawed at her empty stomach again, and she said aloud, "As God is my witness, as God is my witness, the Yankees aren't going to lick me. I'm going to live through this, and when it's over, I'm never going to be hungry again. No, nor any of my folks. If I have to steal or kill, as God is my..." In the days that followed, Tara might have been Crusoe's desert island, so still it was, so isolated from the rest of the world. The world lay only a few miles away, but 1,000 miles of tumbling waves might have stretched between Tara and Jonesboro and Fayetteville and Lovejoy, even between Tara and the neighbors' plantations. With the old horse dead, their one mode of conveyance was gone, and there was neither time nor strength for walking the weary red miles. Sometimes in the days of back-breaking work, in the desperate struggle for food, and the never-ceasing care of the 3 sick girls, Scarlett found herself straining her ears for familiar sounds. The shrill laughter of the pickaninnies in the quarters, the creaking of wagons home from the fields, the thunder of Gerald's stallion tearing across the pasture, the crunching of carriage wheels on the drive, and the gay voices of neighbors dropping in for an afternoon of gossip. She listened in vain. The road lay still and deserted, and never a cloud of red dust proclaimed the approach of visitors. Tara was an island in a sea of rolling green hills and red fields. Somewhere was the world and families who ate and slept safely under their own roofs. Somewhere girls in thrice-turned dresses were flirting gaily and singing, "When this cruel war is over," as she had done only a few weeks before. Somewhere there was a war and cannon booming and burning towns and men who rotted in hospitals amid sickening sweet stinks. Somewhere a barefoot army in dirty homespun was marching, fighting, sleeping, hungry, and weary with the weariness that comes when hope is gone. And somewhere the hills of Georgia were blue with Yankees, well-fed Yankees on sleek corn-stuffed horses. Beyond Tara was the war and the world. But on the plantation, the war and the world did not exist, except as memories, which must be fought back when they rushed to mind in moments of exhaustion. The world outside receded before the demands of empty and half-empty stomachs, and life resolved itself into two related thoughts: food and how to get it. Food. Food. Why did the stomach have a longer memory than the mind? Scarlet could banish heartbreak, but not hunger, and each morning as she lay half asleep, before memory brought back to her mind war and hunger, she curled drowsily expecting the sweet smells of bacon frying and rolls baking. And each morning she sniffed so hard to really smell the food, she woke herself up. There were apples, yams, peanuts, and milk on the table at Tara, but never enough of even this primitive fare. At the sight of them, 3 times a day, her memory would rush back to the old days, the meals of the old days, the candle-lit table and the food perfuming the air. How careless they had been of food then! What prodigal waste! Rolls, corn muffins, biscuits and waffles, dripping butter, all at one meal. Ham at one end of the table, and fried chicken at the other. Collards swimming richly in pot liquor iridescent with grease. Snap beans in mountains on brightly flowered porcelain. Fried squash, stewed okra, carrots in cream sauce thick enough to cut. And 3 desserts, so everyone might have his choice: chocolate layer cake, vanilla blancmange, and pound cake topped with sweet whipped cream. The memory of those savory meals had the power to bring tears to her eyes, as death and war had failed to do. Had the power to turn her ever-gnawing stomach from rumbling emptiness to nausea. For the appetite Mammy had always deplored, the healthy appetite of a 19-year-old girl, now was increased 4-fold by the hard and unremitting labor she had never known before. Hers was not the only troublesome appetite at Tara, for wherever she turned, hungry faces, black and white, met her eyes. Soon Corinne and Sue Ellen would have the insatiable hunger of typhoid convalescents. Already little Wade whined monotonously, "Wade don't like yams. Wade hungry." The others grumbled too. "Miss Scarlet, unless I gets more to eat, I can't nurse neither of these children." "Miss Scarlet, if I don't have more in my stomach, I can't split no wood." "Lamb, I's perishing for real victuals." "Daughter, must we always have yams?" Only Melanie did not complain. Melanie, whose face grew thinner and whiter and twitched with pain even in her sleep. "I'm not hungry, Scarlet. Give my share of the milk to Dilsey. She needs it to nurse the babies. Sick people are never hungry." It was her gentle hardihood which irritated Scarlet more than the nagging, whining voices of the others. She could, and did, shout them down with bitter sarcasm, but before Melanie's unselfishness, she was helpless. Helpless and resentful. Gerald, the Negroes, and Wade clung to Melanie now, because even in her weakness she was kind and sympathetic. And these days Scarlet was neither. Wade especially haunted Melanie's room. There was something wrong with Wade, but just what it was Scarlet had no time to discover. She took Mammy's word that the little boy had worms and dosed him with a mixture of dried herbs and bark, which Ellen always used to worm the pickaninnies. But the vermifuge only made the child look paler. These days Scarlet hardly thought of Wade as a person. He was only another worry, another mouth to feed. Some day, when the present emergency was over, she would play with him, tell him stories, and teach him his ABCs. But now she didn't have the time or the inclination. And because he always seemed underfoot when she was most weary and worried, she often spoke sharply to him. It annoyed her that her quick reprimands brought such acute fright to his round eyes, for he looked so simple-minded when he was frightened. She didn't realize that the little boy lived shoulder to shoulder with terror too great for an adult to comprehend. Fear lived with Wade. Fear that shook his soul and made him wake screaming in the night. Any unexpected noise or sharp word set him to trembling, for in his mind noises and harsh words were inextricably mixed with Yankees, and he was more afraid of Yankees than of Prissy's haunts. Until the thunders of the siege began, he had never known anything but a happy, placid, quiet life. Even though his mother paid him little attention, he had known nothing but petting and kind words until the night when he was jerked from slumber to find the sky aflame and the air deafening with explosions. In that night, and the day which followed, he had been slapped by his mother for the first time, and had heard her voice raised at him in harsh words. Life in the pleasant brick house on Peachtree Street, the only life he knew, had vanished that night, and he would never recover from its loss. In the flight from Atlanta, he had understood nothing except that the Yankees were after him, and now he still lived in fear, that the Yankees would catch him and cut him to pieces. Whenever Scarlet raised her voice in reproof, he went weak with fright, as his vague, childish memory brought up the horrors of the first time she had ever done it. Now, Yankees and a cross voice were linked forever in his mind, and he was afraid of his mother. Scarlet could not help noticing that the child was beginning to avoid her, and in the rare moments when her unending duties gave her time to think about it, it bothered her a great deal. It was even worse than having him at her skirts all the time, and she was offended that his refuge was Melanie's bed, where he played quietly at games Melanie suggested or listened to stories she told. Wade adored Auntie, who had a gentle voice, and who always smiled, and who never said, "Hush, Wade, you give me a headache," or "Stop fidgeting, Wade, for heaven's sake." Scarlet had neither the time nor the impulse to pet him, but it made her jealous to see Melanie do it. When she found him one day standing on his head in Melanie's bed and saw him collapse on her, she slapped him. "Don't you know better than to jiggle Auntie like that when she's sick? Now trot right out in the yard and play, and don't come in here again." But Melanie reached out a weak arm and drew the wailing child to her. There, Wade. You didn't mean to jiggle me, did you?" "He doesn't bother me, Scarlet." "Do let him stay with me. Let me take care of him. It's the only thing I can do till I get well. And you've your hands full enough without having to watch him." "Don't be a goose, Melly," said Scarlet shortly. "You aren't getting well like you should, and having Wade fall on your stomach won't help you. Now, Wade, if I ever catch you on Auntie's bed again, I'll wear you out. And stop sniffling. You're always sniffling. Try to be a little man." Wade flew, sobbing, to hide himself under the house. Melanie bit her lip and tears came to her eyes. And Mammy, standing in the hall, a witness to the scene, scowled and breathed hard. But no one talked back to Scarlet these days. They were all afraid of her sharp tongue, all afraid of the new person who walked in her body. Scarlet reigned supreme at Terra now, and, like others suddenly elevated to authority, all the bullying instincts in her nature rose to the surface. It wasn't that she was basically unkind. It was because she was so frightened and unsure of herself she was harsh, lest others learn her inadequacies and refuse her authority. Besides, there was some pleasure in shouting at people and knowing they were afraid. Scarlet found that it relieved her overwrought nerves. She wasn't blind to the fact that her personality was changing. Sometimes when her curt orders made Pork stick out his underlip and Mammy mutter, "Some folks rides mighty high these days," she wondered where her good manners had gone. All the courtesy, all the gentleness Ellen had striven to instill in her had fallen away from her as quickly as leaves fall from trees in the first chill wind of autumn. Time and again Ellen had said, "Be firm but gentle with inferiors, especially darkies." But if she was gentle, the darkies would sit in the kitchen all day, talking endlessly about the good old days when a house nigger wasn't supposed to do field hands' work. "Love and cherish your sisters. Be kind to the afflicted," said Ellen. "Show tenderness to those in sorrow and in trouble." She couldn't love her sisters now. They were simply a dead weight on her shoulders. And as for cherishing them, wasn't she bathing them, combing their hair and feeding them, even at the expense of walking miles every day to find vegetables? Wasn't she learning to milk the cow, even though her heart was always in her throat when that fearsome animal shook its horns at her? And as for being kind, that was a waste of time. If she was overly kind to them, they'd probably prolong their stay in bed. And she wanted them on their feet again as soon as possible, so there would be 4 more hands to help her. They were convalescing slowly, and lay scrawny and weak in their bed. While they had been unconscious, the world had changed. The Yankees had come, the darkies had gone, and Mother had died. Here were 3 unbelievable happenings, and their minds could not take them in. Sometimes they believed they must still be delirious, and these things had not happened at all. Certainly Scarlet was so changed she couldn't be real. When she hung over the foot of their bed and outlined the work she expected them to do when they recovered, they looked at her as if she were a hobgoblin. It was beyond their comprehension that they no longer had 100 slaves to do the work. It was beyond their comprehension that an O'Hara lady should do manual labor. "But, sister," said Corinne, her sweet childish face blank with consternation, "I couldn't split kindling. It would ruin my hands." "Look at mine," answered Scarlet with a frightening smile as she pushed blistered and calloused palms toward her. "I think you are hateful to talk to Baby and me like this," cried Sue Ellen. "I think you are lying and trying to frighten us. If Mother were only here, she wouldn't let you talk to us like this. Split kindling, indeed." Sue Ellen looked with weak loathing at her older sister, feeling sure Scarlet said these things just to be mean. Sue Ellen had nearly died, and she had lost her mother, and she was lonely and scared, and she wanted to be petted and made much of. Instead, Scarlet looked over the foot of the bed each day, appraising their improvement with a hateful new gleam in her slanting green eyes, and talked about making beds, preparing food, carrying water buckets, and splitting kindling. And she looked as if she took a pleasure in saying such awful things. Scarlet did take pleasure in it. She bullied the Negroes and harrowed the feelings of her sisters not only because she was too worried and strained and tired to do otherwise, but because it helped her to forget her own bitterness, that everything her mother had told her about life was wrong. Nothing her mother had taught her was of any value whatsoever now, and Scarlett's heart was sore and puzzled. It didn't occur to her that Ellen could not have foreseen the collapse of the civilization in which she raised her daughters, could not have anticipated the disappearing of the places in society for which she trained them so well. It did not occur to her that Ellen had looked down a vista of placid future years, all like the uneventful years of her own life, when she had taught her to be gentle and gracious, honorable and kind, modest and truthful. Life treated women well when they had learned those lessons, said Ellen. Scarlett thought in despair. Nothing. No, nothing she taught me is of any help to me. What good will kindness do me now? What value is gentleness? Better that I'd learned to plow or chop cotton like a darky. Oh, Mother, you were wrong. She didn't stop to think that Ellen's ordered world was gone, and a brutal world had taken its place. A world wherein every standard, every value had changed. She only saw, or thought she saw, that her mother had been wrong, and she changed swiftly to meet this new world for which she was not prepared. Only her feeling for Tara had not changed. She never came wearily home across the fields and saw the sprawling white house that her heart didn't swell with love and the joy of homecoming. She never looked out of a window at green pastures and red fields and tall, tangled swamp forest that a sense of beauty didn't fill her. Her love for this land with its softly rolling hills of bright red soil, this beautiful red earth that was blood-colored, garnet, brick dust, vermilion, which so miraculously grew green bushes starred with white puffs, was one part of Scarlett which didn't change when all else was changing. Nowhere else in the world was there land like this. When she looked at Tara, she could understand, in part, why wars were fought. Rhett was wrong when he said men fought wars for money. No, they fought for swelling acres, softly furrowed by the plow, for pastures green with stubby cropped grass, for lazy yellow rivers and white houses that were cool amid magnolias. These were the only things worth fighting for. The red earth which was theirs and would be their sons', the red earth which would bear cotton for their sons and their sons' sons. The trampled acres of Tara were all that was left to her, now that Mother and Ashley were gone, now that Gerald was senile from shock, and money and darkies and security and position had vanished overnight. And from another world, she remembered a conversation with her father about the land, and wondered how she could have been so young, so ignorant, as not to understand what he meant when he said that the land was the one thing in the world worth fighting for. For 'tis the only thing in the world that lasts. And to anyone with a drop of Irish blood in them, the land they live on is like their mother. 'Tis the only thing worth working for, fighting for, dying for. Yes, Tara was worth fighting for, and she accepted simply and without question the fight. No one was going to get Tara away from her. No one was going to set her and her people adrift on the charity of relatives. She would hold Tara, if she had to break the back of every person on it. Chapter 26. Scarlett had been at Tara 2 weeks since her return from Atlanta, when the largest blister on her foot began to fester, swelling until it was impossible for her to put on her shoe or do more than hobble about on her heel. Desperation plucked at her when she looked at the angry sore on her toe. Suppose it should gangrene like the soldiers' wounds, and she should die, far away from a doctor,
Bitter as life was now, she had no desire to leave it. And who would look after Tara if she should die? She had hoped when she first came home that Gerald's old spirit would revive, and he would take command. But in these 2 weeks that hope had vanished. She knew now that whether she liked it or not, she had the plantation, and all its people on her 2 inexperienced hands. For Gerald still sat quietly like a man in a dream, so frighteningly absent from Tara, so gentle. To her pleas for advice he gave as his only answer, "Do what you think best, daughter. Or worse still, consult with your mother, Puss." He would never be any different, and now Scarlet realized the truth and accepted it without emotion. That until he died, Gerald would always be waiting for Ellen, always listening for her. He was in some dim borderline country where time was standing still, and Ellen was always in the next room. The mainspring of his existence was taken away from him when she died, and with it had gone his bounding assurance, his impudence, and his restless vitality. Ellen was the audience before which the blustering drama of Gerald O'Hara had been played. Now the curtain had been rung down forever. The footlights dimmed, and the audience suddenly vanished, while the stunned old actor remained on his empty stage, waiting for his cues. That morning the house was still, for everyone, except Scarlet, Wade, and the 3 sick girls, was in the swamp hunting the sow. Even Gerald had aroused a little and stumped off across the furrowed fields, one hand on Pork's arm and a coil of rope in the other. Sue Ellen and Corinne had cried themselves to sleep, as they did at least twice a day when they thought of Ellen, tears of grief and weakness oozing down their sunken cheeks. Melanie, who had been propped up on pillows for the first time that day, lay covered with a mended sheet between 2 babies. The downy flaxen head of one cuddled in her arm, the kinky black head of Dilsey's child held as gently in the other. Wade sat at the bottom of the bed, listening to a fairy story. To Scarlet, the stillness at Tara was unbearable, for it reminded her too sharply of the death-like stillness of the desolate country through which she had passed that long day on her way home from Atlanta. The cow and the calf had made no sound for hours. There were no birds twittering outside her window, and even the noisy family of mockers who had lived among the harshly rustling leaves of the magnolia for generations had no song that day. She had drawn a low chair close to the open window of her bedroom, looking out on the front drive, the lawn, and the empty green pasture across the road, and she sat with her skirts well above her knees and her chin resting on her arms on the window-sill. There was a bucket of well water on the floor beside her, and every now and then she lowered her blistered foot into it, screwing up her face at the stinging sensation. Fretting, she dug her chin into her arm. Just when she needed her strength most, this toe had to fester. Those fools would never catch the sow. It had taken them a week to capture the pigs one by one, and now, after 2 weeks, the sow was still at liberty. Scarlet knew that if she were just there in the swamp with them, she could tuck up her dress to her knees and take the rope and lasso the sow before you could say Jack Robinson. But even after the sow was caught, if she were caught, what then, after she and her litter were eaten? Life would go on, and so would appetites. Winter was coming, and there would be no food. Not even the poor remnants of the vegetables from the neighbors' gardens. They must have dried peas and sorghum and meal and rice and oh, so many things. Corn and cottonseed for next spring's planting, and new clothes, too. Where was it all to come from, and how would she pay for it? She had privately gone through Gerald's pockets and his cash box, and all she could find was stacks of Confederate bonds and $3,000 in Confederate bills.
That was about enough to buy one square meal for them all, she thought ironically, now that Confederate money was worth almost less than nothing at all. But if she did have money and could find food, how would she haul it home to Tara? Why had God let the old horse die? Even that sorry animal Rhett had stolen would make all the difference in the world to them. Oh, those fine, sleek mules which used to kick up their heels in the pasture across the road, and the handsome carriage horses, her little mare, the girls' ponies, and Gerald's big stallion racing about and tearing up the turf. Oh, for one of them, even the bulkiest mule. But no matter. When her foot healed, she would walk to Jonesboro. It would be the longest walk she had ever taken in her life, but walk it she would. Even if the Yankees had burned the town completely, she would certainly find someone in the neighborhood who could tell her where to get food. Wade's pinched face rose up before her eyes. He didn't like yams, he repeated. Wanted a drumstick and some rice and gravy. The bright sunlight in the front yard suddenly clouded, and the trees blurred through tears. Scarlet dropped her head on her arms and struggled not to cry. Crying was so useless now. The only time crying ever did any good was when there was a man around from whom you wished favors. As she crouched there, squeezing her eyes tightly to keep back the tears, she was startled by the sound of trotting hooves. But she didn't raise her head. She had imagined that sound too often in the nights and days of these last 2 weeks, just as she had imagined she heard the rustle of Ellen's skirts. Her heart hammered, as it always did at such moments, before she told herself sternly, "Don't be a fool." But the hooves slowed down in a startlingly natural way to the rhythm of a walk, and there was the measured scrunch-scrunch on the gravel. It was a horse. The Tarletons, the Fontaines. She looked up quickly. It was a Yankee cavalryman. Automatically, she dodged behind the curtain and peered fascinated at him through the dim folds of the cloth, so startled that the breath went out of her lungs with a gasp. He sat slouched in the saddle, a thick, rough-looking man with an unkempt black beard straggling over his unbuttoned blue jacket. Little close-set eyes squinting in the sun glare. Calmly surveyed the house from beneath the visor of his tight blue cap. As he slowly dismounted and tossed the bridle reins over the hitching post, Scarlet's breath came back to her suddenly and painfully as after a blow in the stomach. A Yankee with a long pistol on his hip. And she was alone in the house with 3 sick girls and the babies. As he lounged up the walk, hand on holster, beady little eyes glancing to right and left, a kaleidoscope of jumbled pictures spun in her mind. Stories Aunt Pittypat had whispered of attacks on unprotected women, throat cuttings, houses burned over the heads of dying women, children bayoneted because they cried. All of the unspeakable horrors that lay bound up in the name of Yankee. Her first terrified impulse was to hide in the closet, crawl under the bed, fly down the back stairs and run screaming to the swamp, anything to escape him. Then she heard his cautious feet on the front steps, and his stealthy tread as he entered the hall, and she knew that escape was cut off. Too cold with fear to move. She heard his progress from room to room downstairs, his steps growing louder and bolder as he discovered no one. Now he was in the dining room, and in a moment he would walk out into the kitchen. At the thought of the kitchen, rage suddenly leaped up in Scarlet's breast, so sharply that it jabbed at her heart like a knife thrust, and fear fell away before her overpowering fury. The kitchen! There, over the open kitchen fire, were 2 pots, one filled with apple stewing and the other with a hodgepodge of vegetables brought painfully from 12 Oaks and the Mackintosh garden. Dinner that must serve for 9 hungry people, and hardly enough for 2. Scarlet had been restraining her appetite for hours, waiting for the return of the others,
and the thought of the Yankee eating their meager meal made her shake with anger. God damn them all! They descended like locusts and left Tara to starve slowly, and now they were back again to steal the poor leavings. Her empty stomach writhed within her. By God, this was one Yankee who would do no more stealing. She slipped off her worn shoe, and barefooted, she pattered swiftly to the bureau, not even feeling a festered toe. She opened the top drawer soundlessly and caught up the heavy pistol she had brought from Atlanta, the weapon Charles had worn but never fired. She fumbled in the leather box that hung on the wall below his saber and brought out a cap. She slipped it into place with a hand that did not shake. Quickly and noiselessly, she ran into the upper hall and down the stairs, steadying herself on the banisters with one hand and holding the pistol close to her thigh in the folds of her skirt. "Who's there?" cried a nasal voice, and she stopped on the middle of the stairs, the blood thudding in her ears so loudly she could hardly hear him. "Halt, or I'll shoot," came the voice. He stood in the door of the dining room, crouched tensely, his pistol in one hand, and in the other, the small rosewood sewing box fitted with gold thimble, gold-handled scissors, and tiny gold-topped acorn of emery. Scarlett's legs felt cold to the knees, but rage scorched her face. Ellen's sewing box in his hands. She wanted to cry. "Put it down! Put it down, you dirty—" But words would not come. She could only stare over the banisters at him and watch his face change from harsh tenseness to a half-contemptuous, half-ingratiating smile. "So there is somebody to home," he said, slipping his pistol back into its holster and moving into the hall until he stood directly below her. "All alone, little lady?" Like lightning, she shoved her weapon over the banisters and into the startled, bearded face. Before he could even fumble at his belt, she pulled the trigger. The back kick of the pistol made her reel as the roar of the explosion filled her ears and the acrid smoke stung her nostrils. The man crashed backwards to the floor, sprawling into the dining room with a violence that shook the furniture. The box clattered from his hand, the contents spilling about him. Hardly aware that she was moving, Scarlett ran down the stairs and stood over him, gazing down into what was left of the face above the beard, a bloody pit where the nose had been. Glazing eyes burned with powder. As she looked, 2 streams of blood crept across the shining floor, one from his face and one from the back of his head. Yes, he was dead, undoubtedly. She had killed the man. The smoke curled slowly to the ceiling, and the red streams widened about her feet. For a timeless moment she stood there, and in the still hot hush of the summer morning every irrelevant sound and scent seemed magnified. The quick thudding of her heart like a drumbeat, the slight rough rustling of the magnolia leaves, the far-off plaintive sound of a swamp bird, and the sweet smell of the flowers outside the window. She had killed a man. She who took care never to be in at the kill on a hunt. She who could not bear the squealing of a hog at slaughter, or the squeak of a rabbit in a snare. Murder, she thought dully. I've done murder. Oh, this can't be happening to me. Her eyes went to the stubby, hairy hand on the floor, so close to the sewing box. And suddenly she was vitally alive again, vitally glad with a cool, tigerish joy. She could have ground her heel into the gaping wound which had been his nose, and taken sweet pleasure in the feel of his warm blood on her bare feet. She had struck a blow of revenge for Tara, and for Ellen. There were hurried, stumbling steps in the upper hall, a pause, and then more steps. Weak, dragging steps now, punctuated by metallic clankings. A sense of time and reality coming back to her, Scarlet looked up and saw Melanie at the top of the stairs, clad only in the ragged chemise, which served her as a nightgown, her weak arm weighed down with Charles's saber. Melanie's eyes took in the scene below in its entirety, the sprawling blue-clad body in the red pool, the sewing box beside him, Scarlet, barefooted and grey-faced, clutching the long pistol. In silence, her eyes met Scarlet's. There was a glow of grim pride in her usually gentle face, approbation, and a fierce joy in her smile that equaled the fiery tumult in Scarlet's own bosom. Why, she's like me. She understands how I feel, thought Scarlet, in that long moment. She'd have done the same thing. With a thrill, she looked up at the frail, swaying girl for whom she had never had any feelings but of dislike and contempt. Now, struggling against hatred for Ashley's wife, there surged a feeling of admiration and comradeship. She saw in a flash of clarity untouched by any petty emotion that beneath the gentle voice and the dove-like eyes of Melanie there was a thin, flashing blade of unbreakable steel. Felt, too, that there were banners and bugles of courage in Melanie's quiet blood. "Scarlet! Scarlet!" shrilled the weak, frightened voices of Sue Ellen and Corinne, muffled by their closed door. And Wade's voice screamed, "Auntie! Auntie!" Swiftly, Melanie put her finger to her lips, and, laying the sword on the top step, she painfully made her way down the upstairs hall and opened the door of the sick room. "Don't be scared, chickens," came her voice with teasing gaiety. "Your big sister was trying to clean the rust off Charles's pistol, and it went off, and nearly scared her to death. Now wait, Hampton. Mama just shot off your dear papa's pistol. When you're bigger, she will let you shoot it." What a cool liar, thought Scarlet with admiration. I couldn't have thought that quickly. But why lie? They've got to know I've done it. She looked down at the body again, and now revulsion came over her, as her rage and fright melted away, and her knees began to quiver with the reaction. Melanie dragged herself to the top step again, and started down, holding onto the banisters, her pale lower lip caught between her teeth. "Go back to bed, silly, you'll kill yourself," Scarlet cried, but the half-naked Melanie made her painful way down into the lower hall. "Scarlet," she whispered, "we must get him out of here and bury him. He may not be alone, and if they find him here—" She steadied herself on Scarlet's arm. "He must be alone," said Scarlet. "I didn't see anyone else from the upstairs window. He must be a deserter." "Even if he is alone, no one must know about it. The Negroes might talk, and then they'd come and get you. Scarlet, we must get him hidden before the folks come back from the swamp." Her mind prodded to action by the feverish urgency of Melanie's voice. Scarlet thought hard. "I could bury him in the corner of the garden under the arbor. The ground is soft there where Pork dug up the whiskey barrel. But how will I get him there?" "We'll both take a leg and drag him," said Melanie firmly. Reluctantly, Scarlet's admiration went still higher. "You couldn't drag a cat. I'll drag him," she said roughly. "You go back to bed. You'll kill yourself. Don't dare try to help me either, or I'll carry you upstairs myself." Melanie's white face broke into a sweet, understanding smile. "You are very dear, Scarlet," she said, and softly brushed her lips against Scarlet's cheek. Before Scarlet could recover from her surprise, Melanie went on, "If you drag him out, I'll mop up the mess before the folks get home, and, Scarlet—" "Yes?" "Do you suppose it would be dishonest to go through his knapsack? He might have something to eat." "I do not," said Scarlet, annoyed that she hadn't thought of this herself. "You take the knapsack,
and I'll go through his pockets." Stooping over the dead man with distaste, she unbuttoned the remaining buttons of his jacket and systematically began rifling his pockets. "Dear God," she whispered, pulling out a bulging wallet wrapped about with a rag. "Melanie! Mellie, I think it's full of money." Melanie said nothing but abruptly sat down on the floor and leaned back against the wall. "You look," she said shakily. "I'm feeling a little weak." Scarlett tore off the rag and with trembling hands opened the leather folds. "Look, Mellie, just look." Melanie looked, and her eyes dilated. Jumbled together was a mass of bills, United States greenbacks, mingling with Confederate money, and glinting from between them were one $10 gold piece and two $5 gold pieces. "Don't stop to count it now," said Melanie as Scarlett began fingering the bills. "We haven't time." "Do you realize, Melanie, that this money means that we'll eat?" Yes, dear. I know, but we haven't time now. You look in his other pockets, and I'll take the knapsack." Scarlett was loath to put down the wallet. Bright vistas opened before her. Real money. The Yankees' horse. Food. There was a God after all. And he did provide, even if he did take very odd ways of providing. She sat on her haunches and stared at the wallet, smiling. Food. The trouser pockets yielded nothing except a candle end, a jackknife, and a plug of tobacco and a bit of twine. Melanie removed from a knapsack a small package of coffee, which she sniffed as if it were the sweetest of perfumes. Hardtack, and her face changing, a miniature of a little girl in a gold frame set with seed pearls, a garnet brooch, two broad gold bracelets with tiny dangling gold chains, a gold thimble, a small silver baby's cup, gold embroidery scissors, a diamond solitaire ring, and a pair of earrings with pendant pear-shaped diamonds, which even their unpracticed eyes could tell were well over a carat each. "A thief!" whispered Melanie, recoiling from the still body. "Scarlett, he must have stolen all of this." "Of course," said Scarlett. "And he came here hoping to steal more from us." "I'm glad you killed him," said Melanie, her gentle eyes hard. "Now hurry, darling, and get him out of here." Scarlett bent over, caught the dead man by his boots, and tugged. How heavy he was, and how weak she suddenly felt. Suppose she shouldn't be able to move him? Turning so that she backed the corpse, she caught a heavy boot under each arm and threw her weight forward. He moved, and she jerked again. Her sore foot, forgotten in the excitement, now gave a tremendous throb that made her grit her teeth and shift her weight to the heel. Tugging and straining, perspiration dripping from her forehead, she dragged him down the hall, a red stain following her path. "If he bleeds across the yard, we can't hide it," she gasped. "Give me your shimmy, Melanie. I'll wad it around his head." Melanie's white face went crimson. "Don't be silly. I won't look at you," said Scarlett. "If I had on a petticoat or pantalettes, I'd use them." Crouching back against the wall, Melanie pulled the ragged linen garment over her head and silently tossed it to Scarlett, shielding herself as best she could with her arms. "Thank God I'm not that modest," thought Scarlett, feeling rather than seeing Melanie's agony of embarrassment, as she wrapped the ragged cloth about the shattered face. By a series of limping jerks, she pulled the body down the hall toward the back porch, and pausing to wipe her forehead with the back of her hand, glanced back toward Melanie, sitting against the wall, hugging her thin knees to her bare breasts. How silly of Melanie to be bothering about modesty at a time like this, Scarlett thought irritably. It was just part of her nicey-nice way of acting which had always made Scarlett despise her. Then shame rose in her. After all,
After all, Melanie had dragged herself from bed so soon after having a baby, and had come to her aid with a weapon too heavy even for her to lift. That had taken courage. The kind of courage Scarlett honestly knew she herself did not possess. The thin steel, spun silk courage which had characterized Melanie on the terrible night at Lantefell and on the long trip home. It was the same intangible, unspectacular courage that all the Wilkses possessed. A quality which Scarlett did not understand, but to which she gave grudging tribute. "Go back to bed," she threw over her shoulder. "You'll be dead if you don't. I'll clean up the mess after I've buried him." "I'll do it with one of the rag rugs," whispered Melanie, looking at the pool of blood with a sick face. "Well, kill yourself then and see if I care. And if any of the folks come back before I'm finished, keep them in the house and tell them the horse just walked in from nowhere." Melanie sat shivering in the morning sunlight and covered her ears against the sickening series of thuds as the dead man's head bumped down the porch steps. No one questioned whence the horse had come. It was so obvious he was a stray from the recent battle, and they were well pleased to have him. The Yankee lay in the shallow pit Scarlett had scraped out under the Scuppernong arbor. The uprights, which held the thick vines, were rotten, and that night Scarlett hacked at them with a kitchen knife until they fell and the tangled mass ran wild over the grave. The replacing of these posts was one bit of repair work Scarlett did not suggest, and if the Negroes knew why, they kept their silence. No ghost rose from that shallow grave to haunt her in the long nights when she lay awake, too tired to sleep. No feeling of horror or remorse assailed her at the memory. She wondered why, knowing that even a month before she could never have done the deed. Pretty young Mrs. Hamilton, with her dimple and her jingling earbobs and her helpless little ways, blowing a man's face to a pulp and then burying him in a hastily scratched-out hole. Scarlett grinned a little grimly, thinking of the consternation such an idea would bring to those who knew her. "I won't think about it any more," she decided. "It's over and done with. And I'd have been a ninny not to kill him. I reckon I must have changed a little since coming home, or else I couldn't have done it." She did not think of it consciously, but in the back of her mind, whenever she was confronted by an unpleasant and difficult task, the idea lurked, giving her strength. "I've done murder, and so I can surely do this." She had changed more than she knew, and the shell of hardness which had begun to form about her heart when she lay in the slave garden at 12 Oaks was slowly thickening. Now that she had a horse, Scarlett could find out for herself what had happened to her neighbors. Since she came home, she had wondered despairingly 1,000 times, "Are we the only folks left in the county? Has everybody else been burned out? Have they all refugeed to Macon?" With the memory of the ruins of 12 Oaks, the Macintosh place, and the Slattery shack fresh in her mind, she almost dreaded to discover the truth. But it was better to know the worst than to wonder. She decided to ride to the Fontaines first, not because they were the nearest neighbors, but because old Dr. Fontaine might be there. Melanie needed a doctor. She wasn't recovering as she should, and Scarlett was frightened by her white weakness. So on the first day, when her foot had healed enough to stand a slipper, she mounted the Yankee's horse. One foot in the shortened stirrup, and the other leg crooked about the pommel in an approximation of a side saddle, she set out across the fields toward Mimosa, steeling herself to find it burned. To her surprise and pleasure, she saw the faded yellow stucco house standing amid the mimosa trees, looking as it had always looked. The warm happiness
Happiness that almost brought tears flooded her when the 3 Fontaine women came out of the house to welcome her with kisses and cries of joy. But when the first exclamations of affectionate greeting were over, and they had all trooped into the dining room to sit down, Scarlett felt a chill. The Yankees hadn't reached Mimosa because it was far off the main road. And so the Fontaines still had their stock and their provisions. But Mimosa was held by the same strange silence that hung over Tara, over the whole countryside. All the slaves, except 4 women house servants, had run away, frightened by the approach of the Yankees. There was not a man on the place, unless Sally's little boy Joe, hardly out of diapers, could be counted as a man. Alone in the big house were Grandma Fontaine, in her 70s, her daughter-in-law, who would always be known as Young Miss, though she was in her 50s, and Sally, who had barely turned 20. They were far away from neighbors and unprotected, but if they were afraid, it didn't show on their faces. Probably, thought Scarlett, because Sally and Young Miss were too afraid of the porcelain frail but indomitable old Grandma to dare voice any qualms. Scarlett herself was afraid of the old lady, for she had sharp eyes and a sharper tongue, and Scarlett had felt them both in the past. Though unrelated by blood and far apart in age, there was a kinship of spirit and experience binding these women together. All 3 wore home-dyed mourning. All were worn, sad, worried. All bitter with a bitterness that did not sulk or complain, but nevertheless peered out from behind their smiles and their words of welcome. For their slaves were gone. Their money was worthless. Sally's husband, Joe, had died at Gettysburg, and Young Miss was also a widow, for young Dr. Fontaine had died of dysentery at Vicksburg. The other 2 boys, Alex and Tony, were somewhere in Virginia, and nobody knew whether they were alive or dead. And old Dr. Fontaine was off somewhere with Wheeler's cavalry. And the old fool is 73 years old, though he tries to act younger, and he's as full of rheumatism as a hog is of fleas, said Grandma, proud of her husband, the light in her eyes belying her sharp words. "Have you all had any news of what's been happening in Atlanta?" asked Scarlett, when they were comfortably settled. "We are completely buried at Tara." "Law, child," said old Miss, taking charge of the conversation, as was her habit. "We're in the same fix as you are. We don't know a thing except that Sherman finally got the town." "So he did get it. What's he doing now? Where's the fighting now?" "And how would 3 lone women out here in the country know about the war when we haven't seen a letter or a newspaper in weeks?" said the old lady tartly. "One of our darkies talked to a darky who'd seen a darky who'd been to Jonesboro, and except for that, we haven't heard anything. What they said was that the Yankees were just squatting in Atlanta resting up their men and their horses, but whether it's true or not, you're as good a judge as I am. Not that they wouldn't need a rest after the fight we gave 'em." "To think you've been at Tara all this time and we didn't know," Young Miss broke in. "Oh, how I blame myself for not riding over to see. But there's been so much to do here, with most all the darkies gone, that I just couldn't get away. But I should have made time to go. It wasn't neighborly of me. But, of course, we thought the Yankees had burned Tara like they did 12 Oaks and the McIntosh house, and that your folks had gone to Macon. And we never dreamed you were home, Scarlett." "Well, how were we to know different when Mr. O'Hara's darkies came through here so scared they were pop-eyed and told us the Yankees were going to burn Tara?" Grandma interrupted. "And we could see," Sally began. "I'm telling this, please," said old Miss shortly. "And they said the Yankees were camped all over Tara, and your folks were fixing to go to Macon. And then that night we saw the glare of fire over toward Tara, and it lasted for hours, and it scared our fool darkies so bad they all ran off." "What burned?" "All our cotton, $150,000 worth," said Scarlett bitterly.
"Be thankful it wasn't your house," said Grandma, leaning her chin on her cane. "You can always grow more cotton, and you can't grow a house. By the by, had you all started picking your cotton?" "No," said Scarlet, "and now most of it is ruined. I don't imagine there's more than 3 bales left standing in a far field in the creek bottom. And what earthly good will it do? All our field hands are gone, and there's nobody to pick it." "Mercy me! All our field hands are gone, and there's nobody to pick it," mimicked Grandma, and bent a satiric glance on Scarlet. "What's wrong with your own pretty paws, miss, and those of your sisters?" "Me? Pick cotton?" cried Scarlet, aghast, as if Grandma had been suggesting some repulsive crime. "Like a field hand? Like white trash? Like the Slattery women?" "White trash, indeed." "Well, isn't this generation soft and ladylike? Let me tell you, miss, when I was a girl, my father lost all his money, and I wasn't above doing honest work with my hands, and in the fields, too, till Pa got enough money to buy some more darkies. I've hoed my row, and I've picked my cotton, and I can do it again if I have to. And it looks like I'll have to. White trash, indeed." "Oh, but Mama Fontaine," cried her daughter-in-law, casting imploring glances at the 2 girls, urging them to help her smooth the old lady's feathers. "That was so long ago, a different day entirely, and times have changed." "Times never change when there's a need for honest work to be done," stated the sharp-eyed old lady, refusing to be soothed. "And I'm ashamed for your mother, Scarlet, to hear you stand there and talk as though honest work made white trash out of nice people. When Adam delved and Eve span—" To change the subject, Scarlet hastily questioned, "What about the Tarletons and the Calverts? Were they burned out? Have they refugeed to Macon?" "The Yankees never got to the Tarletons. They're off the main road like we are, but they did get to the Calverts, and they stole all their stock and poultry and got all the darkies to run off with them," Sally began. Grandma interrupted. "Ha! They promised all the Black Winches silk dresses and gold earbobs, that's what they did. And Kathleen Calvert said some of the troopers went off with the black fools behind them on their saddles. Well, all they'll get will be yellow babies, and I can't say that Yankee blood will improve the stock." "Oh, Mama Fontaine!" "Don't pull such a shocked face, Jane. We're all married, aren't we? And God knows we've seen mulatto babies before this." "Why didn't they burn the Calvert's house?" "The house was saved by the combined accents of the second Mrs. Calvert and that Yankee overseer of hers, Hilton," said old Miss, who always referred to the ex-governess as the second Mrs. Calvert, although the first Mrs. Calvert had been dead 20 years. "We are staunch Union sympathizers," mimicked the old lady, twanging the words through her long, thin nose. "Kathleen said the 2 of them swore up hill and down dale that the whole parcel of Calverts were Yankees. And Mr. Calvert dead in the wilderness. And Rayford at Gettysburg, and Cade in Virginia with the army. Kathleen was so mortified, she said she'd rather the house had been burned. She said Cade would bust when he came home and heard about it. But then, that's what a man gets for marrying a Yankee woman. No pride, no decency, always thinking about their own skins." "How come they didn't burn Tara, Scarlet?" For a moment, Scarlet paused before answering. She knew the very next question would be, "And how are all your folks? And how is your dear mother?" She knew she couldn't tell them Ellen was dead. She knew that if she spoke those words, or even let herself think of them in the presence of these sympathetic women, she would burst into a storm of tears and cry until she was sick. And she could not let herself cry. She had not really cried since she came home, and she knew that if she once let down the floodgates, her closely husbanded courage would all be gone. But she knew, too, looking with confusion at the friendly faces about her, that if she withheld the news of Ellen's death, the Fontaines would never forgive her. Grandma, in particular, was devoted to Ellen, and there were very few people in the county for whom the old lady gave a snap of her skinny fingers. "Well, speak up," said Grandma, looking sharply at her. "Don't you know, miss?"
"Well, you see, I didn't get home till the day after the battle," she answered hastily. "The Yankees were all gone then. Pa told me that he got them not to burn the house because Sue Ellen and Corinne were so ill with typhoid they couldn't be moved."
"That's the first time I ever heard of a Yankee doing a decent thing," said Grandma, as if she regretted hearing anything good about the invaders. "And how are the girls now?"
"Oh, they are much better, much better. Almost well, but quite weak," answered Scarlet. Then, seeing the question she feared hovering on the old lady's lips, she cast hastily about for some other topic of conversation. I wonder if you could lend us something to eat. The Yankees cleaned us out like a swarm of locusts. But if you're short on rations, just tell me so plainly and—" "Send over pork with a wagon, and you shall have half of what we've got. Rice, meal, ham, some chickens," said old Miss, giving Scarlet a sudden keen look. "Oh, that's too much, really.
Not a word. I won't hear it. What are neighbors for?"
"You are so kind that I can't... But I have to be going now. The folks at home will be worrying about me."
Grandma rose abruptly and took Scarlet by the arm. "You two stay here," she commanded, pushing Scarlet toward the back porch. "I have a private word for this child. Help me down the steps, Scarlet." Young Miss and Sally said goodbye and promised to come calling soon. They were devoured by curiosity as to what Grandma had to say to Scarlet, but unless she chose to tell them, they would never know.
"Old ladies were so difficult," young Miss whispered to Sally as they went back to their sewing.
Scarlet stood with her hand on the horse's bridle, a dull feeling at her heart. "Now," said Grandma, peering into her face, "what's wrong at Tara? What are you keeping back?" Scarlet looked up into the keen old eyes and knew she could tell the truth without tears. No one could cry in the presence of Grandma Fontaine without her express permission. "Mother is dead," she said flatly. The hand on her arm tightened until it pinched, and the wrinkled lids over the yellow eyes blinked. "Did the Yankees kill her?"
"She died of typhoid. Died
the day before I came home." "Don't think about it," said Grandma sternly, and Scarlet saw her swallow. "And your pa?"
Pa is not himself."
"What do you mean? Speak up. Is he ill?"
"The shock. He is so strange. He is not—"
"Don't tell me he's not himself. Do you mean his mind is unhinged?" It was a relief to hear the truth put so boldly. How good the old lady was to offer no sympathy that would make her cry. "Yes," she said dully. "He's lost his mind. He acts dazed, and sometimes he can't seem to remember that Mother is dead. Oh, old Miss, it's more than I can stand to see him sit by the hour waiting for her, and so patiently, too. And he used to have no more patience than a child. But it's worse when he does remember that she's gone. Every now and then, after he's sat still with his ear cocked listening for her, he jumps up suddenly and stumps out of the house and down to the burying ground. And then he comes dragging back with the tears all over his face, and he says over and over till I can scream, 'Katie Scarlet, Mrs. O'Hara is dead. Your mother is dead.' And it's just like I was hearing it again for the first time. And sometimes, late at night, I hear him calling her, and I get out of bed and go to him and tell him she's down at the quarters with a sick darky. And he fusses because she's always tiring herself out nursing people. And it's so hard to get him back to bed. He's like a child. Oh, I wish Dr. Fontaine was here. I know he could do something for Pa. And Melanie needs a doctor, too. She isn't getting over her baby like she should." "Melly? A baby? And she's with you?" Yes. What's Melly doing with you? Why isn't she in Macon with her aunt and the kinfolks? I never thought you liked her any too well, miss, for all she was Charles's sister. Now tell me all about it. It's a long story, old miss. Don't you want to go back in the house and sit down? I can stand, said Grandma shortly. And if you told your story in front of the others, they'd be bawling and making you feel sorry for yourself. Now let's have it. Scarlet began haltingly, with the siege and Melanie's condition. But as her story progressed, beneath the sharp old eyes which never faltered in their gaze, she found words of power and horror. It all came back to her. The sickeningly hot day of the baby's birth, the agony of fear, the flight, and Rhett's desertion. She spoke of the wild darkness of the night, the blazing campfires which might be friends or foes, the gaunt chimneys which met her gaze in the morning sun, the dead men and horses along the road, the hunger, the desolation, the fear that Tara had been burned. I thought if I could just get home to Mother, she could manage everything and I could lay down the weary load. On the way home I thought the worst had already happened to me. But when I knew she was dead, I knew what the worst really was. She dropped her eyes to the ground and waited for Grandma to speak. The silence was so prolonged she wondered if Grandma could have failed to comprehend her desperate plight. Finally, the old voice spoke, and her tones were kind, kinder than Scarlet had ever heard her use in addressing anyone. Child, it's a very bad thing for a woman to face the worst that can happen to her. Because after she's faced the worst, she can't ever really fear anything again. And it's very bad for a woman not to be afraid of something. You think I don't understand what you've told me, what you've been through? Well, I understand very well. When I was about your age, I was in the Creek Uprising, right after the Fort Mims massacre. Yes, she said in a faraway voice. Just about your age, for that was 50-odd years ago. And I managed to get into the bushes and hide, and I lay there, and saw our house burn, and I saw the Indians scalp my brothers and sisters, and I could only lie there and pray that the light of the flames wouldn't show up my hiding place. And they dragged Mother out and killed her about 20 feet from where I was lying, and scalped her, too. And ever so often one Indian would go back to her and sink his tomahawk into her skull again. I was my mother's pet, and I lay there and saw it all. And in the morning, I set out for the nearest settlement, and it was 30 miles away. It took me 3 days to get there, through the swamps and the Indians, and afterward they thought I'd lose my mind. That's where I met Dr. Fontaine. He looked after me. Ah, well, that's been 50 years ago, as I said. And since that time, I've never been afraid of anything or anybody because I'd known the worst that could happen to me. And that lack of fear has gotten me into a lot of trouble and cost me a lot of happiness. God intended women to be timid, frightened creatures. And there's something unnatural about a woman who isn't afraid. Scarlet always saves something to fear, even as you save something to love. Her voice trailed off, and she stood silent, with eyes looking back over half a century to the day when she had been afraid. Scarlet moved impatiently. She had thought Grandma was going to understand and perhaps show her some way to solve her problems. But like all old people, she'd gotten to talking about things that happened before anyone was born. Things no one was interested in. Scarlet wished she had not confided in her. "Well, go home, child, or they'll be worrying about you," she said suddenly.
Send Pork with the wagon this afternoon. And don't think you can lay down the load, ever. Because you can't. I know. Indian summer lingered into November that year, and the warm days were bright days for those at Tara. The worst was over. They had a horse now, and they could ride instead of walk. They had fried eggs for breakfast and fried ham for supper to vary the monotony of the yams, peanuts, and dried apples. And on one festal occasion, they even had roast chicken. The old sow had finally been captured, and she and her brood rooted and grunted happily under the house where they were penned. Sometimes they squealed so loudly no one in the house could talk, but it was a pleasant sound. It meant fresh pork for the white folks, and chitlins for the Negroes when cold weather and hog-killing time should arrive. And it meant food for the winter for all. Scarlett's visit to the Fontaines had heartened her more than she realized. Just the knowledge that she had neighbors, that some of the family friends and old homes had survived, drove out the terrible loss and alone feeling which had oppressed her in her first weeks at Tara. And the Fontaines and Tarletons, whose plantations had not been in the path of the army, were most generous in sharing what little they had. It was the tradition of the county that neighbor helped neighbor, and they refused to accept a penny from Scarlett, telling her that she would do the same for them, and she could pay them back in kind next year when Tara was again producing. Scarlett now had food for her household. She had a horse. She had the money and jewelry taken from the Yankee straggler, and the greatest need was new clothing. She knew it would be risky business sending Pork south to buy clothes, when the horse might be captured by either Yankees or Confederates. But at least she had the money with which to buy the clothes, a horse and wagon for the trip, and perhaps Pork could make the trip without getting caught. Yes, the worst was over. Every morning when Scarlett arose, she thanked God for the pale blue sky and the warm sun. For each day of good weather put off the inevitable time when warm clothing would be needed. And each warm day saw more and more cotton piling up in the empty slave quarters, the only storage place left on the plantation. There was more cotton in the fields than she or Pork had estimated, probably 4 bales, and soon the cabins would be full. Scarlett hadn't intended to do any cotton picking herself, even after Grandma Fontaine's tart remark. It was unthinkable that she, an O'Hara lady, now the mistress of Tara, should work in the fields. It put her on the same level with the snarly-haired Mrs. Slattery and Emmy. She had intended that the Negroes should do the field work while she and the convalescent girls attended to the house. But here she was confronted with a caste feeling even stronger than her own. Pork, Mammy, and Prissy set up outcries at the idea of working in the fields. They reiterated that they were house niggers, not field hands. Mammy, in particular, declared vehemently that she had never even been a yard nigger. She had been born in the Robillard great house, not in the quarters, and had been raised in old Mrs. Bedroom, sleeping on a pallet at the foot of a bed. Dilsey alone said nothing, and she fixed her Prissy with an unwinking eye that made her squirm. Scarlett refused to listen to the protests and drove them all into the cotton rows. But Mammy and Pork worked so slowly and with so many lamentations that Scarlett sent Mammy back to the kitchen to cook and Pork to the woods and the river with snares for rabbits and possums and lines for fish. Cotton picking was beneath Pork's dignity, but hunting and fishing were not. Scarlett next had tried her sisters and Melanie in the fields, but that had worked no better. Melanie had picked neatly, quickly, and willingly for an hour in the hot sun, and then fainted quietly, and had to stay in bed for a week. Sue Ellen, sullen and tearful, pretended to faint too, but came back to consciousness, spitting like an angry cat, when Scarlett poured a gourd full of water in her face. Finally, she refused point blank. "I won't work in the fields like a darky. You can't make me. What if any of our friends ever heard of it? What if Mr. Kennedy ever knew? Oh, if Mother knew about this." "You just mention Mother's name once more, Sue Ellen O'Hara, and I'll slap you flat," cried Scarlet. "Mother worked harder than any darky on this place, and you know it, Miss Fine Airs." "She did not. At least not in the fields. And you can't make me. I'll tell Papa on you, and he won't make me work." "Don't you dare go bothering Pa with any of our troubles," cried Scarlet, distracted between indignation at her sister and fear for Gerald. "I'll help you, Sissy," interposed Corinne, docilely. "I'll work for Sue and me, too. She isn't well yet, and she shouldn't be out in the sun." Scarlet said gratefully, "Thank you, sugar baby," but looked worriedly at her younger sister. Corinne, who had always been as delicately pink and white as the orchard blossoms that are scattered by the spring wind, was no longer pink, but still conveyed in her sweet, thoughtful face a blossom-like quality. She had been silent, a little dazed, since she came back to consciousness and found Ellen gone. Scarlet a termagant. The world changed, and unceasing labor the order of the new day. It was not in Corinne's delicate nature to adjust herself to change. She simply couldn't comprehend what had happened, and she went about Tara like a sleepwalker, doing exactly what she was told. She looked and was frail, but she was willing, obedient, and obliging. When she was not doing Scarlet's bidding, her rosary beads were always in her hands, and her lips moving in prayers for her mother and for Brent Tarleton. It did not occur to Scarlet that Corinne had taken Brent's death so seriously, and that her grief was unhealed. To Scarlet, Corinne was still baby sister, far too young to have had a really serious love affair. Scarlet, standing in the sun in the cotton rows, her back breaking from the eternal bending, and her hands roughened by the dry bowls, wished she had a sister who combined Sue Ellen's energy and strength with Corinne's sweet disposition. For Corinne picked diligently and earnestly. But after she had labored for an hour, it was obvious that she, and not Sue Ellen, was the one not yet well enough for such work. So Scarlet sent Corinne back to the house, too. There remained with her now in the long rows only Dilsey and Prissy. Prissy picked lazily, spasmodically, complaining of her feet, her back, her internal miseries, her complete weariness, until her mother took a cotton stalk to her and whipped her until she screamed. After that she worked a little better, taking care to stay far away from her mother's reach. Dilsey worked tirelessly, silently, like a machine. And Scarlet, with her back aching and her shoulder raw from the tugging weight of the cotton bag she carried, thought that Dilsey was worth her weight in gold. "Dilsey," she said, "when good times come back, I'm not going to forget how you've acted. You've been mighty good." The bronze giantess did not grin pleasedly, or squirm under praise like other Negroes. She turned an immobile face to Scarlet and said with dignity, "Thank you, ma'am. But Mr. Gerald and Miss Ellen been good to me. Mr. Gerald buy my Prissy so I wouldn't grieve, and I don't forget it. I's part Indian, and Indians don't forget them as is good to them. I is sorry about my Prissy. She mighty worthless. Look like she all nigger like her pa. Her pa was mighty flighty." In spite of Scarlet's problem of getting help from others in the picking, and in spite of the weariness of doing the labor herself, her spirits lifted as the cotton slowly made its way from the fields to the cabins. There was something about cotton that was reassuring, steadying. Tara had risen to riches on cotton, even as the whole South had risen. And Scarlet was Southerner enough to believe that both Tara and the South would rise again out of the red fields. Of course, this little cotton she had gathered was not much, but it was something. It would bring a little in Confederate money, and that little would help her to save the hoarded greenbacks and gold in the Yankees' wallet, until they had to be spent. Next spring, she would try to make the Confederate government send back Big Sam and the other field hands they had commandeered. And if the government wouldn't release them, she'd use the Yankees' money to hire field hands from the neighbors. Next spring, she would plant and plant. She straightened her tired back, and looking over the browning autumn fields, she saw next year's crop standing sturdy and green, acre upon acre. Next spring. Perhaps by next spring the war would be over and good times would be back. And whether the Confederacy won or lost, times would be better. Anything was better than the constant danger of raids from both armies. When the war was over, a plantation could earn an honest living. Oh, if the war were only over! Then people could plant crops with some certainty of reaping them. There was hope now. The war couldn't last forever. She had her little cotton. She had food. She had a horse. She had her small but treasured hoard of money. Yes, the worst was over. Chapter 27. On a noonday, in mid-November, they all sat grouped about the dinner table, eating the last of the dessert concocted by Mammy from cornmeal and dried huckleberries, sweetened with sorghum. There was a chill in the air, the first chill of the year, and Pork, standing behind Scarlett's chair, rubbed his hands together in glee and questioned, "Ain't it 'bout time for the hog killing, Miss Scarlett?" "You can taste those chitlins already, can't you?" said Scarlett with a grin. "Well, I can taste fresh pork myself. And if the weather holds for a few days more, we'll—" Melanie interrupted, her spoon at her lips. "Listen, dear. Somebody's coming." "Somebody hollering," said Pork uneasily. On the crisp autumn air came clear the sound of horses' hooves, thudding as swiftly as a frightened heart, and a woman's voice, high-pitched, screaming, "Scarlett! Scarlett!" Eye met eye for a dreadful second around the table before chairs were pushed back and everybody leaped up. Despite the fear that made it shrill, they recognized the voice of Sally Fontaine, who, only an hour before, had stopped at Tara for a brief chat on her way to Jonesboro. Now, as they all rushed pell-mell to crowd the front door, they saw her coming up the drive like the wind on a lathered horse, her hair streaming behind her, her bonnet dangling by its ribbons. She didn't draw rein, but as she galloped madly toward them, she waved her arm back in that direction from which she had come. "The Yankees are coming! I saw them down the road! The Yankees!" She sawed savagely at the horse's mouth just in time to swerve him from leaping up the front steps. He swung around sharply, covered the side lawn in 3 leaps, and she put him across the 4-foot hedge as if she were on the hunting field. They heard the heavy pounding of his hooves as he went through the backyard and down the narrow lane between the cabins of the quarters, and knew she was cutting across the fields to Mimosa. For a moment they stood paralyzed, and then Sue Ellen and Corinne began to sob and clutch each other's fingers. Little Wade stood rooted, trembling, unable to cry. What he had feared since the night he left Atlanta had happened. The Yankees were coming to get him. "Yankees?" said Gerald vaguely. "But the Yankees have already been here." "Mother of God!" cried Scarlett, her eyes meeting Melanie's frightened eyes. For a swift instant, there went through her memory again the horrors of her last night in Atlanta, the ruined homes that dotted the countryside, all the stories of rape and torture and murder. She saw again the Yankee soldier standing in the hall with Ellen's sewing box in his hand. She thought, "I shall die. I shall die right here. I thought we were through with all that. I shall die. I can't stand any more." Then her eyes fell on the horse saddled and hitched and waiting for Pork to ride him to the Tarleton place on an errand. Her horse! Her only horse!
The Yankees would take him, and the cow and the calf, and the sow and her litter. Oh, how many tiring hours it had taken to catch that sow and her agile young. And they'd take the rooster and the setting hens and the ducks the Fontaines had given her, and the apples and the yams in the pantry bins, and the flour and rice and dried peas. "They shan't have them," she cried aloud, and they all turned startled faces to her, fearful her mind had cracked under the tidings. "I won't go hungry. They shan't have them." "What is it, Scarlet? What is it?" "The horse, the cow, the pigs. They shan't have them. I won't let them have them." She turned swiftly to the 4 Negroes who huddled in the doorway, their black faces a peculiarly ashen shade. "The swamp," she said rapidly. "What swamp?" "The river swamp, you fools. Take the pigs to the swamp, all of you, quickly. Pork, you and Prissy crawl under the house and get the pigs out. Sue Ellen, you and Corinne fill the baskets with as much food as you can carry and get to the woods. Mammy, put the silver in the well again. And Pork, listen to me. Don't stand there like that. Take Pa with you. Don't ask me where, anywhere. Go with Pa. That's a sweet Pa." Even in her frenzy, she thought what the sight of bluecoats might do to Gerald's wavering mind. She stopped and wrung her hands, and the frightened sobbing of little Wade, who was clutching Melanie's skirt, added to her panic. "What shall I do, Scarlet?" Melanie's voice was calm amid the wailing and tears and scurrying feet, though her face was paper white, and her whole body trembled. The very quietness of her voice steadied Scarlet, revealing to her that they all looked to her for commands, for guidance. "The cow and the calf," she said quickly. "They're in the old pasture. Take the horse and drive them into the swamp and—" Before she could finish her sentence, Melanie shook off Wade's clutches and was down the front steps and running toward the horse, pulling up her wide skirts as she ran. Scarlet caught a flashing glimpse of thin legs, a flurry of skirts and underclothing, and Melanie was in the saddle, her feet dangling far above the stirrups. She gathered up the reins and clapped her heels against the animal's sides, and then abruptly pulled him in, her face twisting with horror. "My baby!" she cried. "Oh, my baby! The Yankees will kill him! Give him to me!" Her hand was on the pommel, and she was preparing to slide off, but Scarlet screamed at her. "Go on! Go on! Get the cow! I'll look after the baby! Go on! I tell you! Do you think I'd let them get Ashley's baby? Go on!" Mellie looked despairingly backward, but hammered her heels into the horse, and with a scattering of gravel was off down the drive toward the pasture. Scarlet thought, "I never expected to see Mellie Hamilton straddling a horse." And then she ran into the house. Wade was at her heels sobbing, trying to catch her flying skirts. As she went up the steps, 3 at a bound, she saw Sue Ellen and Corinne with split oak baskets on their arms running toward the pantry, and Pork tugging none too gently at Gerald's arm, dragging him toward the back porch. Gerald was mumbling querulously and pulling away like a child. From the backyard she heard Mammy's strident voice. "You, Priss! You get under that house and hand me them shoats. You know mighty well I's too big to crawl through them lattices. Dilsey, come here and make this worthless child." "And I thought it was such a good idea to keep the pigs under the house so nobody could steal 'em," thought Scarlet, running into her room. Why didn't I build a pen for them down in the swamp?" She tore open her top bureau drawer and scratched about in the clothing until the Yankee's wallet was in her hand. Hastily she picked up the solitaire ring and the diamond earbobs from where she had hidden them in her sewing basket and shoved them into the wallet. But where to hide it? In the mattress? Up the chimney? Throw it in the well? Put it in her bosom? No, never there. The outlines of the wallet might show through her basque, and if the Yankees saw it they would strip her naked and search her. "I shall die if they do," she thought wildly. Downstairs there was a pandemonium of racing feet and sobbing voices. Even in her frenzy, Scarlet wished she had Melanie with her.
Melly, with her quiet voice. Melly, who was so brave the day she shot the Yankee. Melly was worth 3 of the others. Melly. What had Melly said? Oh, yes, the baby. The wallet to her, Scarlet ran across the hall to the room where little Beau was sleeping in the low cradle. She snatched him up into her arms, and he awoke, waving small fists and slobbering sleepily. She heard Sue Ellen crying, "Come on, Corinne, come on! We've got enough! Oh, sister, hurry!" There were wild squealings, indignant gruntings in the backyard, and running to the window, Scarlet saw Mammy waddling hurriedly across the cotton field with a struggling young pig under each arm. Behind her was Pork, also carrying 2 pigs, and pushing Gerald before him. Gerald was stumping across the furrows, waving his cane. Leaning out of the window, Scarlet yelled, "Get the sow, Dilsey! Make Prissy drive her out! You can chase her across the fields!" Dilsey looked up, her bronzed face harassed. In her apron was a pile of silver tableware. She pointed under the house. "The sow done bit Prissy and got her pinned up under the house." Good for the sow, thought Scarlet. She hurried back into her room and hastily gathered from her hiding place the bracelets, brooch, miniature, and cup she had found on the dead Yankee. But where to hide them? It was awkward, carrying little Beau in one arm and the wallet and the trinkets in the other. She started to lay him on the bed. He set up a wail at leaving her arms, and a welcome thought came to her. What better hiding place could there be than a baby's diaper? She quickly turned him over, pulled up his dress, and thrust the wallet down the diaper next to his backside. He yelled louder at this treatment, and she hastily tightened the triangular garment about his threshing legs. Now, she thought, drawing a deep breath. Now for the swamp. Tucking him screaming under one arm and clutching the jewelry to her with the other, she raced into the upstairs hall. Suddenly, her rapid steps paused, fright weakening her knees. How silent the house was. How dreadfully still. Had they all gone off and left her? Hadn't anyone waited for her? She hadn't meant for them to leave her here alone. These days anything can happen to a lone woman, and with the Yankees coming... She jumped as a slight noise sounded, and turning quickly, saw crouched by the banisters her forgotten son, his eyes enormous with terror. He tried to speak, but his throat only worked silently. "Get up, Wade Hampton," she commanded swiftly. "Get up and walk. Mother can't carry you now." He ran to her, like a small, frightened animal, and clutching her wide skirt, buried his face in it. She could feel his small hands groping through the folds for her legs. She started down the stairs, each step hampered by Wade's dragging hands, and she said fiercely, "Turn me loose, Wade, turn me loose and walk." But the child only clung the closer. As she reached the landing, the whole lower floor leaped up at her. All the homely, well-loved articles of furniture seemed to whisper, "Goodbye, goodbye." A sob rose in her throat. There was the open door of the office, where Ellen had labored so diligently, and she could glimpse a corner of the old secretary. There was the dining room, with chairs pushed awry and food still on the plates. There on the floor were the rag rugs Ellen had dyed and woven herself. And there was the old portrait of Grandma Robillard, with bosoms half bared, hair piled high, and nostrils cut so deeply as to give her face a perpetual well-bred sneer. Everything which had been part of her earliest memories, everything bound up with the deepest roots in her. Goodbye. Goodbye, Scarlett O'Hara. The Yankees would burn it all. All. This was her last view of home. Her last view except what she might see from the cover of the woods or the swamp. The tall chimneys wrapped in smoke, the roof crashing in flame. "I can't leave you," she thought, and her teeth chattered with fear. "I can't. can't leave you. Paul wouldn't leave you. He told them they'd have to burn you over his head. Then they'll burn you over my head, for I can't leave you either. You're all I've got left." With a decision, some of her fear fell away, and there remained only a congealed feeling in her breast, as if all hope and fear had frozen. As she stood there, she heard from the avenue the sound of many horses' feet, the jingle of bridle bits and sabers rattling in scabbards, and a harsh voice crying a command, "Dismount!" Swiftly, she bent to the child beside her, and her voice was urgent but oddly gentle. "Turn me loose, Wade, honey. You run down the stairs quick, and through the backyard toward the swamp. Mammy will be there, and Aunt Mellie. Run quickly, darling. And don't be afraid." At the change in her tone, the boy looked up, and Scarlet was appalled at the look in his eyes, like a baby rabbit in a trap. "Oh, Mother of God," she prayed, "don't let him have a convulsion. Not before the Yankees. They mustn't know we are afraid." And as the child only gripped her skirt the tighter, she said clearly, "Be a little man, Wade. They're only a passel of damn Yankees." And she went down the steps to meet them. Sherman was marching through Georgia, from Atlanta to the sea. Behind him lay the smoking ruins of Atlanta to which the torch had been set as the Blue Army tramped out. Before him lay 300 miles of territory virtually undefended, save by a few state militia and the old men and young boys of the Home Guard. Here lay the fertile state, dotted with plantations, sheltering the women and children, the very old and the Negroes. In a swath 80 miles wide, the Yankees were looting and burning. There were hundreds of homes in flames, hundreds of homes resounding with their footsteps. But to Scarlet, watching the bluecoats pour into the front hall, it was not a country-wide affair. It was entirely personal, a malicious action aimed directly at her and hers. She stood at the foot of the stairs, the baby in her arms, Wade pressed tightly against her, his head hidden in her skirts as the Yankees swarmed through the house, pushing roughly past her up the stairs, dragging furniture onto the front porch, running bayonets and knives into upholstery, and digging inside for concealed valuables. Upstairs they were ripping open mattresses and feather beds until the air in the hall was thick with feathers that floated softly down on her head. Impotent rage quelled what little fear was left in her heart as she stood helpless while they plundered and stole and ruined. The sergeant in charge was a bow-legged, grizzled little man with a large wad of tobacco in his cheek. He reached Scarlet before any of his men, and spitting freely on the floor and her skirts, said briefly, "Let me have what you got in your hand, lady." She had forgotten the trinket she had intended to hide, and with a sneer which she hoped was as eloquent as that pictured on Grandma Robillard's face, she flung the articles to the floor, and almost enjoyed the rapacious scramble that ensued. "I'll trouble you for that ring and them earbobs." Scarlet tucked the baby more securely under her arm, so that he hung face downward, crimson and screaming, and removed the garnet earrings which had been Gerald's wedding present to Ellen. Then she stripped off the large sapphire solitaire which Charles had given her as an engagement ring. "Don't throw 'em. Hand 'em to me," said the sergeant, putting out his hands. "Them bastards got enough already. What else have you got?" His eyes went over her basque sharply. For a moment Scarlet went faint, already feeling rough hands thrusting themselves into her bosom, fumbling at her garters. "That's all. But I suppose it's customary to strip your victims." "Oh, I'll take your word," said the sergeant good-naturedly, spitting again as he turned away. Scarlet righted the baby and tried to soothe him, holding her hand over the place on the diaper where the wallet was hidden, thanking God that Melanie had a baby, and that baby had a diaper. Upstairs she could hear heavy boots trampling, the protesting screech of furniture pulled across the floor, the crashing of china and mirrors, the curses when nothing of value appeared. From the yard came loud cries. "Head 'em off! Don't let 'em get away!" And the despairing squawks of the hens and quacking and honking of the ducks and geese. A pang went through her as she heard an agonized squealing, which was suddenly stilled by a pistol shot, and she knew that the sow was dead. Damn Prissy! She had run off and left her. If only the Shotes were safe. If only the family had gotten safely to the swamp. But there was no way of knowing. She stood quietly in the hall while the soldiers boiled about her, shouting and cursing. Wade's fingers were in her skirt in a terrified grip. She could feel his body shaking as he pressed against her, but she couldn't bring herself to speak reassuringly to him. She couldn't bring herself to utter any word to the Yankees, either of pleading, protest, or anger. She could only thank God that her knees still had the strength to support her, that her neck was still strong enough to hold her head high. But when a squad of bearded men came lumbering down the steps, laden with an assortment of stolen articles, and she saw Charles's sword in the hands of one, she did cry out. That sword was Wade's. It had been his father's and his grandfather's sword, and Scarlett had given it to the little boy on his last birthday. They had made quite a ceremony of it, and Melanie had cried with tears of pride and sorrowful memory, and kissed him and said he must grow up to be a brave soldier like his father and his grandfather. Wade was very proud of it, and often climbed upon the table beneath where it hung to pat it. Scarlett could endure seeing her own possessions going out of the house in hateful alien hands, but not this, not her little boy's pride. Wade, peering from the protection of her skirts at the sound of her cry, found speech and courage in a mighty sob. Stretching out one hand, he cried, "Mine!" "You can't take that," said Scarlett swiftly, holding out her hand too. "I can't, hey?" said the little soldier who held it, grinning impudently at her. "Well, I can. It's a rebel sword." It's not. It's a Mexican war sword. You can't take it. It's my little boy's. It was his grandfather's. Oh, Captain," she cried, turning to the sergeant, "please make him give it to me." The sergeant, pleased at his promotion, stepped forward. "Let me see that sword, bub," he said. Reluctantly, the little trooper handed it to him. "It's got a solid gold hilt," he said. The sergeant turned it in his hand, held the hilt up to the sunlight to read the engraved inscription. "To Colonel William R. Hamilton," he deciphered, "from his staff, for gallantry. Buena Vista, 1847. "Oh, lady," he said, "I was at Buena Vista myself." "Indeed?" said Scarlett icily. "Was I? That was hot fightin', let me tell you. I ain't seen such hot fightin' in this war as we seen in that one. So this sword was this little tyke's granddaddy's?" "Yes." "Well, he can have it," said the sergeant, who was satisfied enough with the jewelry and trinkets tied up in his handkerchief. "But it's got a solid gold hilt," insisted the little trooper. "We'll leave her that to remember us by," grinned the sergeant. Scarlett took the sword, not even saying thank you. Why should she thank these thieves for returning her own property to her? She held the sword against her while the little cavalryman argued and wrangled with the sergeant. "By God, I'll give these damn rebels something to remember me by," shouted the private finally when the sergeant, losing his good nature, told him to go to hell and not talk back. The little man went charging toward the back of the house, and Scarlett breathed more easily. They had said nothing about burning the house. They hadn't told her to leave so they could fire it. Perhaps... The men came rambling into the hall from the upstairs and the out-of-doors. "Anything?" questioned the sergeant. "One hog and a few chickens and ducks. Some corn and a few yams and beans.
The wildcat we saw on the horse must have given the alarm all right. Regular Paul Revere, eh? Well, there ain't much here, Sarge. You got the pickings. Let's move on before the whole country gets the news we're coming. Did you dig under the smokehouse? They generally bury things there. Ain't no smokehouse. Did you dig in the nigger cabins? Nothing but cotton in the cabins. We set fire to it. For a brief instant, Scarlet saw the long, hot days in the cotton field, felt again the terrible ache in her back, the raw, bruised flesh of her shoulders. All for nothing. The cotton was gone. You ain't got much for a fact, have you, lady?
Your army has been here before, she said coolly.
That's a fact. We were in this neighborhood in September, said one of the men, turning something in his hand. I'd forgot. Scarlet saw it was Ellen's gold thimble that he held. How often she had seen it gleaming in and out of Ellen's fancy work. The sight of it brought back too many hurting memories of the slender hand which had worn it. There it lay in this stranger's calloused, dirty palm, and soon it would find its way north and onto the finger of some Yankee woman who would be proud to wear stolen things. Ellen's thimble. Scarlet dropped her head so the enemy couldn't see her cry, and the tears fell slowly down on the baby's head. Through the blur, she saw the men moving toward the doorway, heard the sergeant calling commands in a loud, rough voice. They were going, and Tara was safe. But with the pain of Ellen's memory on her, she was hardly glad. The sound of the banging sabers and the horses' hooves brought little relief, and she stood, suddenly weak and nerveless, as they moved off down the avenue, every man laden with stolen goods, clothing, blankets, pictures, hens and ducks. The sow. Then to her nostrils was borne the smell of smoke, and she turned, too weak with lessening strain to care about the cotton. Through the open windows of the dining room, she saw smoke drifting lazily out of the Negro cabins. There went the cotton. There went the tax money, and part of the money which was to see them through this bitter winter. There was nothing she could do about it either, except watch. She had seen fires in cotton before, and she knew how difficult they were to put out, even with many men laboring at it. Thank God the quarters were so far from the house. Thank God there was no wind today to carry sparks to the roof of Tara. Suddenly she swung about, rigid as a pointer, and stared with horror-struck eyes down the hall, down the covered passageway toward the kitchen. There was smoke coming from the kitchen. Somewhere between the hall and the kitchen, she laid the baby down. Somewhere she flung off Wade's grip, slinging him against the wall. She burst into the smoke-filled kitchen and reeled back, coughing, her eyes streaming tears from the smoke. Again she plunged in, her skirt held over her nose. The room was dark, lit as it was by one small window, and so thick with smoke that she was blinded. But she could hear the hiss and crackle of flames. Dashing a hand across her eyes, she peered, squinting, and saw thin lines of flame creeping across the kitchen floor toward the walls. Someone had scattered the blazing logs in the open fireplace across the whole room, and the tinder dry pine floor was sucking in the flames and spewing them up like water. Back she rushed into the dining room and snatched a rag rug from the floor, spilling 2 chairs with a crash. I'll never beat it out. Never, never. Oh, God, if only there was someone to help. Tara's gone. Gone. Oh, God. This was what that little wretch meant when he said he'd give me something to remember him by. Oh, if I'd only let him have the sword. In the hallway, she passed her son lying in the corner with his sword. His eyes were closed and his face had a look of slack, unearthly peace. My God, he's dead. They frightened him to death, she thought in agony. But she raced by him to the bucket of drinking water which always stood in the passageway by the kitchen door. She soused the end of the rug into the bucket, and drawing a deep breath, plunged again into the smoke-filled room, slamming the door behind her. For an eternity she reeled and coughed, beating the rug against the lines of fire that shot swiftly beyond her. Twice her long skirt took fire, and she slapped it out with her hands. She could smell the sickening smell of her hair scorching, as it came loose from its pins and swept about her shoulders. Flames raced ever beyond her, toward the walls of the covered runway, fiery snakes that writhed and leaped, and exhaustion sweeping her. She knew that it was hopeless. Then the door swung open, and the sucking draft flung the flames higher. It closed with a bang, and in the swirling smoke, Scarlet, half-blind, saw Melanie stamping her feet on the flames, beating at them with something dark and heavy. She saw her staggering, heard her coughing, caught a lightning flash glimpse of her set white face and eyes narrow to slits against the smoke, saw her small body curving back and forth as she swung her rug up and down. For another eternity they fought and swayed side by side, and Scarlet could see that the lines of fire were shortening. Then suddenly, Melanie turned toward her and with a cry, hit her across the shoulders with all her might. Scarlet went down in a whirlwind of smoke and darkness. When she opened her eyes, she was lying on the back porch, her head pillowed comfortably on Melanie's lap, and the afternoon sunlight was shining on her face. Her hands, face and shoulders smarted intolerably from burns. Smoke was still rolling from the quarters, enveloping the cabins in thick clouds, and the smell of burning cotton was strong. Scarlet saw wisps of smoke drifting from the kitchen, and she stirred frantically to rise, but she was pushed back as Melanie's calm voice said, "Lie still, dear. The fire's out." She lay quiet for a moment, eyes closed, sighing with relief, and heard the slobbery gurgle of the baby nearby, and the reassuring sound of Wade's hiccuping. So he wasn't dead, thank God. She opened her eyes and looked up into Melanie's face. Her curls were singed, her face black with smut, but her eyes were sparkling with excitement, and she was smiling. "You look like a nigger," murmured Scarlet, burrowing her head wearily into its soft pillow. "And you look like the end man in a minstrel show," replied Melanie equably. "Why did you have to hit me?" "Because, my darling, your back was on fire. I didn't dream you'd faint, though the Lord knows you've had enough today to kill you. I came back as soon as I got the stock safe in the woods. I nearly died thinking about you and the baby alone. Did the Yankees harm you?" "If you mean did they rape me, no," said Scarlet, groaning as she tried to sit up. Though Melanie's lap was soft, the porch on which she was lying was far from comfortable. "But they've stolen everything. Everything. We've lost everything." "Well, what is there to look so happy about?" "We haven't lost each other. And our babies are all right. And we have a roof over our heads," said Melanie, and there was a lilt in her voice. "And that's all anyone can hope for now." "Goodness, but Bo is wet. I suppose the Yankees even stole his extra diapers. Scarlet, what on earth is in his diaper?" She thrust a suddenly frightened hand down the baby's back and brought up the wallet. For a moment, she looked at it as if she had never seen it before, and then she began to laugh, peal on peal of mirth that had in it no hint of hysteria. "Nobody but you would ever have thought of it," she cried, and flinging her arms around Scarlet's neck, she kissed her. "You are the beatenest sister I ever had." Scarlet permitted the embrace because she was too tired to struggle, because the words of praise brought balm to her spirit, and because, in the dark smoke-filled kitchen, there had been born a greater respect for her sister-in-law, a closer feeling of comradeship. "I'll say this for her," she thought grudgingly. "She's always there when you need her." Chapter 28. Cold weather set in abruptly with a killing frost. Chilling winds swept beneath the door sills, and rattled the loose window panes with a monotonous tinkling sound. The last of the leaves fell from the bare trees, and only the pines stood clothed, black and cold against pale skies. The rutted red roads were frozen to flintiness, and hunger rode the winds through Georgia. Scarlett recalled bitterly her conversation with Grandma Fontaine. On that afternoon 2 months ago, which now seemed years in the past, she had told the old lady she had already known the worst which could possibly happen to her, and she had spoken from the bottom of her heart. Now that remark sounded like schoolgirl hyperbole. Before Sherman's men came through Tara the second time, she had her small riches of food and money. She had neighbors more fortunate than she, and she had the cotton which would tide her over until spring. Now the cotton was gone, the food was gone. The money was of no use to her, for there was no food to buy with it, and the neighbors were in worse plight than she. At least she had the cow and the calf, a few shoats and the horse, and the neighbors had nothing but the little they had been able to hide in the woods and bury in the ground. Fairhill, the Tarleton home, was burned to the foundations, and Mrs. Tarleton and the 4 girls were existing in the overseer's house. The Monroe house near Lovejoy was leveled too. The wooden wing of Mimosa had burned, and only the thick, resistant stucco of the main house and the frenzied work of the Fontaine women and their slaves with wet blankets and quilts had saved it. The Calvert's house had again been spared, due to the intercession of Hilton, the Yankee overseer. But there was not a head of livestock, not a fowl, not an ear of corn left on the place. At Tara, and throughout the county, the problem was food. Most of the families had nothing at all but the remains of their yam crops, and their peanuts, and such game as they could catch in the woods. What they had, each shared with less fortunate friends, as they had done in more prosperous days. But the time soon came when there was nothing to share. At Tara, they ate rabbit and possum and catfish, if pork was lucky. On other days, a small amount of milk, hickory nuts, roasted acorns, and yams. They were always hungry. To Scarlett, it seemed that at every turn she met outstretched hands, pleading eyes. The sight of them drove her almost to madness, for she was as hungry as they. She ordered the calf killed, because he drank so much of the precious milk. And that night everyone ate so much fresh veal, all of them were ill. She knew that she should kill one of the shoats, but she put it off from day to day, hoping to raise them to maturity. They were so small. There would be so little of them to eat if they were killed now, and so much more if they could be saved a little longer. Nightly she debated with Melanie the advisability of sending pork abroad on the horse with some greenbacks to try to buy food. But the fear that the horse might be captured and the money taken from pork deterred them. They didn't know where the Yankees were. They might be 1,000 miles away or only across the river. Once, Scarlett, in desperation, started to ride out herself to search for food, but the hysterical outbursts of the whole family, fearful of the Yankees, made her abandon the plan. Pork foraged far, at times not coming home all night. And Scarlett didn't ask him where he went. Sometimes he returned with game, sometimes with a few ears of corn, a bag of dried peas. Once he brought home a rooster, which he said he found in the woods. The family ate it with relish, but with a sense of guilt, knowing very well pork had stolen it, as he had stolen the peas and corn. One night soon after this, he tapped on Scarlett's door long after the house was asleep, and sheepishly exhibited a leg peppered with small shot. As she bandaged it for him, he explained awkwardly that when attempting to get into a hen coop at Fayetteville, he had been discovered. Scarlett didn't ask whose hen coop, but patted Pork's shoulder gently, tears in her eyes. Negroes were provoking sometimes, and stupid and lazy, but there was loyalty in them that money couldn't buy, a feeling of oneness with their white folks which made them risk their lives to keep food on the table. In other days, Pork's pilferings would have been a serious matter, probably calling for a whipping. In other days, she would have been forced at least to reprimand him severely. "Always remember, dear," Ellen had said, "you are responsible for the moral as well as the physical welfare of the darkies God has entrusted to your care. You must realize that they are like children and must be guarded from themselves like children, and you must always set them a good example." But now, Scarlett pushed that admonition into the back of her mind. That she was encouraging theft, and perhaps theft from people worse off than she, was no longer a matter for conscience. In fact, the morals of the affair weighed lightly upon her. Instead of punishment or reproof, she only regretted he had been shot. "You must be more careful, Pork. We don't want to lose you. What would we do without you? You've been mighty good and faithful, and when we get some money again, I'm going to buy you a big gold watch and engrave on it something out of the Bible. Well done, good and faithful servant." Pork beamed under the praise, and gingerly rubbed his bandaged leg. "That sound mighty fine, Miss Scarlett. When you expectin' to get that money?" "I don't know, Pork. But I'm going to get it sometime, somehow." She bent on him an unseeing glance that was so passionately bitter he stirred uneasily. "Someday, when this war is over, I'm going to have lots of money. And when I do, I'll never be hungry or cold again. None of us will ever be hungry or cold. We'll all wear fine clothes and have fried chicken every day, and—" Then she stopped. The strictest rule at Terra, one which she herself had made, and which she rigidly enforced, was that no one should ever talk of the fine meals they had eaten in the past, or what they would eat now if they had the opportunity. Pork slipped from the room as she remained staring moodily into the distance. In the old days, now dead and gone, life had been so complex, so full of intricate and complicated problems. There had been the problem of trying to win Ashley's love, and trying to keep a dozen other bows dangling and unhappy. There had been small breaches of conduct to be concealed from her elders, jealous girls to be flouted or placated, styles of dresses and materials to be chosen, different coiffures to be tried, and oh, so many, many other matters to be decided. Now life was so amazingly simple. Now all that mattered was food enough to keep off starvation, clothing enough to prevent freezing, and a roof overhead which didn't leak too much. It was during these days that Scarlett dreamed and dreamed again the nightmare which was to haunt her for years. It was always the same dream. The details never varied. But the terror of it mounted each time it came to her, and the fear of experiencing it again troubled even her waking hours. She remembered so well the incidents of the day when she had first dreamed it. Cold rain had fallen for days, and the house was chill with draughts and dampness. The logs in the fireplace were wet and smoky and gave little heat. There had been nothing to eat except milk since breakfast, for the yams were exhausted, and Pork's snares and fish lines had yielded nothing. One of the shoats would have to be killed the next day if they were to eat at all. Strained and hungry faces, black and white, were staring at her, mutely asking her to provide food. She would have to risk losing the horse and send Pork out to buy something. And to make matters worse, Wade was ill with a sore throat and a raging fever, and there was neither doctor nor medicine for him. Hungry, weary with watching her child, Scarlett left him to Melanie's care for a while and lay down on her bed to nap. Her feet icy, she twisted and turned, unable to sleep, weighed down with fear and despair. Again and again she thought, "What shall I do? Where shall I turn? Isn't there anybody in the world who can help me?" Where had all the security of the world gone? Why wasn't there someone, some strong, wise person to take the burdens from her? She wasn't made to carry them. She didn't know how to carry them. And then she fell into an uneasy doze. She was in a wild, strange country so thick with swirling mist she couldn't see her hand before her face. The earth beneath her feet was uneasy. It was a haunted land, still with a terrible stillness, and she was lost in it, lost and terrified as a child in the night. She was bitterly cold and hungry, and so fearful of what lurked in the mists about her that she tried to scream and could not. There were things in the fog reaching out fingers to pluck at her skirt, to drag her down into the uneasy, quaking earth on which she stood, silent, relentless, spectral hands. Then she knew that somewhere in the opaque gloom about her there was shelter, help, a heaven of refuge and warmth. But where was it? Could she reach it before the hands clutched her and dragged her down into the quicksands? Suddenly she was running through the mist like a mad thing, crying and screaming, throwing out her arms to clutch only empty air and wet mist. Where was the haven? It eluded her, but it was there, hidden, somewhere. If she could only reach it. If she could only reach it, she would be safe. But terror was weakening her legs, hunger making her faint. She gave one despairing cry and awoke to find Melanie's worried face above her and Melanie's hands shaking her to wakefulness. The dream returned again and again, whenever she went to sleep with an empty stomach. And that was frequently enough. It so frightened her that she feared to sleep, although she feverishly told herself there was nothing in such a dream to be afraid of. There was nothing in a dream about fog to scare her so. Nothing at all. Yet the thought of dropping off into that mist-filled country so terrified her, she began sleeping with Melanie, who would wake her up when her moaning and twitching revealed that she was again in the clutch of the dream. Under the strain, she grew white and thin. The pretty roundness left her face, throwing her cheekbones into prominence, emphasizing her slanting green eyes and giving her the look of a prowling, hungry cat. Daytime is enough like a nightmare without my dreaming things, she thought desperately, and began hoarding her daily. At Christmas time, Frank Kennedy and a small troop from the commissary department jogged up to Tara on a futile hunt for grain and animals for the army. They were a ragged and ruffianly-appearing crew, mounted on lame and heaving horses which obviously were in too bad condition to be used for more active service. Like their animals, the men had been invalided out of the front-line forces, and except for Frank, all of them had an arm missing, or an eye gone, or stiffened joints. Most of them wore blue overcoats of captured Yankees, and for a brief instant of horror, those at Tara thought Sherman's men had returned. They stayed the night on the plantation, sleeping on the floor in the parlor, luxuriating as they stretched themselves on the velvet rug, for it had been weeks since they had slept under a roof or on anything softer than pine needles and hard earth. For all their dirty beards and tatters, they were a well-bred crowd, full of pleasant small talk, jokes and compliments, and very glad to be spending Christmas Eve in a big house, surrounded by pretty women, as they had been accustomed to do in days long past. They refused to be serious about the war, told outrageous lies to make the girls laugh, and brought to the bare and looted house the first lightness, the first hint of festivity it had known in many a day. "It's almost like the old days when we had house parties, isn't it?" whispered Sue Ellen happily to Scarlet. Sue Ellen was raised to the skies by having a beau of her own in the house again, and she could hardly take her eyes off Frank Kennedy. Scarlet was surprised to see that Sue Ellen could be almost pretty, despite the thinness which had persisted since her illness. Her cheeks were flushed, and there was a soft, luminous look in her eyes. "She really must care about him," thought Scarlet in contempt. "And I guess she'd be almost human if she ever had a husband of her own. even if her husband was old fuss-budget Frank. Corinne had brightened a little, too, and some of the sleepwalking look left her eyes that night. She had found that one of the men had known Brent Tarleton and had been with him the day he was killed, and she promised herself a long private talk with him after supper. At supper, Melanie surprised them all by forcing herself out of her timidity and being almost vivacious. She laughed and joked and almost, but not quite, coquetted with a one-eyed soldier who gladly repaid her efforts with extravagant gallantries. Scarlett knew the effort this involved both mentally and physically, for Melanie suffered torments of shyness in the presence of anything male. Moreover, she was far from well. She insisted she was strong and did more work even than Dilsey, but Scarlett knew she was sick. When she lifted things, her face went white, and she had a way of sitting down suddenly after exertions, as if her legs would no longer support her. But tonight she, like Sue Ellen and Corinne, was doing everything possible to make the soldiers enjoy their Christmas Eve. Scarlett alone took no pleasure in the guests. The troop had added their ration of parched corn and side meat to the supper of dried peas, stewed dried apples, and peanuts, which Mammy set before them, and they declared it was the best meal they had had in months. Scarlett watched them eat, and she was uneasy. She not only begrudged them every mouthful they ate, but she was on tenterhooks lest they discover somehow that pork had slaughtered one of the shoats the day before. It now hung in the pantry, and she had grimly promised her household that she would scratch out the eyes of anyone who mentioned the shoat to their guests, or the presence of the dead pig's sisters and brothers safe in their pen in the swamp. These hungry men could devour the whole shoat at one meal, and if they knew of the live hogs, they could commandeer them for the army. She was alarmed, too, for the cow and the horse, and wished they were hidden in the swamp instead of tied in the woods at the bottom of the pasture. If the commissary took her stock, Tara could not possibly live through the winter. There would be no way of replacing them. As to what the army would eat, she didn't care. Let the army feed the army, if it could. It was hard enough for her to feed her own. The men added, as dessert, some ramrod rolls from their knapsacks. And this was the first time Scarlett had ever seen this Confederate article of diet, about which there were almost as many jokes as about lice. They were charred spirals of what appeared to be wood. The men dared her to take a bite, and when she did, she discovered that beneath the smoke-blackened surface was unsalted cornbread. The soldiers mixed their ration of cornmeal with water, and salt too when they could get it, wrapped the thick paste about their ramrods, and roasted the mess over campfires. It was as hard as rock candy and as tasteless as sawdust, and after one bite Scarlett hastily handed it back amid roars of laughter. She met Melanie's eyes, and the same thought was plain in both faces. How can they go on fighting if they have only this stuff to eat? The meal was gay enough, and even Gerald, presiding absently at the head of the table, managed to evoke from the back of his dim mind some of the manner of a host and an uncertain smile. The men talked, the women smiled and flattered. But Scarlett, turning suddenly to Frank Kennedy to ask him news of Miss Pittypat, caught an expression on his face which made her forget what she intended to say. His eyes had left Sue Ellen's and were wandering about the room, to Gerald's childlike puzzled eyes, to the floor, bare of rugs, to the mantelpiece denuded of its ornaments, the sagging springs and torn upholstery into which Yankee bayonets had ripped, the cracked mirror above the sideboard, the unfaded squares on the wall where pictures had hung before the looters came, the scant table service, the decently mended but old dresses of the girls, the flour sack which had been made into a kilt for Wade. Frank was remembering the Tara he had known before the war, and on his face was a hurt look, a look of tired, impotent anger. He loved Sue Ellen, liked her sisters, respected Gerald, and had a genuine fondness for the plantation. Since Sherman had swept through Georgia, Frank had seen many appalling sights as he rode about the state trying to collect supplies, but nothing had gone to his heart as Tara did now. He wanted to do something for the O'Haras, especially Sue Ellen, and there was nothing he could do. He was unconsciously wagging his whiskered head in pity and clicking his tongue against his teeth when Scarlett caught his eye. He saw the flame of indignant pride in them, and he dropped his gaze quickly to his plate in embarrassment. The girls were hungry for news. There had been no mail service since Atlanta fell, now 4 months past, and they were in complete ignorance as to where the Yankees were, how the Confederate Army was faring, what had happened to Atlanta and to old friends. Frank, whose work took him all over the section, was as good as a newspaper, better even, for he was kin to or knew almost everyone from Macon north to Atlanta, and he could supply bits of interesting personal gossip which the papers always omitted. To cover his embarrassment at being caught by Scarlett, he plunged hastily into a recital of news. The Confederates, he told them, had retaken Atlanta after Sherman marched out, but it was a valueless prize, as Sherman had burned it completely. "But I thought Atlanta burned the night I left," cried Scarlett, bewildered. "I thought our boys burned it." "Oh, no, Miss Scarlett," cried Frank, shocked. "We'd never burn one of our own towns with our own folks in it. What you saw burning was the warehouses and the supplies we didn't want the Yankees to capture, and the foundries and the ammunition. But that was all. When Sherman took the town, the houses and stores were standing there as pretty as you please, and he quartered his men in them." "But what happened to the people? Did he kill them?" "He killed some, but not with bullets," said the one-eyed soldier grimly. "Soon as he marched into Atlanta, he told the mayor that all the people in town would have to move out, every living soul. And there were plenty of old folks that couldn't stand the trip, and sick folks that ought not to have been moved, and ladies who were... well, ladies who hadn't ought to be moved either. And he moved them out in the biggest rainstorm you ever saw, hundreds and hundreds of them, and dumped them in the woods near Rough and Ready, and sent word to General Hood to come and get them. And plenty of the folks died of pneumonia, and not being able to stand that sort of treatment." "Oh, but why did he do that? They couldn't have done him any harm," cried Melanie. "He said he wanted the town to rest his men and horses in," said Frank. "And he rested them there till the middle of November, and then he lit out. And he set fire to the whole town when he left and burned everything." "Oh, surely not everything!" cried the girls in dismay. It was inconceivable that the bustling town they knew, so full of people, so crowded with soldiers, was gone. All the lovely homes beneath shady trees, all the big stores and the fine hotels, surely they couldn't be gone. Melanie seemed ready to burst into tears, for she had been born there and knew no other home. Scarlett's heart sank because she had come to love the place second only to Tara. "Well, almost everything," Frank amended hastily, disturbed by the expressions on their faces. He tried to look cheerful, for he didn't believe in upsetting ladies. Upset ladies always upset him and made him feel helpless. He couldn't bring himself to tell them the worst. Let them find out from someone else. He couldn't tell them what the army saw when it marched back into Atlanta. The acres and acres of chimneys standing blackly above ashes, piles of half-burned rubbish and tumbled heaps of brick clogging the streets, old trees dying from fire, their charred limbs tumbling to the ground in cold wind. He remembered how the sight had turned him sick, remembered the bitter curses of the Confederates when they saw the remains of the town. He hoped the ladies would never hear of the horrors of the looted cemetery, for they'd never get over that. Charlie Hamilton and Melanie's mother and father were buried there. The sight of that cemetery still gave Frank nightmares. Hoping to find jewelry buried with the dead, the Yankee soldiers had broken open vaults, dug up graves. They had robbed the bodies, stripped from the coffins gold and silver nameplates, silver trimmings and silver handles. The skeletons and corpses flung helter-skelter among their splintered caskets lay exposed and so pitiful. And Frank couldn't tell them about the dogs and cats. Ladies set such a store by pets. But the thousands of starving animals, left homeless when their masters had been so rudely evacuated, had shocked him almost as much as the cemetery, for Frank loved cats and dogs. The animals had been frightened, cold, ravenous, wild as forest creatures, the strong attacking the weak waiting for the weaker to die so they could eat them. And above the ruined town, the buzzards splotched the wintry sky with graceful, sinister bodies. Frank cast about in his mind for some mitigating information that would make the ladies feel better. "There's some houses still standing," he said. "Houses that sat on big lots away from other houses and didn't catch fire. And the churches and the Masonic Hall are left, and a few stores, too. But the business section and all along the railroad tracks and at 5 Points. Well, ladies, that part of the town is flat on the ground." "Then," cried Scarlett bitterly, "that warehouse Charlie left me, down on the tracks, is gone too?" "If it was near the tracks, it's gone, but—" Suddenly he smiled. Why hadn't he thought of it before? "Cheer up, ladies. Your Aunt Pitty's house is still standing. It's kind of damaged, but there it is." "Oh, how did it escape?" "Well, it's made of brick, and it's got the only slate roof in Atlanta, and that kept the sparks from setting it afire, I guess. And then it's about the last house on the north end of town, and the fire wasn't so bad over that way. Of course, the Yankees quartered there, tore it up a-plenty. They even burned the baseboard and the mahogany stair rail for firewood. But shucks, it's in good shape. When I saw Miss Pitty last week in Macon—" "You saw her? How is she?" "Just fine, just fine. When I told her her house was still standing, she made up her mind to come home right away. That is, if that old darky Peter will let her come. Lots of the Atlanta people have already come back, because they got nervous about Macon. Sherman didn't take Macon, but everybody's afraid Wilson's raiders will get there soon, and he's worse than Sherman." "But how silly of them to come back if there aren't any houses. Where do they live?" "Miss Scarlett, they're living in tents and shacks and log cabins and doubling up 6 and 7 families in the few houses still standing. And they're trying to rebuild. Now, Miss Scarlett, don't say they're silly. You know Atlanta folks as well as I do. They're plumb set on that town, most as bad as Charlestonians are about Charleston. And it'll take more than Yankees and a burning to keep them away. Atlanta folks are, begging your pardon, Miss Melly, as stubborn as mules about Atlanta. I don't know why, for I always thought that town a mighty pushy, impudent sort of place. But then, I'm a countryman born, and I don't like any town. And let me tell you, the ones who are getting back first are the smart ones. The ones who come back last won't find a stick or stone or brick of their houses, because everybody's out salvaging things all over town to rebuild their houses. Just day before yesterday, I saw Mrs. Merriweather and Miss Maybelle and their old donkey woman out collecting brick in a wheelbarrow. And Mrs. Meade told me she was thinking about building a log cabin when the doctor comes back to help her. She said she lived in a log cabin when she first came to Atlanta, when it was Marthasville, and it wouldn't bother her none to do it again. 'Course, she was only joking. But that shows you how they feel about it." "I think they've got a lot of spirit," said Melanie proudly. Don't you, Scarlet?" Scarlet nodded, a grim pleasure and pride in her adopted town filling her. As Frank said, it was a pushy, impudent place, and that was why she liked it. It wasn't hidebound and stick-in-the-mudish like the older towns, and it had a brash exuberance that matched her own. "I'm like Atlanta," she thought. "It takes more than Yankees or burning to keep me down." "If Aunt Pitty is going back to Atlanta, we'd better go back and stay with the Scarlet," said Melanie, interrupting her train of thought. "She'd die of fright alone." "Now how can I leave here, Melly?" Scarlet asked crossly. "If you're so anxious to go, go. I won't stop you." "Oh, I didn't mean it that way, darling," cried Melanie, flushing with distress. "How thoughtless of me. Of course you can't leave Tara, and I guess Uncle Peter and Cookie can take care of Auntie." "There's nothing to keep you from going," Scarlet pointed out shortly. "You know I wouldn't leave you," answered Melanie. "And I would be just frightened to death without you." "Suit yourself. Besides, you wouldn't catch me going back to Atlanta. Just as soon as they get a few houses up, Sherman will come back and burn it again." "He won't be back," said Frank, and, despite his efforts, his face drooped. "He's gone on through the state to the coast. Savannah was captured this week, and they say the Yankees are going on up into South Carolina." "Savannah taken?" "Yes. Why, lady, Savannah couldn't help but fall. They didn't have enough men to hold it, though they used every man they could get, every man who could drag one foot after another. Do you know that when the Yankees were marching on Milledgeville, they called out all the cadets from the military academies, no matter how young they were, and even opened the state penitentiary to get fresh troops? Yes, sir. They turned loose every convict who was willing to fight, and promised him a pardon if he lived through the war. It kind of gave me the creeps to see those little cadets in the ranks with thieves and cutthroats." "They turned loose the convicts on us?" "Now, Miss Scarlet, don't you get upset. They're a long way off from here, and furthermore, they're making good soldiers. I guess being a thief don't keep a man from being a good soldier, does it?" "I think it's wonderful," said Melanie softly. "Well, I don't," said Scarlet flatly. "There's thieves enough running around the country anyway, what with the Yankees and—" She caught herself in time, but the men laughed. "What with the Yankees and our commissary department?" they finished, and she flushed. "But where's General Hood's army?" interposed Melanie hastily. "Surely he could have held Savannah." "Why, Miss Melanie," Frank was startled and reproachful, "General Hood hasn't been down in that section at all. He's been fighting up in Tennessee, trying to draw the Yankees out of Georgia." "And didn't his little scheme work well?" cried Scarlet sarcastically. "He left the damn Yankees to go through us with nothing but schoolboys and convicts and home guards to protect us." "Daughter," said Gerald, rousing himself, "you are profane. Your mother will be grieved." "They're damn Yankees," cried Scarlet passionately. "And I'd never expect to call them anything else." At the mention of Ellen, everyone felt queer, and conversation suddenly ceased. Melanie again interposed. "When you were in Macon, did you see India and Honey Wilkes? Had they heard anything of Ashley?" "Now, Miss Mellie, you know if I'd had news of Ashley, I'd have ridden up here from Macon right away to tell you," said Frank reproachfully. "No, they didn't have any news, but... Now, don't you fret about Ashley, Miss Mellie. I know it's been a long time since you heard from him, but you can't expect to hear from a fellow when he's in prison, can you? And things aren't as bad in Yankee prisons as they are in ours. After all, the Yankees have plenty to eat, and enough medicines and blankets. They aren't like we are, not having enough to feed ourselves, much less our prisoners." "Oh, the Yankees have got plenty," cried Melanie, passionately bitter. "But they don't give things to the prisoners. You know they don't, Mr. Kennedy. You're just saying that to make me feel better. You know that our boys freeze to death up there, and starve too, and die without doctors and medicine, simply because the Yankees hate us so much. Oh, if we could just wipe every Yankee off the face of the earth. Oh, I know that Ashley is... Don't say it, cried Scarlett, her heart in her throat. As long as no one said Ashley was dead, there persisted in her heart a faint hope that he lived. But she felt that if she heard the words pronounced, in that moment, he would die. "Now, Mrs. Wilkes, don't you bother about your husband," said the one-eyed man soothingly. "I was captured after First Manassas, and exchanged later, and when I was in prison, they fed me off the fat of the land, fried chicken and hot biscuits." "I think you are a liar," said Melanie with a faint smile, and the first sign of spirit Scarlett had ever seen her display with a man. "What do you think?" "I think so, too," said the one-eyed man, and slapped his leg with a laugh. "If you'll all come into the parlor, I'll sing you some Christmas carols," said Melanie, glad to change the subject. The piano was one thing the Yankees couldn't carry away. "Is it terribly out of tune, Sue Ellen?" "Dreadfully," answered Sue Ellen, happily beckoning with a smile to Frank. But as they all passed from the room, Frank hung back, tugging at Scarlett's sleeve. "May I speak to you alone?" For an awful moment she feared he was going to ask about her livestock, and she braced herself for a good lie. When the room was cleared and they stood by the fire, all the false cheerfulness which had colored Frank's face in front of the others passed, and she saw that he looked like an old man. His face was as dried and brown as the leaves that were blowing about the lawn of Tara, and his ginger-colored whiskers were thin and scraggly and streaked with gray. He clawed at them absently and cleared his throat in an annoying way before he spoke. "I'm mighty sorry about your ma, Miss Scarlett." "Please don't talk about it." "And your pa, has he been this way since?" "Yes, he's not himself, as you can see." "He sure set his store by her." "Oh, Mr. Kennedy, please don't let's talk—" "I'm sorry, Miss Scarlett." And he shuffled his feet nervously. "The truth is, I wanted to take up something with your pa, and now I see it won't do any good." "Perhaps I can help you, Mr. Kennedy. You see, I'm the head of the house now." "Well, I—" began Frank, and again clawed nervously at his beard. "The truth is, well, Miss Scarlett, I was aiming to ask him for Miss Sue Ellen." "Do you mean to tell me," cried Scarlett in amused amazement, "that you haven't yet asked Pa for Sue Ellen? And you've been courting her for years?" He flushed and grinned embarrassedly, and in general looked like a shy and sheepish boy. "Well, I didn't know if she'd have me. I'm so much older than she is, and there were so many good-looking young bucks hanging around Tara." "Hum," thought Scarlett. "They were hanging around me, not her. And I don't know yet if she'll have me. I've never asked her. But she must know how I feel. I thought I'd ask Mr. O'Hara's permission and tell him the truth. Miss Scarlett, I haven't got a cent now. I used to have a lot of money, if you'll forgive me mentioning it. But right now all I own is my horse and the clothes I've got on. You see, when I enlisted, I sold most of my land, and I put all my money in Confederate bonds, and you know what they're worth now. Less than the paper they're printed on. And anyway, I haven't got them now because they burned up when the Yankees burned my sister's house. I know I've got gall asking for Miss Sue Ellen now when I haven't a cent, but, well, it's this way. I got to thinking that we don't know how things are going to turn out about this war. It sure looks like the end of the world to me. There's nothing we can be sure of, and I thought it would be a heap of comfort to me and
maybe to her if we were engaged. That would be something sure. I wouldn't ask to marry her till I could take care of her, Miss Scarlett, and I don't know when that will be. But if true love carries any weight with you, you can be certain Miss Sue Ellen will be rich in that, if nothing else." He spoke the last words with a simple dignity that touched Scarlett, even in her amusement. It was beyond her comprehension that anyone could love Sue Ellen. Her sister seemed to her a monster of selfishness, of complaints, and of what she could only describe as pure cussedness. "Well, Mr. Kennedy," she said kindly, "it's quite all right. I'm sure I can speak for Paul. He always set a store by you, and he always expected Sue Ellen to marry you." "Did he now?" cried Frank, happiness in his face. "Indeed, yes," answered Scarlett, concealing a grin as she remembered how frequently Gerald had rudely bellowed across the supper table to Sue Ellen. "How now, missy? Hasn't your ardent beau popped the question yet? Shall I be asking him his intentions?" "I shall ask her tonight," he said, his face quivering, and he clutched her hand and shook it. "You're so kind, Miss Scarlett." "I'll send her to you," smiled Scarlett, starting for the parlor. Melanie was beginning to play. The piano was sadly out of tune, but some of the chords were musical, and Melanie was raising her voice to lead the others in "Hark the Herald Angels Sing." Scarlett paused. It didn't seem possible that war had swept over them twice, that they were living in a ravaged country, close to the border of starvation, when this old, sweet Christmas hymn was being sung. Abruptly, she turned to Frank. "What did you mean when you said it looked like the end of the world to you?" "I'll talk frankly," he said slowly, "but I wouldn't want you to be alarming the other ladies with what I say. The war can't go on much longer. There aren't any fresh men to fill the ranks, and the desertions are running high, higher than the army likes to admit. You see, the men can't stand to be away from their families when they know they're starving, so they go home to try to provide for them. I can't blame them, but it weakens the army, and the army can't fight without food, and there isn't any food. I know, because, you see, getting food is my business. I've been all up and down this section since we retook Atlanta, and there isn't enough to feed a jaybird. It's the same way for 300 miles south to Savannah. The folks are starving, and the railroads are torn up, and there aren't any new rifles, and the ammunition is giving out, and there's no leather at all for shoes. So, you see, the end is almost here." But the fading hopes of the Confederacy weighed less heavily on Scarlett than his remark about the scarcity of food. It had been her intention to send pork out with the horse and wagon, the gold pieces and the United States money to scour the countryside for provisions and material for clothes. But if what Frank said was true... But Macon hadn't fallen. There must be food in Macon. Just as soon as the commissary department was safely on its way, she'd start pork for Macon and take the chance of having the precious horse picked up by the army. She'd have to risk it. "Well, let's don't talk about unpleasant things tonight, Mr. Kennedy," she said. "You go and sit in Mother's little office, and I'll send Sue Ellen to you so you can... well, so you'll have a little privacy." Blushing, smiling, Frank slipped out of the room, and Scarlett watched him go. What a pity he can't marry her now, she thought. That would be one less mouth to feed. Chapter 29. The following April, General Johnston, who had been given back the shattered remnants of his old command,
surrendered them in North Carolina, and the war was over. But not until 2 weeks later did the news reach Tara. There was too much to do at Tara for anyone to waste time traveling abroad and hearing gossip, and as the neighbors were just as busy as they, there was little visiting and news spread slowly. Spring plowing was at its height, and the cotton and garden seed Pork had brought from Macon were being put into the ground. Pork had been almost worthless since his trip, so proud was he of returning safely with his wagon-load of dress goods, seed, fowls, hams, side meat, and meal. Over and over he told the story of his many narrow escapes, of the bypaths and country lanes he had taken on his return to Tara, the unfrequented roads, the old trails, the bridle paths. He had been 5 weeks on the road, agonizing weeks for Scarlett. But she didn't upbraid him on his return, for she was happy that he had made the trip successfully, and pleased that he had brought back so much of the money she had given him. She had a shrewd suspicion that the reason he had so much money left over was that he had not bought the fowls or most of the food. Pork would have taken shame to himself had he spent her money when there were unguarded hen coops along the road and smokehouses handy. Now that they had a little food, everyone at Tara was busy trying to restore some semblance of naturalness to life. There was work for every pair of hands, too much work, never-ending work. The withered stalks of last year's cotton had to be removed to make way for this year's seeds, and the bulky horse, unaccustomed to the plow, dragged unwillingly through the fields. Weeds had to be pulled from the garden and the seeds planted. Firewood had to be cut. A beginning had to be made toward replacing the pens and the miles and miles of fences so casually burned by the Yankees. The snares Pork set for rabbits had to be visited twice a day, and the fish lines in the river rebaited. There were beds to be made and floors to be swept, food to be cooked and dishes washed, hogs and chickens to be fed and eggs gathered. The cow had to be milked and pastured near the swamp, and someone had to watch her all day for fear the Yankees or Frank Kennedy's men would return and take her. Even little Wade had his duties. Every morning he went out importantly with a basket to pick up twigs and chips to start the fires with. It was the Fontaine boys, the first of the county men home from the war, who brought the news of the surrender. Alex, who still had boots, was walking, and Tony, barefooted, was riding on the bare back of a mule. Tony always managed to get the best of things in that family. They were swarthier than ever from 4 years' exposure to sun and storm, thinner, more wiry, and the wild black beards they brought back from the war made them seem like strangers. On their way to Mimosa and eager for home, they only stopped a moment at Tara to kiss the girls and give them news of the surrender. It was all over, they said, all finished, and they didn't seem to care much or want to talk about it. All they wanted to know was whether Mimosa had been burned. On the way south from Atlanta, they had passed chimney after chimney where the homes of friends had stood, and it seemed almost too much to hope that their own house had been spared. They sighed with relief at the welcome news and laughed, slapping their thighs when Scarlett told them of Sally's wild ride and how neatly she had cleared their hedge. "She's a spunky girl," said Tony, "and it's rotten luck for her, Joe getting killed." "You all got any chewing tobacco, Scarlett?" "Nothing but rabbit tobacco. Pa smokes it in a corn cob." "I haven't fallen that low yet," said Tony, "but I'll probably come to it." "Is Dimity Monroe all right?" asked Alex, eagerly but a little embarrassed. And Scarlett recalled vaguely that he had been sweet on Sally's younger sister. "Oh, yes. She's living with her aunt over in Fayetteville now. You know their house in Lovejoy was burned, and the rest of her folks are in Macon." "What he means is, has Dimity married some brave colonel in the Home Guard?" jeered Tony, and Alex turned furious eyes upon him. "Of course she isn't married," said Scarlett, amused. "Maybe it would be better if she had," said Alex gloomily. "How the hell—I beg your pardon, Scarlett.
But how can a man ask a girl to marry him when his darkies are all freed and his stock gone and he hasn't got a cent in his pockets?
You know that wouldn't bother Dimity, said Scarlet. She could afford to be loyal to Dimity and say nice things about her, for Alex Fontaine had never been one of her own beaux.
Hell's afire. Well, I beg your pardon again. I'll have to quit swearing or Grandma will sure tan my hide. I'm not asking any girl to marry a pauper. It mightn't bother her, but it would bother me. While Scarlet talked to the boys on the front porch, Melanie, Sue Ellen, and Corinne slipped silently into the house as soon as they heard the news of the surrender. After the boys had gone, cutting across the back fields of Tara toward home, Scarlet went inside and heard the girls sobbing together on the sofa in Ellen's little office. It was all over. The bright, beautiful dream they had loved and hoped for, the cause which had taken their friends, lovers, husbands, and beggared their families. The cause they had thought could never fall, had fallen, forever. But for Scarlet, there were no tears. In the first moment, when she heard the news, she thought, "Thank God! Now the cow won't be stolen. Now the horse is safe. Now we can take the silver out of the well, and everybody can have a knife and fork. Now I won't be afraid to drive round the country looking for something to eat." What a relief! Never again would she start in fear at the sound of hooves. Never again would she wake in the dark nights, holding her breath to listen, wondering if it were reality or only a dream that she heard in the yard, the rattle of bits, the stamping of hooves, and the harsh crying of orders by the Yankees. And best of all, Tara was safe. Now her worst nightmare would never come true. Now she would never have to stand on the lawn and see smoke billowing from the beloved house and hear the roar of flames as the roof fell in. Yes, the cause was dead, but war had always seemed foolish to her, and peace was better. She had never stood starry-eyed when the stars and bars ran up a pole or felt cold chills when Dixie sounded. She had not been sustained through privations, the sickening duties of nursing, the fears of the siege and the hunger of the last few months, by the fanatic glow which made all these things endurable to others, if only the cause prospered. It was all over and done with, and she was not going to cry about it. All over. The war which had seemed so endless, the war which, unbidden and unwanted, had cut her life in two, had made so clean a cleavage that it was difficult to remember those other carefree days. She could look back, unmoved, at the pretty Scarlet with her fragile green Morocco slippers and her flounces fragrant with lavender. But she wondered if she could be that same girl. Scarlett O'Hara, with the county at her feet, 100 slaves to do her bidding, the wealth of Tara like a wall behind her, and doting parents anxious to grant any desire of her heart. Spoiled, careless Scarlett, who had never known an ungratified wish except where Ashley was concerned. Somewhere, on the long road that wound through those 4 years, the girl with her sachet and dancing slippers had slipped away, and there was left a woman with sharp green eyes, who counted pennies and turned her hands to many menial tasks. A woman to whom nothing was left from the wreckage except the indestructible red earth on which she stood. As she stood in the hall, listening to the girls sobbing, her mind was busy. "We'll plant more cotton, lots more. I'll send Pork to Macon tomorrow to buy more seed. Now the Yankees won't burn it, and our troops won't need it. Good Lord, cotton ought to go sky-high this fall." She went into the little office, and disregarding the weeping girls on the sofa, seated herself at the secretary and picked up a quill to balance the cost of more cottonseed against her remaining cash. The war is over, she thought, and suddenly she dropped the quill as a wild happiness flooded her. The war was over, and Ashley, If Ashley was alive, he'd be coming home. She wondered if Melanie, in the midst of mourning for the lost cause, had thought of this. Soon we'll get a letter. No, not a letter. We can't get letters, but soon... Oh, somehow he'll let us know. But the days passed into weeks, and there was no news from Ashley. The mail service in the south was uncertain, and in the rural districts there was none at all. Occasionally, a passing traveler from Atlanta brought a note from Aunt Pitty, tearfully begging the girls to come back. But never news of Ashley. After the surrender, an ever-present feud over the horse smoldered between Scarlett and Sue Ellen. Now that there was no danger of Yankees, Sue Ellen wanted to go calling on the neighbors. Lonely and missing the happy sociability of the old days, Sue Ellen longed to visit friends, if for no other reason than to assure herself that the rest of the county was as bad off as Tara. But Scarlett was adamant. The horse was for work, to drag logs from the woods, to plow, and for Pork to ride in search of food. On Sundays he had earned the right to graze in a pasture and rest. If Sue Ellen wanted to go visiting, she could go afoot. Before the last year, Sue Ellen had never walked 100 yards in her life, and this prospect was anything but pleasing. So she stayed at home, and nagged, and cried, and said once too often, "Oh, if only Mother was here." At that, Scarlett gave her the long-promised slap, hitting her so hard it knocked her screaming to the bed and caused great consternation throughout the house. Thereafter,